Foreword of Final Report of the Select Committee to investigate the January 6th attack on the United States Capitol. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Final Report of the Select Committee to investigate the January 6th attack on the United States Capitol by House January 6th Select Committee. Foreword. Speaker of the House. The last best hope of Earth. I do solemnly swear that I will support and defend the Constitution of the United States against all enemies, foreign and domestic, that I will bear true faith and allegiance to the same, that I take this obligation freely, without any mental reservation or purpose of evasion, and that I will well and faithfully discharge the duties of the office which I am about to enter, so help me God. All members of the United States Congress take this sacred oath. On January 6, 2021, Democrats and Republicans agreed that we would fulfill this oath, and that we had an obligation to signal to the world that American democracy would prevail. In furtherance of fulfilling this duty, the Select Committee to investigate the January 6th attack on the United States Capitol was charged with investigating the facts, circumstances, and causes that led to this domestic terror attack on the Capitol, the Congress, and the Constitution. We owe a debt of gratitude to Chairman Bennie Thompson, Vice Chair Liz Cheney, the patriotic members of Congress, and dedicated staff, who devoted themselves to this investigation, to uncovering the truth and to writing a report that is a roadmap for justice. The Select Committee to investigate the January 6th attack has succeeded in bringing clarity and demonstrating with painstaking detail the fragility of our democracy. Above all, the work of the Select Committee underscores that our democratic institutions are only as strong as the commitment of those who are entrusted with their care. As the Select Committee concludes its work, their words must be a clarion call to all Americans, to vigilantly guard our democracy and to give our vote only to those dutiful in their defense of our Constitution. Let us always honor our oath to, as Abraham Lincoln said, nobly save or meanly lose the last best hope of earth. So help us God. Nancy Pelosi, Speaker of the House. Foreword, Chairman. We were told to remove our lapel pins. At the start of every new Congress, House members are presented with lapel pins. They are about the size of a quarter and carry a seal of a bald eagle. On a routine day in the Capitol, there are thousands of tourists, advocates, and workers. Typically, the pins are an easy way to spot House members. However, on January 6, 2021, the pin that once was a badge of honor and distinction turned into a bullseye. On that day, tear gas fogged the air as gunfire rang out, and a violent mob crashed against the sealed doors. Concerned for our safety, Capitol police officers told us that our lapel pins would make us a target for rioters. As the Capitol Police rushed members of Congress and staff to safety, that simple and, in context, sensible warning stuck with me. On January 6, 2021, my colleagues and I came to work with the intent of fulfilling our oaths of office and constitutional duty to carry out the peaceful transfer of power. We were the people's representatives in the people's house doing the people's business. Sadly, on that day, the danger was too great for our work to continue and for us to remain in the Capitol. It was too dangerous to be identified as a representative of the American people. I've been a member of the House for nearly 30 years. In that time, there's not a day that goes by that I don't feel a profound sense of duty and responsibility to the men and women who sent me to Congress to be their voice. After all, I'm from a part of the country where, in my lifetime, black people were excluded entirely from political processes. Jim Crow laws prevented my father from registering to vote, and tragically during his life, he never cast a vote. For generations, the people and communities I represent have struggled to have their voices heard by their government. Therefore, I take my duties and responsibilities seriously, advocating for greater economic opportunity, robust infrastructure, better schools, and safer housing for my constituents. However, that long struggle to overcome oppression and secure basic civil and human rights continues to be my highest priority. I am always mindful of the journey that brought me to Washington as a member of Congress to be the voice of the women and men of Mississippi. As a violent mob stormed the Capitol trying to take away people's votes, rioters carried the battle flag from a failed rebellion of Confederate states. This moment resonated deeply with me because of my personal history. Additionally, I continually think about the ongoing struggle to ensure justice and equality for all Americans. The Capitol building itself is a fixture in our country's history, of both good and bad. After all, this structure is among the most recognizable symbols of American democracy. The Capitol's shining dome, topped with a statue of Goddess Freedom, was built partially by the labor of enslaved people in the 18th and 19th centuries. Dark chapters of America's history are written into the building's marble, sandstone, and mortar. And yet in the halls and chambers of this building, leaders of courage passed amendments to our Constitution and enacted the laws that banned slavery, guaranteed equal rights under the law, expanded the vote, promoted equality, and moved our country and her people forward. The Capitol building itself is a symbol of our journey toward a more perfect union. It is a temple to our democracy. Those great moments in our history have come when men and women put loyalty to our country and Constitution ahead of politics and party. They did the right thing. The work of the Select Committee certainly originates from the same tradition. Our bipartisan membership has moved politics to the side and focused on the facts, circumstances, and causes of January 6th. When I think back to January 6th, after nearly a year and a half of investigation, I am frightened about the peril our democracy faced. Specifically, I think about what that mob was there to do, to block the peaceful transfer of power from one president to another based on a lie that the election was rigged and tainted with widespread fraud. I also think about why the rioters were there, besieging the legislative branch of our government. The rioters were inside the halls of Congress because the head of the executive branch of our government, the then President of the United States, told them to attack. Donald Trump summoned that mob to Washington, D.C. Afterward, he sent them to the Capitol to try to prevent my colleagues and me from doing our constitutional duty to certify the election. They put our very democracy to the test. Trump's mob came dangerously close to succeeding. Courageous law enforcement officers put their lives on the line for hours while Trump sat in the White House, refusing to tell the rioters to go home, while watching the assault on our republic unfold live on television. When it was clear the insurrection would fail, Trump finally called off the mob, telling them, "We love you." Afterward, Congress was able to return to this Capitol building and finish the job of counting the Electoral College votes and certifying the election. This is the key conclusion of the Select Committee, all 9 of us, Republicans and Democrats alike. But who knows what would have happened if Trump's mob had succeeded in stopping us from doing our job? Who knows what sort of constitutional gray zone our country would have slid into? Who would have been left to correct that wrong? As required by House Resolution 503, which established the Select Committee, we've explored in great detail the facts, circumstances, and causes of the attack. This report will provide new details that supplement those findings the committee already presented during our hearings. But there are some questions for which there are still no clear answers, even if all the facts, circumstances, and causes are brought to bear. The what-if questions. For the good of American democracy, those questions must never again be put to the test. So, while it's important that this report lays out what happened, it's just as important to focus on how to make sure that January 6th was a one-time event, to identify the ongoing threats that could lead us down that dangerous path again, with hopes and humble prayers that the committee's work is carried on through corrective action. This report will provide greater detail about the multi-step effort devised and driven by Donald Trump to overturn the 2020 election and block the transfer of power. Building on the information presented in our hearings earlier this year, we will present new findings about Trump's pressure campaign on officials from the local level all the way up to his vice president, orchestrated and designed solely to throw out the will of the voters and keep him in office past the end of his elected term. As we've shown previously, this plan faltered at several points because of the courage of officials, nearly all of them Republicans, who refused to go along with it. Donald Trump appeared to believe that anyone who shared his partisan affiliation would also share the same callous disregard for his or her oath to uphold the rule of law. Fortunately, he was wrong. The failure of Trump's plan was not assured. To the contrary, Trump's plan was successful at several turns. When his scheme to stay in power through political pressure hit roadblocks, he relentlessly pushed ahead with a parallel plan, summoning a mob to gather in Washington, D.C. on January 6th, promising things will be wild. The mob showed up. They were armed. They were angry. They believed the big lie that the election had been stolen, and when Donald Trump pointed them toward the Capitol and told them to fight like hell, that's exactly what they did. Donald Trump lit that fire, but in the weeks beforehand, the kindling he ultimately ignited was amassed in plain sight. That's why, as part of the Select Committee's investigation, we took a hard look at whether enough was done to mitigate that risk. Our investigative teams focused on the way intelligence was gathered, shared, and assessed. We probed preparations by law enforcement agencies and security responses on the day of the attack. We followed the money to determine who paid for a number of events in the run-up to the attack and to gain a clear understanding of the way the former president's campaign apparatus cashed in on the big lie. And we pulled back the curtain at certain major social media companies to determine if their policies and protocols were up to the challenge when the president spread a message of violence and his supporters began to plan and coordinate their descent on Washington. The Select Committee's conclusion on these matters, particularly dealing with intelligence and law enforcement, is consistent with our broader findings about the cause of January 6th. Were agencies perfect in their preparations for January 6th and their responses as the violence unfolded? Of course not. Relevant oversight committees and watchdogs should continue to find efficiencies and improvements, some of which are laid out in committee's recommendations. But the shortfall of communications, intelligence, and law enforcement around January 6th was much less about what they did or did not know. It was more about what they could not know. The President of the United States inciting a mob to march on the Capitol and impede the work of Congress is not a scenario our intelligence and law enforcement communities envisioned for this country. Prior to January 6th, it was unimaginable. Whatever weakness existed in the policies, procedures, or institutions, they were not to blame for what happened on that day. And so, when I think about the ongoing threats, when I think about how to avoid having to confront those what-ifs in the future, my concerns are less with the mechanics of intelligence gathering and security posture, as important as those questions are. My concerns remain first and foremost with those who continue to seek power at the expense of American democracy. What if those election officials had given in to Donald Trump's pressure? What if the Justice Department had gone along with Trump's scheme to declare the 2020 election fraudulent? What if the vice president had tried to throw out electoral votes? What if the rioters bent on stopping the peaceful transfer of power hadn't been repelled? To cast a vote in the United States of America is an act of both hope and faith. When you drop that ballot into the ballot box, you do so with the confidence that every person named on that ballot will hold up their end of the bargain. The person who wins must swear an oath and live up to it. The people who come up short must accept the ultimate results and abide by the will of the voters and the rule of law. This faith in our institutions and laws is what upholds our democracy. If that faith is broken, if those who seek power accept only the results of elections that they win, then American democracy, only a few centuries old, comes tumbling down. That's the danger. What's the solution? The committee believes a good starting point is the set of recommendations we set forth in our report, pursuant to House Resolution 503. Driven by our investigative findings, these recommendations will help strengthen the guardrails of our democracy. Beyond what we recommend, in my view and as I said during our hearings, the best way to prevent another January 6th is to ensure accountability for January 6th. Accountability at all levels. I have confidence in our Department of Justice and institutions at the state and local level to ensure accountability under the law. As this report is released, we see those processes moving forward. But preventing another January 6th will require a broader sort of accountability. Ultimately, the American people chart the course for our country's future. The American people decide whom to give the reins of power. If this select committee has accomplished one thing, I hope it has shed light on how dangerous it would be to empower anyone whose desire for authority comes before their commitment to American democracy and the Constitution. I believe most Americans will turn their backs on those enemies of democracy. But some will rally to the side of the election deniers, and when I think about who some of these people are, it troubles me deep inside. White supremacists, violent extremists, groups that subscribe to racism, anti-Semitism, and violent conspiracy theories, those who would march through the halls of the Capitol waving the Confederate battle flag. Those are people who want to take America backward, not toward some imagined prior greatness, but toward repression. These are people who want to roll back what we've accomplished. I believe that those who aligned with the scheme to overturn the election heeded Donald Trump's call to march on the Capitol because they thought taking up Donald Trump's cause was a way to advance their vile ambitions. This is why I did not remove my lapel pin on January 6th. Our country has come too far to allow a defeated president to turn himself into a successful tyrant by upending our democratic institutions, fomenting violence, and, as I saw it, opening the door to those in our country whose hatred and bigotry threaten equality and justice for all Americans. We can never surrender to democracy's enemies. We can never allow America to be defined by forces of division and hatred. We can never go backward in the progress we have made through the sacrifice and dedication of true patriots. We can never and will never relent in our pursuit of a more perfect union with liberty and justice for all Americans. I pray that God continues to bless the United States of America. Bennie G Thompson, Chairman. Foreword, Vice Chair. In April 1861, when Abraham Lincoln issued the first call for volunteers for the Union Army, my great-grandfather, Samuel Fletcher Cheney, joined the 21st Ohio Volunteer Infantry. He fought through all 4 years of the Civil War, from Chickamauga to Stones River to Atlanta. He marched with his unit in the Grand Review of Troops up Pennsylvania Avenue in May 1865, past a reviewing stand where President Johnson and General Grant were seated. Silas Canfield, the regimental historian of the 21st OVI, described the men in the unit this way. Industry had taught them perseverance, and they had learned to turn aside for no obstacle. Their intelligence gave them a just appreciation of the value and advantage of free government and the necessity of defending and maintaining it, and they enlisted prepared to accept all the necessary labors, fatigues, exposures, dangers, and even death for the unity of our nation and the perpetuity of our institutions. I have found myself thinking often, especially since January 6th, of my great-great-grandfather, and all those in every generation who have sacrificed so much for the unity of our nation and the perpetuity of our institutions. At the heart of our republic is the guarantee of the peaceful transfer of power. Members of Congress are reminded of this every day as we pass through the Capitol Rotunda. There, 8 magnificent paintings detail the earliest days of our republic. 4 were painted by John Trumbull, including one depicted the moment in 1793 when George Washington resigned his commission, handing control of the Continental Army back to Congress. Trumbull called this one of the highest moral lessons ever given the world. With this noble act, George Washington established the indispensable example of the peaceful transfer of power in our nation. Standing on the west front of the Capitol in 1981, President Reagan described it this way. To a few of us here today, this is a solemn and most momentous occasion, and yet in the history of our nation it is a commonplace occurrence. The orderly transfer of authority as called for in the Constitution routinely takes place, as it has for almost 2 centuries, and few of us stop to think how unique we really are. In the eyes of many in the world, this every 4-year ceremony we accept as normal is nothing less than a miracle. Every president in our history has defended this orderly transfer of authority, except one. January 6, 2021 was the first time one American president refused his constitutional duty to transfer power peacefully to the next. In our work over the last 18 months, the Select Committee has recognized our obligation to do everything we can to ensure this never happens again. At the outset of our investigation, we recognized that tens of millions of Americans had been persuaded by President Trump that the 2020 presidential election was stolen by overwhelming fraud. We also knew this was flatly false, and that dozens of state and federal judges had addressed and resolved all manner of allegations about the election. Our legal system functioned as it should, but our president would not accept the outcome. What most of the public did not know before our investigation is this. Donald Trump's own campaign officials told him early on that his claims of fraud were false. Donald Trump's senior Justice Department officials, each appointed by Donald Trump himself, investigated the allegations and told him repeatedly that his fraud claims were false. Donald Trump's White House lawyers also told him his fraud claims were false. From the beginning, Donald Trump's fraud allegations were concocted nonsense, designed to prey upon the patriotism of millions of men and women who love our country. Most Americans also did not know exactly how Donald Trump, along with a handful of others, planned to defeat the transfer of presidential power on January 6th. This was not a simple plan, but it was a corrupt one. The report lays that plan out in detail, a plan that ultimately had 7 parts, anticipating that Vice President Pence, serving in his role as President of the Senate, would refuse to count official Biden electoral slates from multiple states. We understood from the beginning that explaining all the planning and machinations would be complex and would require many hours of public presentations and testimony. We also understood that our presentations needed to be organized into a series of hearings that presented the key evidence for the American public to watch live or streamed over a reasonable time period, rather than rely on secondhand accounts as reported by media organizations with their own editorial biases. We organized our hearings in segments to meet that goal. Tens of millions of Americans watched. Among the most shameful findings from our hearings was this. President Trump sat in the dining room of the Oval Office watching the violent riot at the Capitol on television. For hours, he would not issue a public statement instructing his supporters to disperse and leave the Capitol, despite urgent pleas from his White House staff and dozens of others to do so. Members of his family, his White House lawyers, virtually all those around him knew that this simple act was critical. For hours, he would not do it. During this time, law enforcement agents were attacked and seriously injured, the Capitol was invaded, the electoral count was halted, and the lives of those in the Capitol were put at risk. In addition to being unlawful, as described in this report, this was an utter moral failure and a clear dereliction of duty. Evidence of this can be seen in the testimony of his White House counsel and several other White House witnesses. No man who would behave that way at that moment in time can ever serve in any position of authority in our nation again. He is unfit for any office. In presenting all of the information in our hearings, we decided that the vast majority of our witnesses needed to be Republicans. They were. We presented evidence from 2 former Trump administration attorneys general, a former White House counsel, many former Trump-appointed White House, Justice Department, and Trump campaign staff, a respected former conservative judge, the former Secretary of Labor, and many others. Like our hearings, this report is designed to deliver our findings in detail in a format that is accessible for all Americans. We do so in an executive summary while also providing immense detail for historians and others. We are also releasing transcripts and evidence for the public to review, consistent with a small number of security and privacy concerns. A section of this report also explains the legal conclusions we draw from the evidence and our concerns about efforts to obstruct our investigation. The committee recognizes that this investigation is just beginning. It is only an initial step in addressing President Trump's effort to remain in office illegally. Prosecutors are considering the implications of the conduct we describe in this report, as are voters. John Adams wrote in 1761, "The very ground of our liberties is the freedom of elections. Faith in our elections and the rule of law are paramount to our republic. Election deniers, those who refuse to accept lawful election results, purposely attack the rule of law and the foundation of our country." As you read this report, please consider this. Vice President Pence, along with many of the appointed officials who surrounded Donald Trump, worked to defeat many of the worst parts of Trump's plan to overturn the election. This was not a certainty. It is comforting to assume that the institutions of our republic will always withstand those who try to defeat our Constitution from within. But our institutions are only strong when those who hold office are faithful to our Constitution. We do not know what would have happened if the leadership of the Department of Justice declared, as Donald Trump requested, that the election was corrupt, if Jeff Clark's letters to state legislatures had been sent, if Pat Cipollone, Jeff Rosen, Richard Donahue, Steve Engel, and others were not serving as guardrails on Donald Trump's abuses. Part of the tragedy of January 6th is the conduct of those who knew that what happened was profoundly wrong, but nevertheless tried to downplay it, minimize it, or defend those responsible. That effort continues every day. Today, I am perhaps most disappointed in many of my fellow conservatives who know better, those who stood against the threats of communism and Islamic terrorism but concluded that it was easier to appease Donald Trump or keep their heads down. I had hoped for more from them. The late Charles Krauthammer wrote, "The lesson of our history is that the task of merely maintaining strong and sturdy the structures of a constitutional order is unending, the continuing and ceaseless work of every generation. This task is unending because democracy can be fragile and our institutions do not defend themselves. The history of our time will show that the bravery of a handful of Americans, doing their duty, saved us from an even more grave constitutional crisis. Elected officials, election workers, and public servants stood against Donald Trump's corrupt pressure. Many of our witnesses showed selfless patriotism, and their words and courage will be remembered. The brave men and women of the Capitol Police, Metropolitan Police, and all the other law enforcement officers who fought to defend us that day undoubtedly saved lives in our democracy. Finally, I wish to thank all who honorably contributed to the work of the committee and to this report. We accomplished much over a relatively short period of time, and many of you sacrificed for the good of your nation. You have helped make history and, I hope, helped right the ship." Liz Cheney, Vice Chair. End of foreword. Executive Summary Part 1 of Final Report of the Select Committee to Investigate the January 6th Attack on the United States Capitol by House January 6th Select Committee. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. On October 31st, 2022, in a federal courthouse in Washington, D.C., Graydon Young testified against Stuart Rhodes and other members of the Oath Keepers militia group. The defendants had been charged with seditious conspiracy against the United States and other crimes related to the January 6, 2021 attack on Congress. In his testimony that day, Young explained to the jury how he and other Oath Keepers were provoked to travel to Washington by President Donald Trump's tweets and by Trump's false claims that the 2020 presidential election was stolen from him. And in emotional testimony, Young acknowledged what he and others believed they were doing on January 6th. attacking Congress in the manner the French had attacked the Bastille at the outset of the French Revolution. Reflecting on that day more than a year and a half later, Young testified, Prosecutor: And so how do you feel about the fact that you were pushing towards a line of police officers? Young: Today I feel extremely ashamed and embarrassed. Prosecutor: How did you feel at the time? Young: I felt like, again, we were continuing in some kind of historical event to achieve a goal. Prosecutor: Looking back now almost 2 years later, what would that make you as someone who was coming to D.C. to fight against the government? Young: I guess I was acting like a traitor, somebody against my own government. Young's testimony was dramatic, but not unique. Many participants in the attack on the Capitol acknowledged that they had betrayed their own country. Reimler: And I'm sorry to the people of this country for threatening the democracy that makes this country so great. My participation in the events that day were part of an attack on the rule of law. Pert: I know that the peaceful transition of power is to ensure the common good for our nation and that it is critical in protecting our country's security needs. I am truly sorry for my part and accept full responsibility for my actions. Markovsky: My actions put me on the other side of the line from my brothers in the army. The wrong side. Had I lived in the area, I would have been called up to defend the Capitol and restore order. My actions brought dishonor to my beloved U.S. Army National Guard. Witcher: Every male member of my family has served in the military, in the Marine Corps, and most have saw combat. And I cast a shadow and cast embarrassment upon my family name and that legacy. Edwards: I am ashamed to be for the first time in my 68 years standing before a judge, having pleaded guilty to committing a crime, ashamed to be associated with an attack on the United States Capitol, a symbol of American democracy and greatness that means a great deal to me. Hundreds of other participants in the January 6th attack have pleaded guilty, been convicted, or await trial for crimes related to their actions that day. And, like Young, hundreds of others have acknowledged exactly what provoked them to travel to Washington and to engage in violence. For example, Ronald Sandlin, who threatened police officers in the Capitol saying, "You're going to die," posted on December 23, 2020, "I'm going to be there to show support for our president and to do my part to stop the steal and stand behind Trump when he decides to cross the Rubicon. If you are a patriot, I believe it's your duty to be there. I see it as my civic responsibility." Garrett Miller, who brought a gun to the Capitol on January 6th, explained, "I was in Washington, D.C. on January 6, 2021, because I believed I was following the instructions of former President Trump and he was my president and the commander-in-chief. His statements also had me believing the election was stolen from him." John Douglas Wright explained that he brought busloads of people to Washington, D.C. on January 6th because Trump called me there and he laid out what is happening in our government. Lewis Cantwell testified, "If the President of the United States is out on TV telling the world that it was stolen, what else would I believe? As a patriotic American who voted for him and wants to continue to see the country thrive as I thought it was." Likewise, Stephen Ayers testified that, with everything the president was putting out ahead of January 6th that the election was rigged, the votes were wrong and stuff, it just got into my head. The president was calling on us to come to Washington, D.C. Ayers was hanging on every word he, President Trump, was saying. Ayers posted that civil war will ensue if President Trump did not stay in power after January 6th. The committee has compiled hundreds of similar statements from participants in the January 6th attack. House Resolution 503 instructed the Select Committee to investigate and report upon the facts, circumstances, and causes relating to the January 6, 2021 domestic terror attack upon the United States Capitol complex, and to issue a final report containing findings, conclusions, and recommendations for corrective measures. The Select Committee has conducted 9 public hearings, presenting testimony from more than 70 witnesses. In structuring our investigations and hearings, we began with President Trump's contentions that the election was stolen and took testimony from nearly all of the president's principal advisors on this topic. We focused on the rulings of more than 60 federal and state courts rejecting President Trump's and his supporters' efforts to reverse the electoral outcome. Despite the rulings of these courts, we understood that millions of Americans still lack the information necessary to understand and evaluate what President Trump has told them about the election. For that reason, our hearings featured a number of members of President Trump's inner circle refuting his fraud claims and testifying that the election was not, in fact, stolen. In all, the committee displayed the testimony of more than 24 Republicans, by far the majority of witnesses in our hearings, including 2 of President Trump's former attorneys general, his former White House counsel, numerous members of his White House staff, and the highest-ranking members of his 2020 election campaign, including his campaign manager and his campaign general counsel. Even key individuals who worked closely with President Trump to try to overturn the 2020 election on January 6th ultimately admitted that they lacked actual evidence sufficient to change the election result, and they admitted that what they were attempting was unlawful. This report supplies an immense volume of information and testimony assembled through the Select Committee's investigation, including information obtained following litigation in federal district and appellate courts, as well as in the U.S. Supreme Court. Based upon this assembled evidence, the committee has reached a series of specific findings, including the following. 1. Beginning election night and continuing through January 6th and thereafter, Donald Trump purposely disseminated false allegations of fraud related to the 2020 presidential election in order to aid his effort to overturn the election and for purposes of soliciting contributions. These false claims provoked his supporters to violence on January 6th. 2. Knowing that he and his supporters had lost dozens of election lawsuits, and despite his own senior advisors refuting his election fraud claims and urging him to concede his election loss, Donald Trump refused to accept the lawful result of the 2020 election. Rather than honor his constitutional obligation to take care that the laws be faithfully executed, President Trump instead plotted to overturn the election outcome. 3. Despite knowing that such an action would be illegal and that no state had or would submit an altered electoral slate, Donald Trump corruptly pressured Vice President Mike Pence to refuse to count electoral votes during Congress's joint session on January 6th. 4. Donald Trump sought to corrupt the U.S. Department of Justice by attempting to enlist department officials to make purposely false statements and thereby aid his effort to overturn the presidential election. After that effort failed, Donald Trump offered the position of acting attorney general to Jeff Clark, knowing that Clark intended to disseminate false information aimed at overturning the election. 5. Without evidentiary basis and contrary to state and federal law, Donald Trump unlawfully pressured state officials and legislatures to change the results of the election in their states. 6. Donald Trump oversaw an effort to obtain and transmit false electoral certificates to Congress and the National Archives. 7. Donald Trump pressured members of Congress to object to valid slates of electors from several states. 8. Donald Trump purposely verified false information filed in federal court. 9. Based on false allegations that the election was stolen, Donald Trump summoned tens of thousands of supporters to Washington for January 6th. Although these supporters were angry and some were armed, Donald Trump instructed them to march to the Capitol on January 6th to take back their country. 10. Knowing that a violent attack on the Capitol was underway, and knowing that his words would incite further violence, Donald Trump purposely sent a social media message publicly condemning Vice President Pence at 2:24 p.m. on January 6th. 11. Knowing that violence was underway at the Capitol, and despite his duty to ensure that the laws are faithfully executed, Donald Trump refused repeated requests over a multiple-hour period that he instruct his violent supporters to disperse and leave the Capitol, and instead watched the violent attack unfold on television. This failure to act perpetuated the violence at the Capitol and obstructed Congress's proceeding to count electoral votes. 12. Each of these actions by Donald Trump was taken in support of a multi-part conspiracy to overturn the lawful results of the 2020 presidential election. 13. The intelligence community and law enforcement agencies did successfully detect planning for potential violence on January 6th, including planning specifically by the Proud Boys and Oath Keeper militia groups who ultimately led the attack on the Capitol. As January 6th approached, the intelligence specifically identified the potential for violence at the U.S. Capitol. This intelligence was shared within the executive branch, including with the Secret Service and the President's National Security Council. 14. Intelligence gathered in advance of January 6 did not support a conclusion that Antifa or other left-wing groups would likely engage in a violent counter-demonstration or attack Trump supporters on January 6th. Indeed, intelligence from January 5th indicated that some left-wing groups were instructing their members to stay at home and not attend on January 6th. Ultimately, none of these groups was involved to any material extent with the attack on the Capitol on January 6th. 15. Neither the intelligence community nor law enforcement obtained intelligence in advance of January 6th on the full extent of the ongoing planning by President Trump, John Eastman, Rudolph Giuliani, and their associates to overturn the certified election results. Such agencies apparently did not, and potentially could not, anticipate the provocation President Trump would offer the crowd in his ellipse speech, that President Trump would spontaneously instruct the crowd to march to the Capitol, that President Trump would exacerbate the violent riot by sending his 2:24 p.m. tweet condemning Vice President Pence, or the full scale of the violence and lawlessness that would ensue. Nor did law enforcement anticipate that President Trump would refuse to direct his supporters to leave the Capitol once violence began. No intelligence community advance analysis predicted exactly how President Trump would behave. No such analysis recognized the full scale and extent of the threat to the Capitol on January 6th. 16. Hundreds of Capitol and D.C. Metropolitan Police officers performed their duties bravely on January 6th, and America owes those individuals immense gratitude for their courage in the defense of Congress and our Constitution. Without their bravery, January 6th would have been far worse. Although certain members of the Capitol Police leadership regarded their approach to January 6th as all hands on deck, the Capitol Police leadership did not have sufficient assets in place to address the violent and lawless crowd. Capitol Police leadership did not anticipate the scale of the violence that would ensue after President Trump instructed tens of thousands of his supporters in the ellipse crowd to march to the Capitol, and then tweeted at 2:24 p.m. Although Chief Stephen Son raised the idea of National Guard support, the Capitol Police Board did not request Guard assistance prior to January 6th. The Metropolitan Police took an even more proactive approach to January 6th and deployed roughly 800 officers, including responding to the emergency calls for help at the Capitol. Rioters still managed to break their line in certain locations when the crowd surged forward in the immediate aftermath of Donald Trump's 2:24 p.m. tweet. The Department of Justice readied a group of federal agents at Quantico and in the District of Columbia, anticipating that January 6th could become violent, and then deployed those agents once it became clear that police at the Capitol were overwhelmed. Agents from the Department of Homeland Security were also deployed to assist. 17. President Trump had authority and responsibility to direct deployment of the National Guard in the District of Columbia, but never gave any order to deploy the National Guard on January 6th or on any other day. Nor did he instruct any federal law enforcement agency to assist. Because the authority to deploy the National Guard had been delegated to the Department of Defense, the Secretary of Defense could, and ultimately did, deploy the Guard. Although evidence identifies a likely miscommunication between members of the civilian leadership in the Department of Defense impacting the timing of deployment, the committee has found no evidence that the Department of Defense intentionally delayed deployment of the National Guard. The Select Committee recognizes that some at the department had genuine concerns, counseling caution that President Trump might give an illegal order to use the military in support of his efforts to overturn the election. This report begins with a factual overview framing each of these conclusions and summarizing what our investigation found. That overview is in turn supported by 8 chapters identifying the very specific evidence of each of the principal elements of President Trump's multi-part plan to overturn the election, along with evidence regarding intelligence gathered before January 6th and security shortfalls that day. Although the committee's hearings were viewed live by tens of millions of Americans and widely publicized in nearly every major news source, the committee also recognizes that other news outlets and commentators have actively discouraged viewers from watching, and that millions of other Americans have not yet seen the actual evidence addressed by this report. Accordingly, the committee is also releasing video summaries of relevant evidence on each major topic investigated. This report also examines the legal implications of Donald Trump and his co-conspirators' conduct and includes criminal referrals to the Department of Justice regarding President Trump and certain other individuals. The criminal referrals build upon 3 relevant rulings issued by a federal district court and explain in detail how the facts found support further evaluation by the Department of Justice of specific criminal charges. To assist the public in understanding the nature and importance of this material, this report also contains sections identifying how the committee has evaluated the credibility of its witnesses and suggests that the Department of Justice further examine possible efforts to obstruct our investigation. We also note that more than 30 witnesses invoked their Fifth Amendment privilege against self-incrimination. Others invoked executive privilege or categorically refused to appear, including Steve Bannon, who has since been convicted of contempt of Congress. Finally, this report identifies a series of legislative recommendations, including the Presidential Election Reform Act, which has already passed the House of Representatives. End of Executive Summary Part 1. Executive Summary Part 2 of Final Report of the Select Committee to investigate the January 6th attack on the United States Capitol by House January 6th Select Committee. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Executive Summary. Overview of the evidence developed. In the committee's hearings, we presented evidence of what ultimately became a multi-part plan to overturn the 2020 presidential election. That evidence has led to an overriding and straightforward conclusion. The central cause of January 6th was one man, former President Donald Trump, whom many others followed. None of the events of January 6th would have happened without him. The Big Lie. In the weeks before Election Day 2020, Donald Trump's campaign experts, including his campaign manager Bill Stepien, advised him that the election results would not be fully known on election night. This was because certain states would not begin to count absentee and other mail-in votes until Election Day or after Election Day polls had closed. Because Republican voters tend to vote in greater numbers on Election Day and Democratic voters tend to vote in greater numbers in advance of Election Day, it was widely anticipated that Donald Trump could initially appear to have a lead, but that the continued counting of mail-in, absentee, and other votes beginning election night would erode and could overcome that perceived lead. Thus, as President Trump's campaign manager cautioned, understanding the results of the 2020 election would be a lengthy process, and an initial appearance of a Trump lead could be a red mirage. This was not unique to the 2020 election. Similar scenarios had played out in prior elections as well. Prior to the 2020 election, Donald Trump's campaign manager Bill Stepien, along with House Republican leader Kevin McCarthy, urged President Trump to embrace mail-in voting as potentially beneficial to the Trump campaign. Presidential advisor and son-in-law Jared Kushner recounted others giving Donald Trump the same advice. Mail-in ballots could be a good thing for us if we looked at it correctly. Multiple states, including Florida, had successfully utilized mail-in voting in prior elections and in 2020. Trump White House counselor Hope Hicks testified, "I think he, President Trump, understood that a lot of people vote via absentee ballot in places like Florida and have for a long time, and that it's worked fine." Donald Trump won in numerous states that allowed no excuse absentee voting in 2020, including Alaska, Florida, Idaho, Iowa, Kansas, Montana, North Carolina, North Dakota, Ohio, Oklahoma, South Dakota, and Wyoming. On election night 2020, the election returns were reported in almost exactly the way that Stepien and other Trump campaign experts predicted, with the counting of mail-in and absentee ballots gradually diminishing President Trump's perceived lead. As the evening progressed, President Trump called in his campaign team to discuss the results. Stepien and other campaign experts advised him that the results of the election would not be known for some time, and that he could not truthfully declare victory. It was far too early to be making any calls like that. Ballots were still being counted. Ballots were still going to be counted for days. Campaign senior advisor Jason Miller told the Select Committee that he argued against declaring victory at that time as well, because it was too early to say one way or the other who had won. Stepien advised Trump to say that votes were still being counted. "It's too early to tell, too early to call the race, but, we are proud of the race we run. We ran and we, think we're in a good position and would say more in the coming days." President Trump refused and instead said this in his public remarks that evening. "This is a fraud on the American public. This is an embarrassment to our country. We are getting ready to win this election. Frankly, we did win this election. We did win this election. We want all voting to stop." And on the morning of November 5th, he tweeted, "Stop the count." Halting the counting of votes at that point would have violated both state and federal laws. According to testimony received by the Select Committee, the only advisor present who supported President Trump's inclination to declare victory was Rudolph Giuliani, who appeared to be inebriated. President Trump's Attorney General, William Barr, who had earlier left the election night gathering, perceived the president's statement this way. Right out of the box on election night, the president claimed that there was major fraud underway. I mean, this happened, as far as I could tell, before there was actually any potential of looking at evidence. He claimed there was major fraud, and it seemed to be based on the dynamic that, at the end of the evening, a lot of Democratic votes came in which changed the vote counts in certain states, and that seemed to be the basis for this broad claim that there was major fraud. And I don't think much of that, because people had been talking for weeks and everyone understood for weeks that that was going to be what happened on election night. President Trump's decision to declare victory falsely on election night and, unlawfully, to call for the vote counting to stop was not a spontaneous decision. It was premeditated. The committee has assembled a range of evidence of President Trump's pre-planning for a false declaration of victory. This includes multiple written communications on October 31 and November 3, 2020 to the White House by Judicial Watch President Tom Fitton. This evidence demonstrates that Fitton was in direct contact with President Trump and understood that President Trump would falsely declare victory on election night and call for vote counting to stop. The evidence also includes an audio recording of President Trump's advisor Steve Bannon, who said this on October 31, 2020, to a group of his associates from China. And what Trump's going to do is just declare victory, right? He's going to declare victory. But that doesn't mean he's a winner. He's just going to say he's a winner. The Democrats, more of our people vote early that count. Theirs vote in mail. And so they're going to have a natural disadvantage, and Trump's going to take advantage of it. That's our strategy. He's going to declare himself a winner. So when you wake up Wednesday morning, it's going to be a firestorm. Also, if Trump is losing by 10 or 11 o'clock at night, it's going to be even crazier. No, because he's going to sit right there and say, they stole it. I'm directing the Attorney General to shut down all ballot places in all 50 states. It's going to be, no, he's not going out easy. If Biden's winning, Trump is going to do some crazy shit. Also in advance of the election, Roger Stone, another outside advisor to President Trump, made this statement. I really do suspect it still will be up in the air. When that happens, the key thing to do is to claim victory. Possession is 9/10 of the law. No, we won. Fuck you, sorry. Over, we won. You're wrong, fuck you. On Election Day, President Pence's staff, including his chief of staff and counsel, became concerned that President Trump might falsely claim victory that evening. The Vice President's counsel, Greg Jacob, testified about their concern that the Vice President might be asked improperly to echo such a false statement. Jacob drafted a memorandum with this specific recommendation. It is essential that the Vice President not be perceived by the public as having decided questions concerning disputed electoral votes prior to the full development of all relevant facts. Millions of Americans believe that President Trump was telling the truth on election night, that President Trump actually had proof the election was stolen and that the ongoing counting of votes was an act of fraud. As votes were being counted in the days after the election, President Trump's senior campaign advisors informed him that his chances of success were almost zero. Former Trump campaign manager Bill Stepien testified that he had come to this conclusion by November 7th and told President Trump, committee staff, what was your view on the state of the election at this point? Stepien, very, very, very bleak. We told him, the group that went over there outlined, my belief in chances for success at this point. And then we pegged that at, 5, maybe 10% based on recounts that either were automatically initiated or could be initiated based on, realistic legal challenges, not all the legal challenges that eventually were pursued. But, it was, my belief is that it was very, very, 5 to 10% is not a very good optimistic outlook. Trump campaign senior advisor Jason Miller testified to the committee about this exchange. Miller, I was in the Oval Office, and at some point in the conversation, Matt Askowski, who was the lead data person, was brought on, and I remember that he delivered to the president in pretty blunt terms that he was going to lose. Committee staff, and that was based, Mr. Miller, on Matt and the data team's assessment of this sort of county-by-county, state-by-state result as reported? Miller, correct. In one of the Select Committee's hearings, former Fox News political editor Chris Steyerwalt was asked what the chance President Trump had of winning the election after November 7th, when the votes were tallied and every news organization had called the race for now President Biden. His response? None. As the committee's hearings demonstrated, President Trump made a series of statements to White House staff and others during this time period indicating his understanding that he had lost. President Trump also took consequential actions reflecting his understanding that he would be leaving office on January 20th. For example, President Trump personally signed a memorandum in order instructing his Department of Defense to withdraw all military forces from Somalia by December 31, 2020, and from Afghanistan by January 15, 2021. General Keith Kellogg, retired, who had been appointed by President Trump as Chief of Staff for the National Security Council and was Vice President Pence's National Security Advisor on January 6th, told the Select Committee that an immediate departure that memo said would have been catastrophic. It's the same thing what President Biden went through. It would have been a debacle. In the weeks that followed the election, President Trump's campaign experts and his senior Justice Department officials were informing him and others in the White House that there was no genuine evidence of fraud sufficient to change the results of the election. For example, former Attorney General Barr testified, and I repeatedly told the president in no uncertain terms that I did not see evidence of fraud, that would have affected the outcome of the election. And, frankly, a year and a half later, I haven't seen anything to change my mind on that. Former Trump campaign lawyer Alex Cannon, who was asked to oversee incoming information about voter fraud and set up a voter fraud tip line, told the Select Committee about a pertinent call with White House Chief of Staff Mark Meadows in November 2020. Cannon: So I remember a call with Mr. Meadows where Mr. Meadows was asking me what I was finding and if I was finding anything. And I remember sharing with him that we weren't finding anything that would be sufficient to change the results in any of the key states. Committee staff: When was that conversation? Cannon: Probably in November, mid to late November. Committee staff: And what was Mr. Meadows' reaction to that information? Cannon: I believe the words he used were, "So there is no there." President Trump's campaign manager, Bill Stepien, recalled that President Trump was being told wild allegations and that it was the campaign's job to track the allegations down. Committee staff: You said that you were very confident that you were telling the president the truth in your dealings with him. And had your team been able to verify any of these allegations of fraud, would you have reported those to the president? Stepien: Sure. Committee staff: Did you ever have to report that? Stepien: One of my frustrations would be that, people would throw out, these reports, these allegations, these things that they had heard or saw in a state, and they'd tell President Trump. And, it would be the campaign's job to track down the information, the facts. And, President Trump, if someone's saying, hey, all these votes aren't counted or were miscounted, if you're down in a state like Arizona, you liked hearing that. It would be our job to track it down and come up dry because the allegation didn't prove to be true. And we'd have to, relay the news that, that tip that someone told you about those votes or that fraud or, nothing came of it. That would be our job as, the truth-telling squad and, not a fun job to be, much. It's an easier job to be telling the president about, wild allegations. It's a harder job to be telling him on the back end that, that wasn't true. Committee staff: How did he react to those types of conversations where you told him that an allegation or another wasn't true? Stepien: He had pretty clear eyes. Like, he understood, we told him where we thought the race was, and I think he was pretty realistic with our viewpoint, in agreement with our viewpoint of kind of the forecast and the uphill climb we thought he had. Trump campaign senior advisor Jason Miller told the committee that he informed President Trump several times that, specific to Election Day fraud and irregularities, there were not enough to overturn the election. Vice President Pence has also said publicly that he told President Trump that there was no basis to allege that the election was stolen. When a reporter recently asked, "Did you ever point blank say to the president that we lost this election?" Pence responded that, "I did, many times." Pence also explained, "There was never evidence of widespread fraud. I don't believe fraud changed the outcome of the election. But the president and the campaign had every right to have those examined in court. But I told the president that, once those legal challenges played out, he should simply accept the outcome of the election and move on." The general counsel of President Trump's campaign, Matthew Morgan, informed members of the White House staff, and likely many others, of the campaign's conclusion that none of the allegations of fraud and irregularities could be sufficient to change the outcome of the election. What was generally discussed on that topic was whether the fraud, maladministration, abuse, or irregularities, if aggregated and read most favorably to the campaign, would that be outcome determinative. And I think everyone's assessment in the room, at least amongst the staff, Mark Short, myself, and Greg Jacob, was that it was not sufficient to be outcome determinative. In a meeting on November 23rd, Barr told President Trump that the Justice Department was doing its duty by investigating every fraud allegation if it's specific, credible, and could have affected the outcome, but that they're just not meritorious, they're not panning out. Barr then told the Associated Press on December 1st that the department had not seen fraud on a scale that could have affected a different outcome in the election. Next, he reiterated this point in private meetings with the president both that afternoon and on December 14th, as well as in his final press conference as Attorney General later that month. The Department of Homeland Security had reached a similar determination 2 weeks later. There is no evidence that any voting system deleted or lost votes, changed votes, or was in any way compromised. In addition, multiple other high-ranking Justice Department personnel appointed by President Trump also informed him repeatedly that the allegations were false. As January 6 drew closer, Acting Attorney General Rosen and Acting Deputy Attorney General Donahue had calls with President Trump on almost a daily basis explaining in detail what the department's investigation showed. Acting Deputy Attorney General Richard Donahue told the Select Committee that he and Acting Attorney General Rosen tried to put it in very clear terms to the President, and I said something to the effect of, "Sir, we've done dozens of investigations, hundreds of interviews. The major allegations are not supported by the evidence developed. We've looked in Georgia, Pennsylvania, Michigan, Nevada. We're doing our job." On December 31st, Donahue recalls telling the president that people keep telling you these things and they turn out not to be true. And then on January 3rd, Donahue reiterated this point with the president. As in previous conversations, we would say to him, we checked that out and there's nothing to it. Acting Attorney General Rosen testified before the Select Committee that the common element of all his communications with President Trump was President Trump urging the department to find widespread fraud that did not actually exist. None of the department's investigations identified any genuine fraud sufficient to impact the election outcome. During my tenure as the Acting Attorney General, which began on December 24th of 2020, the Department of Justice maintained the position, publicly announced by former Attorney General William Barr, that the department had been presented with no evidence of widespread voter fraud in a scale sufficient to change the outcome of the 2020 election. As President Trump was hearing from his campaign and his Justice Department that the allegations of widespread fraud were not supported by the evidence, his White House legal staff also reached the same conclusions and agreed specifically with what Barr told President Trump. Both White House counsel Pat Cipollone and White House senior advisor Eric Hirschman reinforced to President Trump that the Justice Department was doing its duty to investigate allegations of supposed voter fraud. Cipollone told the Select Committee that he had seen no evidence of massive fraud in the election and that he forcefully made this point over and over again. For example, during a late-night group meeting with President Trump on December 18th, at which he and Hirschman urged Trump not to heed the advice of several election conspiracists at the meeting. Cipollone: "They didn't think that we were, they didn't think we believed this, that there had been massive fraud in the election, and the reason they didn't think we believed it is because we didn't." Committee staff: "And you articulated that forcefully to them during the meeting?" Cipollone: "I did, yeah. I had seen no evidence of massive fraud in the election. At some point, you have to deliver with the evidence. And just to go back to what Barr said, he had not seen and I was not aware of any evidence of fraud to the extent that it would change the results of the election. That was made clear to them, okay, over and over again." Similarly, White House attorney Eric Hirschman was also very clear about his views. They never proved the allegations that they were making and they were trying to develop. In short, President Trump was informed over and over again by his senior appointees, campaign experts, and those who had served him for years that his election fraud allegations were nonsense. How did President Trump continue to make false allegations despite all of this unequivocal information? President Trump sought out those who were not scrupulous with the facts and were willing to be dishonest. He found a new legal team to assert claims that his existing advisors and the Justice Department had specifically informed him were false. President Trump's new legal team, headed by Rudolph Giuliani, and their allies ultimately lost dozens of election lawsuits in federal and state courts. The testimony of Trump campaign manager Bill Stepien helps to put this series of events in perspective. Stepien described his interaction with Giuliani as an intentional self-demotion, with Stepien stepping aside once it became clear that President Trump intended to spread falsehoods. Stepien knew the president's new team was relying on unsupportable accusations, and he refused to be associated with their approach. There were two groups of family. We called them kind of my team and Rudy's team. I didn't mind being characterized as being part of Team Normal, as reporters, kind of started to do around that point in time. Having worked for Republican campaigns for over 2 decades, Stepien said, "I think along the way I've built up a pretty good, I hope a good reputation for being honest and professional, and I didn't think what was happening was necessarily honest or professional at that point in time." As Giuliani visited campaign headquarters to discuss election litigation, the Trump campaign's professional staff began to view him as unhinged. In addition, multiple law firms previously engaged to work for the Trump campaign decided that they could not participate in the strategy being instituted by Giuliani. They quit. Campaign General Counsel Matthew Morgan explained that he had conversations with probably all of our counsel who were signed up to assist on Election Day as they disengaged with the campaign. The general consensus was that the law firms were not comfortable making the arguments that Rudy Giuliani was making publicly. When asked how many outside firms expressed this concern, Morgan recalled having a similar conversation with most all of them. Stepien grew so wary of the new team that he locked Giuliani out of his office. Committee staff: "Yeah, I'm getting the sense from listening to you here for a few hours that you sort of chose to pull back and you were uncomfortable with what Mr. Giuliani and others were saying and doing, and therefore you were purposely stepping back from a day-to-day role as the leader of the campaign. Is that, I don't want to put words in your mouth, is that accurate?" Stepien: "That's accurate. That's accurate. I had my assistant. It was a big glass kind of wall office in our headquarters, and I had my assistant lock my door. I told her, 'Don't let anyone in. I'll be around when I need to be around. Tell me what I need to know. Tell me what's going on here, but, you're going to see less of me.' And, sure enough, Mayor Giuliani tried to, get in my office and ordered her to unlock the door, and she didn't do that, She's, smart about that. But your words are ones I agree with." Over the weeks that followed, dozens of judges across the country specifically rejected the allegations of fraud and irregularities being advanced by the Trump team and their allies. For example, courts described the arguments as an amalgamation of theories, conjecture, and speculation, allegations sorely wanting of relevant or reliable evidence, strained legal arguments without merit, assertions that did not prove by any standard of proof that any illegal votes were cast and counted, and even a fundamental and obvious misreading of the Constitution. Reflecting back on this period, Trump Campaign Communications Director Tim Murtaugh texted colleagues in January 2021 about a news report that the New York State Bar was considering expelling Rudolph Giuliani over the Ellipse rally. Why wouldn't they expel him based solely on the outrageous lies he told for 2.5 months? This is exactly what ultimately came to pass. When suspending his license, a New York court said that Giuliani communicated demonstrably false and misleading statements to courts, lawmakers, and the public at large in his capacity as lawyer for former President Donald J. Trump and the Trump campaign in connection with Trump's failed effort at re-election in 2020. The court added that the seriousness of Giuliani's uncontroverted misconduct cannot be overstated. Other Trump lawyers were sanctioned for making outlandish claims of election fraud without the evidence to back them up, including Sidney Powell, Lynn Wood, and 7 other pro-Trump lawyers in a case that a federal judge described as a historic and profound abuse of the judicial process. It is one thing to take on the charge of vindicating rights associated with an allegedly fraudulent election. It is another to take on the charge of deceiving a federal court and the American people into believing that rights were infringed without regard to whether any laws or rights were in fact violated. This is what happened here. A group of prominent Republicans have more recently issued a report titled Lost, Not Stolen, examining every count of every case brought in these 6 battleground states by President Trump and his allies. The report concludes that Donald Trump and his supporters had their day in court and failed to produce substantive evidence to make their case. President Trump and his legal allies failed because of a lack of evidence and not because of erroneous rulings or unfair judges. In many cases, after making extravagant claims of wrongdoing, Trump's legal representatives showed up in court or state proceedings empty-handed and then returned to their rallies and media campaigns to repeat the same unsupported claims. There is no reasonable basis for the allegation that these dozens of rulings by state and federal courts were somehow politically motivated. The outcome of these suits was uniform regardless of who appointed the judges. One of the authors of Lost, Not Stolen, longtime Republican election lawyer Benjamin Ginsburg, testified before the Select Committee that in no instance did a court find that the charges of fraud were real, without variation based on the judges involved. Indeed, 11 of the judges who ruled against Donald Trump and his supporters were appointed by Donald Trump himself. One of those Trump nominees, Judge Stephanos Bibas of the U.S. Court of Appeals for the Third Circuit, rejected an appeal by the Trump campaign claiming that Pennsylvania officials did not undertake any meaningful effort to fight illegal absentee ballots and uneven treatment of voters across counties. Judge Bibas wrote in his decision that calling an election unfair does not make it so. Charges require specific allegations and then proof. We have neither here. Another Trump nominee, Judge Brett Ludwig of the Eastern District of Wisconsin, ruled against President Trump's lawsuit alleging that the result was skewed by illegal procedures that govern drop boxes, ballot address information, and individuals who claimed indefinitely confined status to vote from home. Judge Ludwig wrote in his decision that this court has allowed plaintiff the chance to make his case and he has lost on the merits because the procedures used do not remotely rise to the level of breaking Wisconsin's election rules. Nor is it true that these rulings focus solely on standing or procedural issues. As Ginsburg confirmed in his testimony to the Select Committee, President Trump's team did have their day in court. Indeed, he and his co-authors determined in their report that 30 of these post-election cases were dismissed by a judge after an evidentiary hearing had been held, and many of these judges explicitly indicated in their decisions that the evidence presented by the plaintiffs was wholly insufficient on the merits. Ultimately, even Rudolph Giuliani and his legal team acknowledged that they had no definitive evidence of election fraud sufficient to change the election outcome. For example, although Giuliani repeatedly had claimed in public that Dominion voting machines stole the election, he admitted during his Select Committee deposition that, "I do not think the machines stole the election." An attorney representing his lead investigator, Bernard Kerik, declared in a letter to the Select Committee that it was impossible for Kerik and his team to determine conclusively whether there was widespread fraud or whether that widespread fraud would have altered the outcome of the election. Kerik also emailed President Trump's chief of staff on December 28, 2020, writing, "We can do all the investigations we want later, but if the president plans on winning, it's the legislators that have to be moved, and this will do just that." Other Trump lawyers and supporters, Jenna Ellis, John Eastman, Phil Waldron, and Michael Flynn, all invoked their Fifth Amendment privilege against self-incrimination when asked by the Select Committee what supposed proof they uncovered that the election was stolen. Not a single witness, nor any combination of witnesses, provided the Select Committee with evidence demonstrating that fraud occurred on a scale even remotely close to changing the outcome in any state. By mid-December 2020, Donald Trump had come to what most of his staff believed was the end of the line. The Supreme Court rejected a lawsuit he supported filed by the state of Texas in the Supreme Court, and Donald Trump had this exchange, according to Special Assistant to the President Cassidy Hutchinson. The President was fired up about the Supreme Court decision, and so I was standing next to Chief of Staff Mark Meadows, but I had stepped back. The President was just raging about the decision and how it's wrong, and why didn't we make more calls, and just this typical anger outburst at this decision. And the President said, I think, so he had said something to the effect of, I don't want people to know we lost, Mark. This is embarrassing. Figure it out. We need to figure it out. I don't want people to know that we lost. On December 14, 2020, the Electoral College met to cast and certify each state's electoral votes. By this time, many of President Trump's senior staff and certain members of his family were urging him to concede that he had lost. Labor Secretary Gene Scalia told the committee that he called President Trump around this time and gave him such feedback quite directly. So I had put a call in to the President. I might have called on the 13th. We spoke, I believe, on the 14th, in which I conveyed to him that I thought it was time for him to acknowledge that President Biden had prevailed in the election. But I communicated to the President that when the legal process is exhausted and when the electors have voted, that's the point at which that outcome needs to be expected. And I told him that I did believe, yes, that once those legal processes were run, if fraud had not been established that had affected the outcome of the election, that, unfortunately, I believed that what had to be done was concede the outcome. Deputy White House Press Secretary Judd Deere also told President Trump that he should concede. He recalled other staffers advising President Trump at some point to concede and that he encouraged him to do it at least once after the Electoral College met in mid-December. White House counsel Pat Cipollone also believed that President Trump should concede. If your question is, did I believe he should concede the election at a point in time? Yes, I did. Attorney General Barr told the Select Committee this, and in my view, that, the December 14 Electoral College vote, was the end of the matter. I didn't see, I thought that this would lead inexorably to a new administration. I was not aware at that time of any theory, why this could be reversed. And so I felt that the die was cast. Barr also told the committee that he suggested several weeks earlier that the president's efforts in this regard needed to come to an end soon, in conversation with several White House officials after his meeting with Trump on November 23rd. As I walked out of the Oval Office, Jared was there with Dan Scavino, who ran the president's social media and who I thought was a reasonable guy and believe is a reasonable guy. And I said, how long is he going to carry on with this stolen election stuff? Where is this going to go? And by that time, Meadows had caught up with me and, leaving the office, and caught up to me and said that, he said, look, I think that he's becoming more realistic and knows that there's a limit to how far he can take this. And then Jared said, yeah, we're working on this. We're working on it. End of Executive Summary Part 2. Executive Summary Part 3 of Final Report of the Select Committee to investigate the January 6th attack on the United States Capitol by House January 6 Select Committee. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Despite all that Donald Trump was being told, he continued to purposely and maliciously make false claims. To understand the very stark differences between what he was being told and what he said publicly and in fundraising solicitations, the committee has assembled the following examples. Then Deputy Attorney General Jeffrey Rosen, 12/15/20. And so he said, well, what about this? I saw it on the videotape, somebody delivering a suitcase of ballots. And we said, it wasn't a suitcase, it was a bin. That's what they use when they're counting ballots. It's benign. President Trump 1 week later, 12/22/20. There is even security camera footage from Georgia that shows officials telling poll watchers to leave the room before pulling suitcases of ballots out from under tables and continuing to count for hours. Acting Deputy Attorney General Richard Donahue, 12/27 and 12/31/20. I told the President myself that several times in several conversations that these allegations about ballots being smuggled in a suitcase and run through the machine several times, it was not true. That we looked at it, we looked at the video, we interviewed the witnesses, that it was not true. I believe it was in the phone call on December 27th. It was also in a meeting in the Oval Office on December 31st. President Trump later that week, 1/2/21. She stuffed the machine. She stuffed the ballot. Each ballot went 3 times. They were showing. Here's ballot number 1. Here it is a second time, third time, next ballot. Georgia Secretary of State Brad Raffensperger, 1/2/21. You're talking about the State Farm video, and I think it's extremely unfortunate that Rudy Giuliani or his people, they sliced and diced that video and took it out of context. We did an audit of that and we proved conclusively that they were not scanned 3 times. Yes, Mr. President, we'll send you the link from WSB. Trump, I don't care about a link. I don't need it. President Trump 1 day later, 1/3/21. I spoke to Secretary of State Brad Raffensperger yesterday about Fulton County and voter fraud in Georgia. He was unwilling or unable to answer questions such as the ballots under table scam, ballot destruction, out-of-state voters, dead voters, and more. He has no clue. Attorney General Barr, 12/1/20. Then he raised the big vote dump, as he called it, in Detroit. And, he said people saw boxes coming into the counting station at all hours of the morning and so forth. I said, Mr. President, there are 630 precincts in Detroit, and unlike elsewhere in the state, they centralized the counting process, so they're not counted in each precinct. They're moved to counting stations, and so the normal process would involve boxes coming in at all different hours. And I said, did anyone point out to you, did all the people complaining point out to you, you actually did better in Detroit than you did last time? I mean, there's no indication of fraud in Detroit. President Trump 1 day later, 12/2/20. I'll tell you what's wrong. Voter fraud. Here's an example. This is Michigan. At 6:31 in the morning, a vote dump of 149,772 votes came in unexpectedly. We were winning by a lot. That batch was received in horror. In Detroit, everybody saw the tremendous conflict. There were more votes than there were voters. Acting Deputy Attorney General Richard Donahue, 12/27/20. The President then continued, there are more votes than voters. But I was aware of that allegation, and I said, that was just a matter of them comparing the 2020 votes cast to 2016 registration numbers. This is not a valid complaint. President Trump 10 days later, 1/6/21. More votes than they had voters, and many other states also. Acting Deputy Attorney General Richard Donahue, 1/3/21. We would say to him, we checked that out and there's nothing to it, and we would cite to certain allegations. And so, like such as Pennsylvania, right? No, there were not 250,000 more votes reported than were actually cast. That's not true. So we would say things like that. President Trump 3 days later, 1/6/21. In Pennsylvania, you had 205,000 more votes than you had voters, and the number is actually much greater than that now. That was as of a week ago, and this is a mathematical impossibility unless you want to say it's a total fraud. Georgia Secretary of State Brad Raffensperger, 1/2/21. Trump, it's 4,502 who voted, but they weren't on the voter registration roll, which they had to be. You had 18,325 vacant address voters. The address was vacant, and they're not allowed to be counted. That's 18,325. Raffensperger. Well, Mr. President, The challenge that you have is the data you have is wrong. President Trump 2 days later, 1/4/21. 4,502 illegal ballots were cast by individuals who did not appear on the state's voter rolls. Well, that's sort of strange. 18,325 illegal ballots were cast by individuals who registered to vote using an address listed as vacant according to the Postal Service. Georgia Secretary of State Brad Raffensperger, 1/2/21. Trump. So dead people voted, and I think the number is close to 5,000 people. And they went to obituaries. They went to all sorts of methods to come up with an accurate number, and a minimum is close to about 5,000 voters. Raffensperger. The actual number were two. Two people that were dead that voted, so that's wrong. President Trump 4 days later, 1/6/21. The number of fraudulent ballots that we've identified across the state is staggering. Over 10,300 ballots in Georgia were cast by individuals whose names and dates of birth match Georgia residents who died in 2020 and prior to the election. Georgia Secretary of State General Counsel Ryan Germany, 1/2/21. Trump. You had out-of-state voters. They voted in Georgia, but they were from out of state, of 4,925. Germany. Everyone we've been through are people that lived in Georgia, moved to a different state, but then moved back to Georgia legitimately. They moved back in years ago. This was not like something just before the election. So there's something about that data that it's just not accurate. President Trump 4 days later, 1/6/21. And at least 15,000 ballots were cast by individuals who moved out of the state prior to November 3rd election. They say they moved right back. White House Press Secretary Kayleigh McEnany, no date. The one specific I remember referencing was I don't agree with the Dominion track. I specifically referenced waving him off of the Dominion theory earlier in my testimony. Question. Are you saying you think he still continued to tweet that after you waved him off of it? Answer. Yeah. President Trump. Between mid-November and January 5th, 2021, President Trump tweeted or retweeted conspiracy theories about Dominion nearly 36 times. Trump campaign senior advisor Jason Miller. The international allegations for Dominion were not valid. Question. Okay, did anybody communicate that to the president? Answer. I know that was communicated. I know I communicated it. President Trump. You have Dominion, which is very, very suspect to start off with. Nobody knows the ownership. People say the votes are counted in foreign countries and much worse. Attorney General Barr. 11/23/20. I specifically raised the Dominion voting machines, which I found to be one of the most disturbing allegations. Disturbing in the sense that I saw absolutely zero basis for the allegations. I told him that it was crazy stuff and they were wasting their time on that and it was doing great disservice to the country. President Trump 3 days later, 11/26/20. Those machines are fixed. They're rigged. You can press Trump and the vote goes to Biden. All you have to do is play with a chip, and they played with a chip, especially in Wayne County and Detroit. Attorney General Barr, 12/1/20. I explained, I said, look, if you have a machine and it counts 500 votes for Biden and 500 votes for Trump, and then you go back later and you will have the 1,000 pieces of paper put through that machine, and you can see if there's any discrepancy. There has been no discrepancy. President Trump 1 day later, 12/2/20. In one Michigan county, as an example, that used Dominion systems, they found that nearly 6,000 votes had been wrongly switched from Trump to Biden, and this is just the tip of the iceberg. This is what we caught. How many didn't we catch? Attorney General Barr, 12/14/20. I will, Mr. President. But there are a couple of things, I responded. My understanding is that our experts have looked at the Antrim situation and are sure it was a human error that did not occur anywhere else. And, in any event, Antrim is doing a hand recount of the paper ballots, so we should know in a couple of days whether there is any real problem with the machines. President Trump 1 day later, 12/15/20. This is big news. Dominion voting machines are a disaster all over the country. Change the results of a landslide election. Can't let this happen. Then Deputy Attorney General Jeffrey Rosen, 12/15/20. Other people were telling him there was fraud, corruption in the election. The voting machines were no good. And we were telling him that is inconsistent. By we, I mean Richard Donahue and myself, that was not what we were seeing. There was this open issue as to the Michigan report, and I think it was Mr. Cuccinelli, not certain, but had indicated that there was a hand recount, and I think he said, that's the gold standard. President Trump 1 day later, 12/16/20. Study, Dominion machines shifted 2 to 3% of Trump votes to Biden. Far more votes than needed to sway election. Florida, Ohio, Texas, and many other states were won by even greater margins than projected. Did just as well with swing states, but bad things happen. At OANN. National Security Advisor Robert O'Brien, 12/18/20. I got a call from, I think, Molly Michael in Outer Oval, the president's assistant, and she said, I'm connecting you to the Oval. Somebody asked me, did I have any evidence of election fraud in the voting machines or foreign interference in our voting machines? And I said, no, we've looked into that and there's no evidence of it. President Trump 1 day later, 12/19/20. There could also have been a hit on our ridiculous voting machines during the election, which is now obvious that I won big, making it an even more corrupted embarrassment for the USA. At DNI Ratcliffe, at Sec Pompeo. Acting Deputy AG Richard Donahue, 12/31/20. We definitely talked about Antrim County again. That was sort of done at that point, because the hand recount had been done and all of that. But we cited back to that to say, this is an example of what people are telling you and what's being filed in some of these court filings that are just not supported by the evidence. President Trump 2 days later, 1/2/21. Well, Brad, not that there is not an issue, because we have a big issue with Dominion in other states and perhaps in yours. In other states, we think we found tremendous corruption with Dominion machines, but we'll have to see. I won't give Dominion a pass because we found too many bad things. Georgia Secretary of State Raffensperger, 1/2/21. I don't believe that you're really questioning the Dominion machines, because we did a hand retally, a 100% retally of all the ballots, and compared them to what the machine said and came up with virtually the same result. Then we did the recount and we got virtually the same result. President Trump 4 days later, 1/6/21. In addition, there is the highly troubling matter of Dominion voting systems. In one Michigan county alone, 6,000 votes were switched from Trump to Biden, and the same systems are used in the majority of states in our country. There is clear evidence that tens of thousands of votes were switched from President Trump to former Vice President Biden in several counties in Georgia. Evidence gathered by the committee indicates that President Trump raised roughly $250 million in fundraising efforts between the election and January 6th. Those solicitations persistently claimed and referred to election fraud that did not exist. For example, the Trump campaign, along with the Republican National Committee, sent millions of emails to their supporters with messaging claiming that the election was rigged, that their donations could stop Democrats from trying to steal the election, and that Vice President Biden would be an illegitimate president if he took office. Ultimately, Attorney General Barr suggested that the Department of Justice's investigations disproving President Trump's fraud claims may have prevented an even more serious series of events. Frankly, I think the fact that I put myself in the position that I could say that we had looked at this and didn't think there was fraud was really important to moving things forward. And I sort of shudder to think what the situation would have been if the position of the department was, we're not even looking at this until after Biden's in office. I'm not sure we would have had a transition at all. End of Executive Summary Part 3. Executive Summary Part 4 of Final Report of the Select Committee to Investigate the January 6th Attack on the United States Capitol by House January 6th Select Committee. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Rather than concede, Donald Trump chooses to obstruct the January 6th proceeding. President Trump disregarded the rulings of the courts and rejected the findings and conclusions and advice from his Justice Department, his campaign experts, and his White House and cabinet advisors. He chose instead to try to overturn the election on January 6th and took a series of very specific steps to attempt to achieve that result. A central element of Donald Trump's plan to overturn the election relied upon Vice President Mike Pence. As Vice President, Pence served as the President of the Senate, the presiding officer for the joint session of Congress on January 6th. Beginning in December, and with greater frequency as January 6th approached, Trump repeatedly and unlawfully pressured Pence in private and public to prevent Congress from counting lawful electoral votes from several states. To understand the plan President Trump devised with attorney and law professor John Eastman, it is necessary to understand the constitutional structure for selecting our president. At the Constitutional Convention 233 years ago, the framers considered but rejected multiple proposals that Congress itself vote to select the President of the United States. Indeed, the framers voiced very specific concerns with Congress selecting the President. They viewed it as important that the electors, chosen for the specific purpose of selecting the President, should make the determination rather than Congress. It was desirable that the sense of the people should operate in the choice of the person to whom so important a trust was to be confided. This end will be answered by committing the right of making it, not to any pre-established body, but to men, chosen by the people for the special purpose and at the particular conjuncture. The framers understood that a thoughtful structure for the appointment of the president was necessary to avoid certain evils. Nothing was more to be desired than that every practicable obstacle should be opposed to cabal, intrigue, and corruption. They were careful to ensure that those who from situation might be suspected of too great devotion to the president in office were not among those that chose the president. For that reason, no senator, representative, or other person holding a place of trust or profit under the United States can be of the number of the electors. Article 2 of our Constitution, as modified by the 12th Amendment, governs election of the President. Article 2 created the Electoral College, providing that the states would select electors in the manner provided by state legislatures, and those electors would in turn vote for the President. Today, every state selects presidential electors by popular vote, and each state's laws provide for procedures to resolve election disputes, including through lawsuits if necessary. After any election issues are resolved in state or federal court, each state's government transmits a certificate of the ascertainment of the appointed electors to Congress and the National Archives. The Electoral College meets in mid-December to cast their votes, and all of these electoral votes are then ultimately counted by Congress on January 6th. The Vice President, as President of the Senate, presides over the joint session of Congress to count votes. The 12th Amendment provides this straightforward instruction. The President of the Senate shall, in the presence of the Senate and House of Representatives, open all the certificates, and the votes shall then be counted. The person having the greatest number of votes for President shall be the President. The Vice President has only a ministerial role, opening the envelopes and ensuring that the votes are counted. Likewise, the Electoral Count Act of 1887 provides no substantive role for the Vice President in counting votes, reinforcing that he or she can only act in a ministerial fashion. The Vice President may not choose, for example, to decline to count particular votes. In most cases, e.g., when one candidate has a majority of votes submitted by the states, Congress has only a ministerial role as well. It simply counts electoral college votes provided by each state's governor. Congress is not a court and cannot overrule state and federal court rulings in election challenges. As January 6th approached, John Eastman and others devised a plan whereby Vice President Pence would, as the presiding officer, declare that certain electoral votes from certain states could not be counted at the joint session. John Eastman knew before proposing this plan that it was not legal. Indeed, in a pre-election document discussing Congress's counting of electoral votes, Dr. Eastman specifically disagreed with a colleague's proposed argument that the vice president had the power to choose which envelopes to open and which votes to count. Dr. Eastman wrote, "I don't agree with this. The 12th Amendment only says that the President of the Senate opens the ballots in the joint session then, in the passive voice, and the votes shall then be counted. 3 U.S.C. Section 12 of the Electoral Count Act says merely that he is the presiding officer, and then it spells out specific procedures, presumptions, and default rules for which slates will be counted. Nowhere does it suggest that the President of the Senate gets to make the determination on his own. Section 15 of the Electoral Count Act doesn't either." Despite recognizing prior to the 2020 election that the vice president had no power to refuse to count certain electoral votes, Eastman nevertheless drafted memoranda 2 months later proposing that Pence could do exactly that on January 6th, refuse to count certified electoral votes from Arizona, Georgia, Michigan, Nevada, New Mexico, Pennsylvania, and Wisconsin. Eastman's theory was related to other efforts overseen by President Trump to create and transmit fake electoral slates to Congress and the National Archives, and to pressure states to change the election outcome and issue new electoral slates. Eastman supported these ideas despite writing 2 months earlier that Article 2 of the Constitution says the electors are appointed in such manner as the legislature thereof may direct, but I don't think that entitles the legislature to change the rules after the election and appoint a different slate of electors in a manner different than what was in place on Election Day. And 3 U.S.C. Section 15 of the Electoral Count Act gives dispositive weight to the slate of electors that was certified by the governor in accord with 3 U.S.C. Section 5. Even after Eastman proposed the theories in his December and January memorandum, he acknowledged in conversations with Vice President Pence's counsel Greg Jacob that Pence could not lawfully do what his own memoranda proposed. Eastman admitted that the U.S. Supreme Court would unanimously reject his legal theory. He, Eastman, had acknowledged that he would lose 9-0 at the Supreme Court. Moreover, Eastman acknowledged to Jacob that he didn't think Vice President Al Gore had that power in 2001, nor did he think Vice President Kamala Harris should have that power in 2025. In testimony before the Select Committee, Jacob described in detail why the Trump plan for Pence was illegal. The Vice President's first instinct, when he heard this theory, was that there was no way that our framers, who abhorred concentrated power, who had broken away from the tyranny of George III, would ever have put one person, particularly not a person who had a direct interest in the outcome because they were on the ticket for the election, in a role to have decisive impact on the outcome of the election. And our review of text, history, and frankly, just common sense, all confirmed the Vice President's first instinct on that point. There is no justifiable basis to conclude that the Vice President has that kind of authority. This is how the Vice President later described his views in a public speech. "I had no right to overturn the election. The presidency belongs to the American people, and the American people alone. And frankly, there is no idea more un-American than the notion that any one person could choose the American president. Under the Constitution, I had no right to change the outcome of our election." But as January 6th approached, President Trump nevertheless embraced the new Eastman theories and attempted to implement them. In a series of meetings and calls, President Trump attempted to pressure Pence to intervene on January 6 to prevent Congress from counting multiple states' electoral votes for Joe Biden. At several points in the days before January 6th, President Trump was told directly that Vice President Pence could not legally do what Trump was asking. For example, at a January 4th meeting in the Oval Office, Eastman acknowledged that any variation of his proposal, whether rejecting electoral votes outright or delaying certification to send them back to the states, would violate several provisions of the Electoral Count Act. According to Greg Jacob, in the conversation in the Oval Office on the 4th, I had raised the fact that Eastman's preferred course had issues with the Electoral Count Act, which he had acknowledged was the case, that there would be an inconsistency with the Electoral Count Act. Jacob recorded Eastman's admission in an internal memo he drafted for Vice President Pence on the evening of January 4th. Professor Eastman acknowledges that his proposal violates several provisions of statutory law. And, during a phone call with President Trump and Eastman on the evening of January 5, 2021, Eastman again acknowledged that his proposal also would violate several provisions of the Electoral Count Act. We did have an in-depth discussion about the Electoral Count Act in the subsequent phone calls as I walked him through provision after provision on the recess and on the fact that congressmen and senators are supposed to get to object and debate, and he acknowledged, one after another, that those provisions would, in order for us to send it back to the states, we couldn't do those things as well. We can't do a 10-day, send it back to the states, and honor an Electoral Act provision that says you can't recess for more than 1 day, and once you get to the 5th, you have to stay continuously in session. As Pence's Chief of Staff, Mark Short, testified that the Vice President also repeatedly informed President Trump that the Vice President's role on January 6th was only ministerial. Committee staff. But just to pick up on that, Mr. Short, was it your impression that the Vice President had directly conveyed his position on these issues to the President, not just to the world through a Dear Colleague letter, but directly to President Trump? Mark Short. Many times. Committee staff. And had been consistent in conveying his position to the President? Short. Very consistent. As the situation grew increasingly acrimonious, Vice President Pence's private counsel, Richard Cullen, contacted former Fourth Circuit Judge Michael Ludig, a renowned conservative judge for whom Eastman had previously clerked, and asked Ludig to make a public statement. On January 5th, Ludig wrote the following on Twitter: "The only responsibility and power of the Vice President under the Constitution is to faithfully count the Electoral College votes as they have been cast." As Judge Ludig testified in the committee's hearings, there was no basis in the Constitution or laws of the United States at all for the theory espoused by Dr. Eastman. At all. None. Judge Ludig completely rejected Eastman's blueprint to overturn the 2020 election as constitutional mischief and the most reckless, insidious, and calamitous failure in both legal and political judgment in American history. Contemporaneous written correspondence also confirms both that 1. Eastman himself recognized Pence could not lawfully refuse to count electoral votes, and 2. President Trump also knew this. While sheltering in a loading dock with the Vice President during the violent January 6th attack, Greg Jacob asked Eastman in an email, "Did you advise the President that in your professional judgment the Vice President does not have the power to decide things unilaterally?" Eastman's response stated that the President had been so advised, but then indicated that President Trump continued to pressure the Vice President to act illegally. But you know him. Once he gets something in his head, it is hard to get him to change course. To be absolutely clear, no White House lawyer believed Pence could lawfully refuse to count electoral votes. White House counsel Pat Cipollone told the Select Committee this: "I thought that the Vice President did not have the authority to do what was being suggested under a proper reading of the law. I conveyed that, okay? I think I actually told somebody, in the Vice President's, just blame me, I'm not a politician, but, I just said, I'm a lawyer, this is my legal opinion." Cipollone also testified that he was sure he conveyed his views. Indeed, other testimony from Cipollone indicates that Trump knew of Cipollone's view and suggests that Trump purposely excluded Cipollone from the meeting with Pence and Pence's general counsel on January 4th. Indeed, at one point, Cipollone confronted Eastman in the hallway outside the Oval Office and expressed his disapproval of and anger with Eastman's position. According to Jason Miller, Pat Cipollone thought the idea was nutty and had at one point confronted Eastman basically with the same sentiment outside the Oval Office. Pat Cipollone did not deny having an angry confrontation with Eastman outside of the Oval Office. Though he said he didn't have a specific recollection, he had no reason to contradict what Jason Miller said and, moreover, said that Eastman was aware of his views. Likewise, Eric Hirschman, another White House lawyer, expressed the same understanding that Eastman's plan obviously made no sense and had no practical ability to work. Hirschman also recounted telling Eastman directly that his plan was completely crazy. And I said to Eastman, "Hold on a second. I want to understand what you're saying. You're saying you believe the Vice President, acting as President of the Senate, can be the sole decision maker as to, under your theory, who becomes the next President of the United States?" And he said, "Yes." And I said, "Are you out of your effing mind, right?" And that was pretty blunt. I said, "You're completely crazy." Deputy White House Counsel Pat Philbin also had the same understanding. Indeed, as Hirschman testified, even Rudolph Giuliani doubted that Vice President Mike Pence had any legal ability to do what Eastman had proposed. Despite all this opposition from all White House lawyers, Trump nevertheless continued to exert immense pressure on Pence to refuse to count electoral votes. The pressure began before the January 4th Oval Office meeting with Pence, Eastman, Jacob, Short, and Trump, but became even more intense thereafter. On the evening of January 5, 2021, the New York Times published an article reporting that Vice President Mike Pence told President Trump on Tuesday that he did not believe he had the power to block congressional certification of Joseph R. Biden Jr.'s victory in the presidential election, despite President Trump's baseless insistence that he did. This reporting was correct, both as to the Vice President's power and as to Vice President Pence having informed President Trump that he did not have the authority to change the outcome of the election. But in response to that story, late in the evening before the January 6 joint session, President Trump dictated to Jason Miller a statement falsely asserting, "The Vice President and I are in total agreement that the Vice President has the power to act." This statement was released at President Trump's direction and was false. Thereafter, Trump continued to apply public pressure in a series of tweets. At 1:00 a.m. on January 6th, "If Vice President @Mike Pence comes through for us, we will win the presidency. Many states want to decertify the mistake they made in certifying incorrect and even fraudulent numbers in a process not approved by their state legislatures, which it must be. Mike can send it back." At 8:17 a.m. on January 6th, he tweeted again, "States want to correct their votes, which they now know were based on irregularities and fraud, plus corrupt process never received legislative approval. All Mike Pence has to do is send them back to the states, and we win. Do it, Mike. This is a time for extreme courage." President Trump tried to reach the Vice President early in the morning of January 6th, but the Vice President did not take the call. The President finally reached the Vice President later that morning, shouting from the Oval Office to his assistants to get the Vice President on the phone. After again telling the Vice President that he had the legal authority to send electoral votes back to their respective states, President Trump grew very heated. Witnesses in the Oval Office during this call told the Select Committee that the President called Vice President Pence a wimp, told him it would be a political career killer to certify the lawful electoral votes electing President Biden, and accused him of not being tough enough to make the call. As Ivanka Trump would recount to her chief of staff moments later, her father called the Vice President the P word for refusing to overturn the election. In response, Vice President Pence again refused to take any action other than counting the lawfully certified electoral votes of the states. But President Trump was angry and undeterred. After the conclusion of this call, he edited his speech for the ellipse to insert language to which his lawyers objected, targeting Vice President Pence directly. Earlier that morning, Eric Hirschman had tried to remove the reference to Vice President Pence from the speech. As he told speechwriter Stephen Miller, he didn't concur with the legal analysis that John Eastman had advanced and believed it wouldn't advance the ball to discuss it publicly. But after the call with Vice President Pence, speechwriters were instructed to reinsert the line. Although the final written draft of his speech referred to Pence just once, a line President Trump didn't end up reading, the president went off script 5 different times to pressure the vice president. I hope Mike is going to do the right thing. I hope so, because if Mike Pence does the right thing, we win the election, Trump first told the crowd. Mike Pence is going to have to come through for us, Trump later said, and if he doesn't, that will be a sad day for our country because you're sworn to uphold our Constitution. Addressing Pence directly, Trump told the assembled crowd, Mike Pence, I hope you're going to stand up for the good of our Constitution and for the good of our country. Trump said at another point, and if you're not, I'm going to be very disappointed in you. I will tell you right now, I'm not hearing good stories. So I hope Mike has the courage to do what he has to do. And I hope he doesn't listen to the rhinos and the stupid people that he's listening to, Trump said. These statements to the assembled crowd at the Ellipse had Trump's intended effect. They produced substantial anger against Pence. When Pence released a statement confirming that he would not act to prevent Congress from counting electoral votes, the crowd's reaction was harshly negative. I'm telling you what, I'm hearing the Pence just caved. No, is that true? I didn't hear it. I'm hearing reports that Pence caved. No way. I'm telling you, if Pence caved, we're going to drag motherfuckers through the streets. You fucking politicians are going to get drugged through the streets. Pence voted against Trump. Interviewer. Okay, and that's when all this started. Yup, that's when we marched on the Capitol. We just heard that Mike Pence is not going to reject any fraudulent electoral votes. Other speaker. Boo, you're a traitor. That's right. You've heard it here first. Mike Pence has betrayed the United States of America. Other speaker. Fuck you, Mike Pence. Mike Pence has betrayed this president and he has betrayed the people of the United States and we will never, ever forget. Cheers. This woman came up to the side of us and she says Pence folded. So it was kind of like, okay, well, in my mind I was thinking, well, that's it, you know. Well, my son-in-law looks at me and he says, I want to go in. Q. What percentage of the crowd is going to the Capitol? A. Oathkeeper Jessica Watkins. 100%. It has spread like wildfire that Pence has betrayed us and everybody's marching on the Capitol. All million of us. It's insane. Bring him out. Bring out Pence. 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 Hang Mike 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 Pence. Once Trump returned to the White House, he was informed almost immediately that violence and lawlessness had broken out at the Capitol among his supporters. At 2:24 p.m., President Trump applied yet further pressure to Pence, posting a tweet accusing Vice President Mike Pence of cowardice for not using his role as President of the Senate to change the outcome of the election. Mike Pence didn't have the courage to do what should have been done to protect our country and our Constitution, giving states a chance to certify a corrected set of facts, not the fraudulent or inaccurate ones which they were asked to previously certify. USA demands the truth. Almost immediately thereafter, the crowd around the Capitol surged, and more individuals joined the effort to confront police and break further into the building. The sentiment expressed in President Trump's 2:24 p.m. tweet, already present in the crowd, only grew more powerful as the president's words spread. Timothy Hale Cusinelli, a white supremacist who expressed Nazi sympathies, heard about the tweet while in the crypt around 2:25 p.m., and he, according to the Department of Justice, knew what that meant. Vice President Pence had decided not to keep President Trump in power. Other rioters describe what happened next as follows. Once we found out Pence turned on us and that they had stolen the election, like officially, the crowd went crazy. I mean, it became a mob. We crossed the gate. Then we heard the news on Pence and lost it, so we stormed. They're making an announcement right now saying if Pence betrays us, you better get your mind right because we're storming that building. Minutes after the tweet, at 2:35 p.m., rioters continued their surge and broke a security line of the D.C. Metropolitan Police Department, resulting in the first fighting withdrawal in the history of that force. President Trump issued this tweet after he had falsely claimed to the angry crowd that Vice President Mike Pence could do the right thing and ensure a second Trump turn, after that angry crowd had turned into a violent mob assaulting the Capitol while chanting, "Hang Mike Pence," and after the U.S. Secret Service had evacuated the Vice President from the Senate floor. 1 minute after the President's tweet, at 2:25 p.m., the Secret Service determined they could no longer protect the Vice President in his ceremonial office near the Senate chamber, and evacuated the Vice President and his family to a secure location, missing the violent mob by a mere 40 feet. Further evidence presented at our hearing shows the violent reaction following President Trump's 2:24 p.m. tweet and the efforts to protect Vice President Pence in the time that followed. The day after the attack on the Capitol, Eastman called Eric Hirschman to talk about continuing litigation on behalf of the Trump presidential campaign in Georgia. Hirschman described his reaction to Eastman this way. "And I said to him, 'Are you out of your effing mind, right?' I said, 'Because I only want to hear 2 words coming out of your mouth from now on. Orderly transition.' I said, 'I don't want to hear any other effing words coming out of your mouth, no matter what, other than orderly transition. Repeat those words to me.'" Hirschman concluded the call by telling Eastman, "Now I'm going to give you the best free legal advice you're ever getting in your life. Get a great effing criminal defense lawyer. You're going to need it," and hanging up the phone. In the course of investigating this series of facts, the Select Committee subpoenaed Eastman's emails from his employer, Chapman University. Eastman sued to prevent Chapman from producing the emails, arguing that the emails were attorney-client privileged. Federal District Court Judge David Carter reviewed Eastman's emails in camera to determine, among other things, whether the emails had to be produced because they likely furthered a crime committed by one of Eastman's clients or by Eastman himself. In addition to reviewing the emails themselves, Judge Carter reviewed substantial additional evidence presented by the Select Committee and by Eastman. After reciting a series of factual findings regarding President Trump's multi-part plan to overturn the election, Judge Carter concluded that President Trump likely violated 2 criminal statutes: 18 U.S.C. Section 1512C, corruptly obstructing, impeding, or influencing Congress's official proceeding to count electoral votes, and 18 U.S.C. Section 371, conspiring to defraud the United States. The court also concluded that John Eastman likely violated at least one of these criminal laws. As to Section 1512C, Judge Carter explained, "Taken together, this evidence demonstrates that President Trump likely knew the electoral count plan had no factual justification. The plan not only lacked factual basis, but also legal justification. The illegality of the plan was obvious. Our nation was founded on the peaceful transition of power, epitomized by George Washington laying down his sword to make way for democratic elections. Ignoring this history, President Trump vigorously campaigned for the vice president to single-handedly determine the results of the 2020 election. Every American, and certainly the President of the United States, knows that in a democracy, leaders are elected, not installed. With a plan this bold, President Trump knowingly tried to subvert this fundamental principle. Based on the evidence, the court finds it more likely than not that President Trump corruptly attempted to obstruct the joint session of Congress on January 6, 2021. As to 18 U.S.C. Section 371, Judge Carter identified evidence demonstrating that both President Trump and John Eastman knew their electoral count plan was illegal and knew it could not survive judicial scrutiny in any of its iterations. Dr. Eastman himself repeatedly recognized that his plan had no legal support. Dr. Eastman likely acted deceitfully and dishonestly each time he pushed an outcome-driven plan that he knew was unsupported by the law. Finally, Judge Carter concluded, Dr. Eastman and President Trump launched a campaign to overturn a Democratic election, an action unprecedented in American history. Their campaign was not confined to the ivory tower. It was a coup in search of a legal theory. The plan spurred violent attacks on the seat of our nation's government, led to the deaths of several law enforcement officers, and deepened public distrust in our political process. Judge Ludig reached similar conclusions during his live hearing testimony. I have written, as you said, Chairman Thompson, that today, almost 2 years after that fateful day in January 2021, that still Donald Trump and his allies and supporters are a clear and present danger to American democracy. During the hearing, Judge Ludig took issue with certain of Greg Jacobs' characterizations of the 12th Amendment's text, explaining that the applicable text was not ambiguous in any way. The committee agrees with Judge Ludig. The application of the 12th Amendment's text is plain in this context. It does not authorize Congress to second-guess state and federal courts and refuse to count state electoral votes based on concerns about fraud. Although Jacob did not discuss his position in great detail during the hearing, his private testimony gives more insight on his actual views. In my view, a lot has been said about the fact that the role of the vice president in the electoral count on January 6th is purely ministerial, and that is a correct conclusion. But if you look at the constitutional text, the role of Congress is purely ministerial as well. You open the certificates and you count them. Those are the only things provided for in the Constitution. End of Executive Summary Part 4. Executive Summary Part 5 of Final Report of the Select Committee to investigate the January 6th attack on the United States Capitol by House January 6th Select Committee. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Efforts to pressure states to change the election outcome and to create and transmit fake election certificates. Anticipating that the Eastman strategy for January 6th would be implemented, President Trump worked with a handful of others to prepare a series of false Trump electoral slates for 7 states Biden actually won. President Trump personally conducted a teleconference with Eastman and Republican National Committee Chair Ronna McDaniel a few days before December 14 and solicited the RNC's assistance with the scheme. McDaniel agreed to provide that assistance. A series of contemporaneous documents demonstrate what President Trump and his allies, including attorney Kenneth Chesebro, were attempting to accomplish. They anticipated that the President of the Senate, which, under the Constitution, is the Vice President, could rely upon these false slates of electors on January 6th to justify refusing to count genuine electoral votes. These false slates were created by fake Republican electors on December 14th. At the same time, the actual certified electors in those states were meeting to cast their state's electoral college votes for President Biden. By that point in time, election-related litigation was over in all or nearly all of the subject states, and Trump campaign election lawyers realized that the fake slates could not be lawful or justifiable on any grounds. Justin Clark, the Trump campaign deputy campaign manager and senior counsel, told the Select Committee that he had real problems with the process. Clark warned his colleagues, unless we have litigation pending like in these states, like, I don't think this is appropriate, or, this isn't the right thing to do. I don't remember how I phrased it, but I got into a little bit of a back and forth, and I think it was with Ken Chesebro, where I said, all right, you just get after it, like, I'm out. Matthew Morgan, the Trump campaign general counsel, told the Select Committee that without an official state certificate of ascertainment, the fake electors were, for lack of a better way of saying it, not good or not valid. The Office of White House Counsel also appeared to have expressed concerns with this fake elector plan. In his interview by the Select Committee, White House counsel Pat Cipollone acknowledged his view that by mid-December, the process was done and that his deputy, Pat Philbin, may have advised against the fake elector strategy. In an informal committee interview, Philbin described the fake elector scheme as one of the bad theories that were like whack-a-mole in the White House during this period. Cipollone agreed with this characterization. In her testimony, Cassidy Hutchinson testified that she heard at least one member of the White House counsel's office say that the plan was not legal. Committee staff: to be clear, did you hear the White House counsel's office say that this plan to have alternate electors meet and cast votes for Donald Trump in states that he had lost was not legally sound? Hutchinson: yes, sir. Multiple Republicans who were persuaded to sign the fake certificates also testified that they felt misled or betrayed and would not have done so had they known that the fake votes would be used on January 6th without an intervening court ruling. One elector told the Select Committee that he thought his vote would be strictly contingent. It was a very consistent message that we were told throughout all of that. This is the only reason why we were doing this, is to preserve the integrity of being able to have a challenge. The chairperson of the Wisconsin fake electors, who was also at the time chairman of the Wisconsin Republican Party, insisted in testimony to the Select Committee that he was told that these would only count if a court ruled in our favor, and that he wouldn't have supported anyone using the Trump electors' votes without a court ruling. Despite the fact that all major election lawsuits thus far had failed, President Trump and his co-conspirators in this effort, including John Eastman and Kenneth Chesebro, pressed forward with the fake elector scheme. Ultimately, these false electoral slates, 5 of which purported to represent the duly elected Electoral College votes for their states, were transmitted to executive branch officials at the National Archives and to the legislative branch, including to the office of the President of the Senate, Vice President Mike Pence. The fake electors followed Chesebro's step-by-step instructions for completing and mailing the fake certificates to multiple officials in the U.S. government, complete with registered mail stickers and return address labels identifying senders like Arizona Republican Party and the Georgia Republican Party. The Wisconsin Republican Party's fake certificates apparently weren't properly delivered, however, so the Trump campaign arranged to fly them to Washington just before the joint session on January 6th and try to deliver them to the Vice President via Senator Ron Johnson and Representative Mike Kelly's offices. Both Johnson and Kelly's offices attempted to do so, but Vice President Pence's aide refused the delivery. Despite pressure from President Trump, Vice President Pence and the Senate parliamentarian refused to recognize or count the unofficial fake electoral votes. Greg Jacob testified that he advised Vice President Pence on January 2nd that none of the slates that had been sent in would qualify as an alternate slate under the law and that the Senate parliamentarian was in agreement with this conclusion. In addition to this plan to create and transmit fake electoral slates, Donald Trump was also personally and substantially involved in multiple efforts to pressure state election officials and state legislatures to alter official lawful election results. As U.S. District Judge Carter stated in his June 7, 2022 opinion, Dr. Eastman's actions in these few weeks, in December 2020, indicate that his and President Trump's pressure campaign to stop the electoral count did not end with Vice President Pence. It targeted every tier of federal and state elected officials. Convincing state legislatures to certify competing electors was essential to stop the count and ensure President Trump's re-election. Judge Carter also explained that Dr. Eastman and President Trump's plan to disrupt the joint session was fully formed and actionable as early as December 7, 2020. Chapter 2 of this report provides substantial detail on many of President Trump's specific efforts to apply pressure to state officials and legislators. We provide a few examples here. During a January 2, 2021 call, President Trump pressured Georgia's Republican Secretary of State Brad Raffensperger to find 11,780 votes. During that call, President Trump asserted conspiracy theories about the election that Department of Justice officials had already debunked. President Trump also made a thinly veiled threat to Raffensperger and his attorney about his failures to respond to President Trump's demands. That's a criminal offense. That's a big risk to you and to Ryan, your lawyer. I'm notifying you that you're letting it happen. Judge Carter drew these conclusions. Mr. Raffensperger debunked the president's allegations point by point and explained that the data you have is wrong. However, President Trump still told him, I just want to find 11,780 votes. President Trump's repeated pleas for Georgia Secretary of State Raffensperger clearly demonstrate that his justification was not to investigate fraud, but to win the election. Taken together, this evidence demonstrates that President Trump likely knew the Electoral Count plan had no factual justification. The plan not only lacked factual basis, but also legal justification. That call to Raffensperger came on the heels of President Trump's repeated attacks on Raffensperger, election workers, and other public servants about President Trump's loss in the election. A month earlier, the Georgia Secretary of State's Chief Operating Officer, Gabriel Sterling, had given this explicit public warning to President Trump and his team, a warning that the Select Committee has determined President Trump apparently saw and disregarded. It has all gone too far. All of it. A 20-something tech in Gwinnett County today has death threats and a noose put out, saying he should be hung for treason because he was transferring a report on batches from an EMS to a county computer so he could read it. It has to stop. Mr. President, you have not condemned these actions or this language. Senators, you have not condemned this language or these actions. This has to stop. We need you to step up. And if you're going to take a position of leadership, show some. My boss, Secretary Raffensperger, his address is out there. They have people doing caravans in front of their house. They've had people come onto their property. Tricia, his wife of 40 years, is getting sexualized threats through her cell phone. It has to stop. This is elections. This is the backbone of democracy. And all of you who have not said a damn word are complicit in this. It's too much. What you don't have the ability to do, and you need to step up and say this, is stop inspiring people to commit potential acts of violence. Someone's going to get hurt. Someone's going to get shot. Someone's going to get killed. The stark warning was entirely appropriate and prescient. In addition to the examples Sterling identified, President Trump and his team were also fixated on Georgia election workers Ruby Freeman and Wandrea Shea Moss. He and Giuliani mentioned Freeman repeatedly in meetings with state legislators, at public rallies, and in the January 2nd call with Raffensperger. Referring to a video clip, Giuliani even accused Freeman and Moss of trading USB drives to affect votes as if they were vials of heroin or cocaine. This was completely bogus. It was not a USB drive, it was a ginger mint. After their contact information was published, Trump supporters sent hundreds of threats to the women and even showed up at Freeman's home. As Freeman testified to the Select Committee, President Trump and his followers' conduct had a profound impact on her life. She left her home based on advice from the FBI and wouldn't move back for months. As she explained, I've lost my sense of security, all because a group of people, starting with number 45, Donald Trump, and his ally Rudy Giuliani, decided to scapegoat me and my daughter Shay to push their own lies about how the presidential election was stolen. The treatment of Freeman and Moss was callous, inhumane, and inexcusable. Rudolph Giuliani and others with responsibility should be held accountable. In Arizona, a primary target of President Trump's pressure and ire was House Speaker Russell "Rusty" Bowers, a longtime Republican who had served 17 years in the state legislature. Throughout November and December, Bowers spoke to President Trump, Giuliani, and members of Giuliani's legal team, in person or on the phone. During these calls, President Trump and others alleged that the results in Arizona were affected by fraud and asked that Bowers consider replacing presidential electors for Biden with electors for Trump. Bowers demanded proof for the claims of fraud, but never got it. At one point, after Bowers pressed Giuliani on the claims of fraud, Giuliani responded, "We've got lots of theories, we just don't have the evidence." Bowers explained to Giuliani, "You are asking me to do something against my oath, and I will not break my oath." President Trump and his supporters' intimidation tactics affected Bowers too. Bowers' personal cell phone and home address were doxed, leading demonstrators to show up at his home and shout insults until police arrived. One protester who showed up at his home was armed and believed to be a member of an extremist militia. Another hired a truck with a defamatory and profane allegation that Bowers, a deeply religious man, was a pedophile and drove it through Bowers' neighborhood. This, again, is the conduct of thugs and criminals, each of whom should be held accountable. In Michigan, President Trump focused on Republican Senate Majority Leader Mike Shirkey and Republican House Speaker Lee Chatfield. He invited them to the White House for a November 20, 2020 meeting during which President Trump and Giuliani, who joined by phone, went through a litany of false allegations about supposed fraud in Michigan's election. Chatfield recalled President Trump's more generic directive for the group to have some backbone and do the right thing, which he understood to mean overturning the election by naming Michigan's Electoral College electors for Trump. Shirkey told President Trump that he wouldn't do anything that would violate Michigan law, and after the meeting ended, issued a joint statement with Chatfield. "We have not yet been made aware of any information that would change the outcome of the election in Michigan, and as legislative leaders, we will follow the law and follow the normal process regarding Michigan's electors, just as we have said throughout this election." When President Trump couldn't convince Shirkey and Chatfield to change the outcome of the election in Michigan during that meeting or in calls after, he or his team maliciously tweeted out Shirkey's personal cell phone number and a number for Chatfield that turned out to be wrong. Shirkey received nearly 4,000 text messages after that, and another private citizen reported being inundated with calls and texts intended for Chatfield. None of Donald Trump's efforts ultimately succeeded in changing the official results in any state. That these efforts had failed was apparent to Donald Trump and his co-conspirators well before January 6th. By January 6th, there was no evidence at all that a majority of any state legislature would even attempt to change its electoral votes. This past October, U.S. District Court Judge David Carter issued a further ruling relating to one of President Trump's lawsuits in Georgia. Judge Carter applied the crime fraud exception to attorney-client privilege again and identified potential criminal activity related to a knowingly false representation by Donald Trump to a federal court. He wrote, "The emails show that President Trump knew that the specific numbers of voter fraud were wrong, but continued to tout those numbers, both in court and in public." As John Eastman wrote in an email on December 31, 2020, President Trump was made aware that some of the allegations and evidence proffered by the experts in a verified state court complaint was inaccurate. Dr. Eastman noted that with that knowledge, President Trump could not accurately verify a federal court complaint that incorporated by reference the inaccurate state court complaint. "I have no doubt that an aggressive DA or U.S. attorney someplace will go after both the president and his lawyers once all the dust settles on this." Despite this specific warning, President Trump and his attorneys ultimately filed the complaint with the same inaccurate numbers without rectifying, clarifying, or otherwise changing them. And President Trump personally signed a verification swearing under oath that the incorporated inaccurate numbers are true and correct or believed to be true and correct to the best of his knowledge and belief. The numbers were not correct, and President Trump and his legal team knew it. Efforts to corrupt the Department of Justice. In the weeks after the 2020 election, Attorney General Barr advised President Trump that the Department of Justice had not seen any evidence to support Trump's theory that the election was stolen by fraud. Acting Attorney General Jeffrey Rosen and his deputy repeatedly reinforced to President Trump that his claims of election fraud were false when they took over in mid-December. Also in mid-December 2020, Attorney General Barr announced his plans to resign. Between that time and January 6th, Trump spoke with Acting Attorney General Jeff Rosen and Acting Deputy Richard Donahue repeatedly, attempting to persuade them and the Department of Justice to find factual support for his stolen election claims and thereby to assist his efforts to reverse election results. As Rosen publicly testified, between December 23rd and January 3rd, the president either called me or met with me virtually every day, with one or two exceptions, like Christmas Day. As discussed earlier, Justice Department investigations had demonstrated that the stolen election claims were false. Both Rosen and Donahue told President Trump this comprehensively and repeatedly. One of those conversations occurred on December 27th, when President Trump called Rosen to go through a stream of allegations about the election. Donahue described that call as an escalation of the earlier conversations they had. Initially, President Trump called Rosen directly. When Donahue joined the call, he sought to make it clear to the president that these allegations were simply not true. So, the president went through the allegations in what for me was a 90-minute conversation or so, and what for the former attorney AG was a 2-hour conversation. As the president went through them, I went piece by piece to say, no, that's false, that is not true, and to correct him really in a serial fashion as he moved from one theory to another. The president raised, among others, debunked claims about voting machines in Michigan, a truck driver who allegedly moved ballots from New York to Pennsylvania, and a purported election fraud at the State Farm Arena in Georgia. None of the allegations were credible, and Rosen and Donahue said so to the president. At one point during the December 27th call in which Donahue refuted President Trump's fraud allegations, Donahue recorded in handwritten notes a request President Trump made specifically to him and Acting Attorney General Rosen. Just say the election was corrupt and leave the rest to me and the Republican congressman. Donahue explained, the department had zero involvement in anyone's political strategy, and he wanted us to say that it was corrupt. We told him we were not going to do that. At the time, neither Rosen nor Donahue knew the full extent to which Republican congressmen, including Representative Scott Perry, were attempting to assist President Trump to overturn the election results. The committee's investigation has shown that Congressman Perry was working with one Department of Justice official, Jeffrey Clark, regarding the stolen election claims. Perry was working with Clark and with President Trump and Chief of Staff Mark Meadows with this goal: to enlist Clark to reverse the Department of Justice's findings regarding the election and help overturn the election outcome. After introducing Clark to the president, Perry sent multiple text messages to Meadows between December 26th and December 28th, pressing that Clark be elevated within the department. Perry reminded Meadows that there are only 11 days to 1/6. We got to get going. And as the days went on, one asking, "Did you call Jeff Clark?" Acting Attorney General Rosen first learned about Clark's contact with President Trump in a call on Christmas Eve. On that call, President Trump mentioned Clark to Rosen, who was surprised to learn that Trump knew Clark and had met with him. Rosen later confronted Clark about the contact. "Jeff, anything going on that you think I should know about?" Clark didn't immediately volunteer the fact that he had met with the president, but ultimately acknowledged that he had been at a meeting with the president in the Oval Office, not alone, with other people. Clark was kind of defensive and somewhat apologetic, casting it as that he had had a meeting with Congressman Perry from Pennsylvania and that, to his surprise, or, he hadn't anticipated it, that they somehow wound up at a meeting in the Oval Office. Clark's contact with President Trump violated both Justice Department and White House policies designed to prevent political pressure on the department. While Clark initially appeared apologetic and assured Rosen that it won't happen again, he nevertheless continued to work and meet secretly with President Trump and Congressman Perry. Less than 5 days after assuring Rosen that he would comply with the department's White House contacts policy, Clark told Rosen and Donahue that he had again violated that policy. Donahue confronted him. I reminded him that I was his boss and that I had directed him to do otherwise. Around the same time, Representative Perry called Acting Deputy Attorney General Donahue, criticized the FBI, and suggested that the department hadn't been doing its job. Perry told Donahue that Clark would do something about this. On December 28th, Clark worked with a department employee named Kenneth Klukowski, a political appointee who had earlier worked with John Eastman, to produce a draft letter from the Justice Department to the state legislature of Georgia. That letter mirrored a number of the positions President Trump and Eastman were taking at the time. Although both Clark and Eastman refused to answer questions by asserting their Fifth Amendment right against self-incrimination, evidence shows that Clark and Eastman were in communication in this period leading up to January 6th. The draft letter to Georgia was intended to be one of several department letters to state legislatures in swing states that had voted for Biden. The letter read, "The Department of Justice is investigating various irregularities in the 2020 election for President of the United States." Clark continued, "The department will update you as we are able on investigatory progress, but at this time we have identified significant concerns that may have impacted the outcome of the election in multiple states, including the state of Georgia." This was affirmatively untrue. The department had conducted many investigations of election fraud allegations by that point, but it absolutely did not have significant concerns that fraud may have impacted the outcome of the election in any state. Jeff Clark knew this. Donahue confirmed it again in an email responding to Clark's letter. "We simply do not currently have a basis to make such a statement. Despite dramatic claims to the contrary, we have not seen the type of fraud that calls into question the reported and certified results of the election." The letter also explicitly recommended that Georgia's state legislature should call a special session to evaluate potential election fraud. In light of these developments, the department recommends that the Georgia General Assembly should convene in special session so that its legislators are in a special position to take additional testimony, receive new evidence, and deliberate on the matter consistent with its duties under the U.S. Constitution. Clark's draft letter also referenced the fake electors that President Trump and his campaign organized, arguing falsely that there were currently 2 competing slates of legitimate presidential electors in Georgia. The department believes that in Georgia and several other states, both a slate of electors supporting Joseph R. Biden Jr. and a separate slate of electors supporting Donald J. Trump gathered on December 14, 2020, at the proper location to cast their ballots, and that both sets of those ballots have been transmitted to Washington, D.C., to be opened by Vice President Pence. This, of course, was part of Donald Trump and John Eastman's plan for January 6th. This letter reflects an effort to use the Department of Justice to help overturn the election outcome in Georgia and elsewhere. Rosen and Donahue reacted immediately to this draft letter. "There's no chance that I would sign this letter or anything remotely like this," Donahue wrote. The plan set forth by Clark was not even within the realm of possibility, and Donahue warned that if they sent Clark's letter, it would be a grave step for the department to take, and it could have tremendous constitutional, political, and social ramifications for the country. As Richard Donahue testified when describing his response to Clark's proposed letter, "Well, I had to read both the email and the attached letter twice to make sure I really understood what he was proposing because it was so extreme to me I had a hard time getting my head around it initially. But I read it, and I did understand it for what he intended, and I had to sit down and sort of compose what I thought was an appropriate response. In my response, I explained a number of reasons this is not the department's role to suggest or dictate to state legislatures how they should select their electors. But more importantly, this was not based on fact. This was actually contrary to the facts as developed by department investigations over the last several weeks and months. So I responded to that. And for the department to insert itself into the political process this way, I think would have had grave consequences for the country. It may very well have spiraled into a constitutional crisis. Rosen and Donahue also met with Clark about the letter. Their conversation was a very difficult and contentious one, according to Donahue. What you're proposing is nothing less than the United States Justice Department meddling in the outcome of a presidential election, Donahue admonished Clark, to which Clark indignantly responded, I think a lot of people have meddled in this election. Both Rosen and Donahue refused to sign the letter and confronted Clark with the actual results of the department's investigations. They also permitted Clark access to a classified briefing from the Office of the Director of National Intelligence, ODNI, showing Clark that allegations he made to Rosen and Donahue about foreign interference with voting machines were not true. According to Rosen, the decision to give Clark the briefing at that point was a difficult question because, if he's going to brief the president, I reluctantly think it's probably better that he's heard from Director Ratcliffe than that he not, even if I don't think he should brief the president. But at this point, he's telling me that this is happening whether I agree with it or not. So I let him have that briefing. After Clark received the ODNI briefing, he acknowledged to Donahue that there was nothing in that briefing that would have supported his earlier suspicion about foreign involvement. While Clark then dropped his claims about foreign interference, he continued to press to send the letter to Georgia and other states, despite being told that the Department of Justice investigations had found no fraud sufficient to overturn the election outcome in Georgia or any other states. This was an intentional choice by Jeff Clark to contradict specific department findings on election fraud and purposely insert the department into the presidential election on President Trump's behalf and risk creating or exacerbating a constitutional crisis. By this point, President Trump recognized that neither Rosen nor Donahue would sign the letter or support his false election claims. President Trump and his team then communicated further with Clark and offered him the job of acting attorney general. On January 2nd, Clark told Rosen that he would turn down the president's offer if Rosen reversed his position and signed the letter that he and Klukowski had drafted. The next day, Clark decided to accept and informed Rosen, who then called White House counsel to seek a meeting directly with President Trump. As Rosen put it, I wasn't going to accept being fired by my subordinate, so I wanted to talk to the president directly. On January 3rd, that meeting was convened. Although contemporaneous White House documents suggested that Clark had already been appointed as the acting attorney general, all the participants in the meeting other than Clark and President Trump aggressively opposed Clark's appointment. At that point, Rosen decided to broaden the circle and asked that his subordinates inform all the other Assistant Attorneys General, AAGs, what was afoot. Rosen wanted to know how the AAGs would respond if Jeff Clark was installed as the acting attorney general. Pat Hovakimian, who worked for Rosen, then set up a conference call. The AAGs almost immediately agreed that they would resign if Rosen was removed from office. Rosen, Donahue, and Steve Engel, the Assistant Attorney General for the Office of Legal Counsel, attended the meeting. White House lawyers Pat Cipollone, Eric Hirschman, and Pat Philbin joined as well. When the meeting started, Clark attempted to defend his appointment. Clark declared that this was the last opportunity to sort of set things straight with this defective election, and he had the intelligence, the will, and desire to pursue these matters in the way that the president thought most appropriate. Everyone else present disagreed that Clark could conceivably accomplish these things. White House counsel Pat Cipollone threatened to resign as well, describing Clark's letter as a murder-suicide pact. Cipollone warned that the letter would damage everyone who touches it and no one should have anything to do with it. President Trump asked Donahue and Engel what they would do if Clark took office. Both confirmed they would resign. Steve Engel recalled that the president next asked if he would resign. At some point, I believe Rich Donahue said that senior department officials would all resign if Mr. Clark were put in, and the president turned to me and said, "Steve, you wouldn't resign, would you?" I said, "Well, Mr. President, I've been with you through 4 attorneys general, including 2 acting attorneys general, and I just couldn't be part of this if Mr. Clark were here." And I said, "And I believe that the other senior department officials would resign as well. And Mr. Clark would be here by himself with a hostile building, those folks who remained, and nothing would get done." Donahue added that they would not be the only ones to resign. "You should understand that your entire department leadership will resign," Donahue recalled saying. This included every assistant attorney general. "Mr. President, these aren't bureaucratic leftovers from another administration," Donahue reminded Trump. "You picked them. This is your leadership team." Donahue added, "And what happens if, within 48 hours, we have hundreds of resignations from your Justice Department because of your actions? What does that say about your leadership?" Steve Engel then reinforced Donahue's point, saying that Clark would be leading a graveyard. Faced with mass resignations and recognizing that the breakage could be too severe, Donald Trump decided to rescind his offer to Clark and drop his plans to use the Justice Department to aid in his efforts to overturn the election outcome. The president looked at Clark and said, "I appreciate your willingness to do it. I appreciate you being willing to suffer the abuse. But the reality is, you're not going to get anything done. These guys are going to quit. Everyone else is going to resign. It's going to be a disaster. The bureaucracy will eat you alive. And no matter how much you want to get things done in the next few weeks, you won't be able to get it done, and it's not going to be worth the breakage." Evidence gathered by the committee also suggests that President Trump offered Sidney Powell the position of special counsel for election-related matters during a highly charged White House meeting on December 18, 2020. White House lawyers vehemently opposed Powell's appointment, and it also was not ultimately made formal. End of Executive Summary Part 5. Executive Summary Part 6 of Final Report of the Select Committee to investigate the January 6th attack on the United States Capitol by House January 6 Select Committee. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Summoning a mob to Washington and knowing they were angry and armed, instructing them to march to the Capitol. In the early morning hours of December 19th, shortly after the contentious December 18th White House meeting with Sidney Powell and others, Donald Trump sent a tweet urging his supporters to travel to Washington for January 6th. In that tweet, President Trump attached false allegations that the election was stolen and promised a wild time on January 6th. This Twitter invitation was followed by over a dozen other instances in which he used Twitter to encourage supporters to rally for him in Washington, D.C. on January 6th. The committee has assembled detailed material demonstrating the effects of these communications on members of far-right extremist groups like the Proud Boys, Oath Keepers, 3%ers, and others, and on individuals looking to respond to their president's call to action. President Trump's supporters believed the election was stolen because they listened to his words, and they knew what he had called them to do: stop the certification of the electoral count. For example, one supporter, Charles Bradford Smith, noted on December 22, 2020, that Trump is asking everyone to go to Washington, D.C. on January 6th to fill the streets on the day that Pence counts up the votes. Derek Salenta posted to Facebook on December 23, 2020 that, "I'll be there January 6th to support the president no matter what happens, because that's the day he called for patriots to show up." By December 31, 2020, Robert Morse believed January 6 stood for the moment when 1776 will commence again because President Trump asked them to "be there, will be wild." Kenneth Grayson predicted what would eventually happen on January 6th, when on December 23, 2020, he wrote on Facebook that President Trump called people to Washington, D.C. through his December 19th tweet and then added, If Trump tells us to storm the fucking Capitol, I'ma do that then. Some demonstrated their inspiration for January 6th by circulating flyers, which proclaimed #Occupy Congress over images of the United States Capitol. Robert Geiswein, a Coloradan affiliated with 3%ers who was among the first to breach the Capitol, said that he came to Washington, D.C. to keep President Trump in. Chapter 8 of this report documents how the Proud Boys led the attack, penetrated the Capitol, and led hundreds of others inside. Multiple Proud Boys reacted immediately to President Trump's December 19th tweet and began their planning. Immediately, Proud Boys leaders reorganized their hierarchy, with Enrique Tarrio, Joseph Biggs, and Ethan Nordine messaging groups of Proud Boys about what to expect on January 6th. Tarrio created a group chat known as the Ministry of Self-Defense for hand-selected Proud Boys whom he wanted to organize and direct plans for January 6th. On social media, Tarrio referenced revolt and revolution and conspicuously asked, "What if we invade it?" on Telegram. As of December 29, 2020, Tarrio told the group the events on January 6th would be centered around the Capitol. At the time of publication of this report, prosecutions of certain Proud Boys are ongoing. To date, one Proud Boy has pled guilty to seditious conspiracy and other Proud Boys have pled guilty to other crimes, including conspiracy to obstruct Congress. Jeremy Bertino, a Proud Boy who pled guilty to seditious conspiracy, admitted that he understood from internal discussions among the Proud Boys that in the lead-up to January 6, the willingness to resort to unlawful conduct increasingly included a willingness to use and promote violence to achieve political objectives. Moreover, Bertino believed that the 2020 election had been stolen and, as January 6, 2021 approached, believed that dramatic measures, including violence, were necessary to prevent Congress from certifying the Electoral College vote on January 6, 2021. Bertino made his views in this regard known publicly, as well as in private discussion with MOSD leadership. Bertino understood from his discussions with MOSD leadership that they agreed that the election had been stolen, that the purpose of traveling to Washington, D.C. on January 6, 2021 was to stop the certification of the Electoral College vote, and that the MOSD leaders were willing to do whatever it would take, including using force against police and others, to achieve that objective. As set out in Bertino's plea agreement, members of MOSD openly discussed plans for potential violence at the Capitol, and members of MOSD leadership were discussing the possibility of storming the Capitol. Bertino believed that storming the Capitol would achieve the group's goal of stopping Congress from certifying the Electoral College vote. Bertino understood that storming the Capitol or its grounds would be illegal and would require using force against police or other government officials. Another Proud Boy who has pled guilty to conspiracy and assault charges, Charles Donahoe, understood that the Proud Boys planned to storm the Capitol. Donahoe, a Proud Boys local chapter leader from North Carolina, was aware as early as January 4, 2021, that members of MOSD leadership were discussing the possibility of storming the Capitol. Donahoe believed that storming the Capitol would achieve the group's goal of stopping the government from carrying out the transfer of presidential power. The Department of Justice has charged a number of Oath Keepers with seditious conspiracy. Specifically, the government alleges that, after the presidential election, Elmer Stewart Rhodes III conspired with his co-defendants, introduced below, and other co-conspirators, known and unknown to the grand jury, to oppose by force the lawful transfer of presidential power. A jury agreed, convicting Stewart Rhodes and Kelly Meggs, the leader of the Florida Oath Keepers chapter, of seditious conspiracy. The jury also convicted Rhodes and Meggs, as well as fellow Oath Keepers Jessica Watkins, Kenneth Harrelson, and Thomas Caldwell, of other serious felonies for their actions on January 6th. Meggs celebrated the December 19th tweet, sending an encrypted signal message to Florida Oath Keepers that President Trump wants us to make it wild, that's what he's saying, He called us all to the Capitol and wants us to make it wild. Gentlemen, we are headed to D.C., pack your shit. Similarly, Oathkeeper Joshua James, who pleaded guilty to seditious conspiracy, told Oathkeepers that there was now a national call to action for D.C. January 6th, following President Trump's words. Stuart Rhodes, the Oathkeepers' founder, felt that the time for peaceful protest is over after December 19th and, according to the government, urged President Trump to use military force to stop the unlawful transfer of presidential power, describing January 6, 2021, as a hard constitutional deadline to do so. Rhodes created an invitation-only signal group chat titled DC Op January 6, 21 on December 30, 2020, which he and other Oathkeepers, like Meggs and James, used to plan for January 6th, including by creating a quick reaction force of firearms to be stashed in Virginia. Multiple members of the Oathkeepers have pleaded guilty to seditious conspiracy. Brian Ulrich started planning for January 6th right after President Trump sent out his December 19th tweet. The Department of Justice summarized Ulrich's communications as follows. Ulrich messaged the Oathkeepers of Georgia Signal group chat. Trump acts now, maybe a few hundred radicals die trying to burn down cities. Trump sits on his hands, Biden wins. Millions die resisting the death of the First and Second Amendment. On December 20, 2020, an individual in the Oathkeepers of Georgia Signal group chat, who later traveled with Ulrich to Washington, D.C., and breached the Capitol grounds with Ulrich on January 6, 2021, messaged, January 6th, the Great Reset, America or not. The Justice Department's statement of offense for Oathkeeper Joshua James provided these details. In advance of and on January 6, 2021, James and others agreed to take part in the plan developed by Rhodes to use any means necessary, up to and including the use of force, to stop the lawful transfer of presidential power. In the weeks leading up to January 6, 2021, Rhodes instructed James and other co-conspirators to be prepared, if called upon, to report to the White House grounds to secure the perimeter and use lethal force if necessary against anyone who tried to remove President Trump from the White House, including the National Guard or other government actors who might be sent to remove President Trump as a result of the presidential election. The former president's call also galvanized 3%ers to act. A group known as the 3%ers Original sent a message to its members on December 16, 2020, noting they stand ready and are standing by to answer the call from our president should the need arise to combat the pure evil that is conspiring to steal our country away from the American people through the 2020 presidential election. After President Trump's tweet, the group put out another letter instructing any member who can attend to participate on January 6 because the President of the United States has put out a general call for the patriots of this nation to gather in Washington, D.C. Other 3%er groups also responded. Alan Hostetter and Russell Taylor led a group of 3%ers calling themselves the California Patriots D.C. Brigade, who have been charged with conspiracy to obstruct Congress because they organized to fight to keep President Trump in power on January 6th after President Trump's December 19th tweet inspired them to come to Washington, D.C. On December 19th, Hostetter posted on Instagram, President Trump tweeted that all patriots should descend on Washington, D.C. on Wednesday, 1/6/2021. This is the date of the joint session of Congress in which they will either accept or reject the fake, phony, stolen Electoral College votes. Between December 19th and January 6th, Hostetter, Taylor, and other members of the California Patriots, D.C. Brigade, exchanged messages and posted to social media about bringing gear, including weaponry like hatchets, bats, or large metal flashlights, and possibly firearms, and about being ready and willing to fight like it was 1776. Taylor even spoke in front of the Supreme Court on January 5, 2021, explaining that patriots would not return to our peaceful way of life until this election is made right. On December 29, 2020, Taylor exclaimed, "I personally want to be on the front steps and be one of the first ones to breach the doors." Similarly, members of the Florida Guardians of Freedom, 3%, sent around a flyer on December 24, 2020, saying they were responding to the call from President Donald J. Trump to assist in the security, protection, and support of the people as we all protest the fraudulent election and reestablish liberty for our nation. Their leader, Jeremy Liggett, posted a meme to Facebook stating that 3% will show in record numbers in D.C. and put out a safety video instructing people that they could bring an expandable metal baton, a walking cane, and a folding knife to Washington, D.C. on January 6th. Several have been arrested for participating in the violence around the tunnel on January 6th. When interviewed by the FBI on March 31, 2021, Danny Rodriguez, a 3%er from California who tased Officer Michael Fanone in the neck as rioters tried to break through a door on the west side of the Capitol, reflected on his decision to go to Washington, D.C. "Trump called us to D.C. and he's calling for help. I thought he was calling for help. I thought we were doing the right thing. We thought we were going to hit it like a civil war. There was going to be a big battle. I thought that the main fight, the main battle, was going to be in D.C. because Trump called everyone there." These groups were not operating in silos. Meggs bragged on Facebook that following President Trump's December 19th tweet, he had formed an alliance between the Oath Keepers, the Florida 3%ers, and the Proud Boys to work together to shut this shit down. On December 19th, Meggs called Enrique Tarrio and they spoke for more than 3 minutes. 3 days later, Meggs messaged Liggett, echoing his excitement about the December 19th tweet and specifically referencing the seat of Congress. "He called us all to the Capitol and wants us to make it wild." Liggett said, "I will have a ton of men with me," and Meggs replied that "we have made contact with PB, Proud Boys, and they always have a big group. Force multiplier, I figure we could splinter off the main group of PB and come up behind them. Fucking crush them for good." Aside from Meggs, Stewart brought in at least one local militia leader and 3%ers into the Oath Keepers' January 6th planning chats that came about following President Trump's tweet. Even on January 6th, rioters referenced the tweet. An unknown rioter was caught on video as they ascended the Capitol steps saying, "He said it was going to be wild. He didn't lie." MPD body-worn cameras captured Cale Clayton around 3:15 p.m. as he taunted officers from under the scaffolding. "Your fucking president told us to be here. You should be on this side, right here, going with us. You are an American citizen. Your fucking president told you to do that. You too, all of you guys. That tweet was for you guys, for us, for you." As January 6th neared, intelligence emerged indicating that January 6th was likely to be violent, and specifically that the Capitol was a target. On January 3rd, an intelligence summary informed Department of Justice officials of plans to occupy the Capitol and invade the Capitol on January 6th. This summarized a Site Intelligence Group report about the online rhetoric focused on the 6 Jan event. Some of the reporting includes calls to occupy federal buildings, intimidating Congress, and invading the Capitol building. The email also quoted WUSA 9 local reporting. One of the websites used for encouraging the event was encouraging attendees to bring guns. Acting Deputy Attorney General Richard Donahue testified, "And we knew that if you have tens of thousands of very upset people showing up in Washington, D.C., that there was potential for violence." At the same time, a Defense Department official predicted on a White House National Security Council call that violence could be targeted at the Capitol on January 6th. According to Chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, General Mark Milley. "So during these calls, I only remember a hindsight because he was almost like clairvoyant." Deputy Secretary of Defense Norquist said during one of these calls, "The greatest threat is a direct assault on the Capitol. I'll never forget it." Likewise, documentation received by the committee from the Secret Service demonstrates a growing number of warnings both that January 6th was likely to be violent and specifically that the Capitol would likely be the target, including intelligence directly regarding the Proud Boys and Oath Keepers militia groups. Even 2 weeks ahead of January 6th, the intelligence started to show what could happen. On December 22, 2020, the FBI received a screenshot of an online chat among Oath Keepers, seemingly referring to the state capitals besieged by protesters across the country earlier that year. If they were going to go in, then they should have went all the way. There is only one way. It is not signs, it's not rallies, it's fucking bullets, one user replied. A public source emailed the Secret Service a document titled, "Armed and Ready, Mr. President," on December 24th, which summarized online comments responding to President Trump's December 19th tweet. Protesters should start marching into the chambers, one user wrote. Trump can't exactly openly tell you to revolt, another replied. This is the closest he'll ever get. I read the president's tweet as armed, someone said. There is not enough cops in D.C. to stop what is coming, replied yet another. Be already in place when Congress tries to get to their meeting, the comments continued, and make sure they know who to fear. Waiting for Trump to say the word, a person said, and this is what Trump expects, exclaimed another. Capitol Police's head of intelligence, Jack Donahue, got the same compilation from a former colleague at the New York Police Department on December 28, 2020. On December 26, 2020, the Secret Service received a tip about the Proud Boys detailing plans to have a large enough group to march into D.C. armed that will outnumber the police so they can't be stopped. Their plan is to literally kill people, the informant stated. Please take this tip seriously. On December 29, 2020, Secret Service forwarded related warnings to Capitol Police that pro-Trump demonstrators were being urged to occupy federal buildings, including marching into the Capitol building and making them quake in their shoes by our mere presence. Civilians also tipped off Capitol Police about people bringing weapons to besiege the Capitol. One tipster, who had tracked online far-right extremism for years, emailed Capitol Police warning, I've seen countless tweets from Trump supporters saying they will be armed, and I've also seen tweets from people organizing to storm the Capitol on January 6th. On December 29, 2020, Secret Service forwarded related warnings to Capitol Police that pro-Trump demonstrators were being urged to occupy federal building, including marching into the Capitol building and making them quake in their shoes by our mere presence. Indeed, a Secret Service intelligence briefing on December 30th entitled March for Trump highlighted the president's Will Be Wild tweet alongside hashtags #WeAreTheStorm, #1776Rebel, and #Occupy Capitals, writing, President Trump supporters have proposed a movement to occupy Capitol Hill. On January 1, 2021, a lieutenant in the intelligence branch at D.C. Police forwarded a civilian tip about a website planning terroristic behavior on January 6th during the rally to Capitol Police intelligence. There are detailed plans to storm federal buildings, including the Capitol in D.C. on January 6th, the tipster reported, linking to the Donald.win. On January 2, 2021, the FBI discovered a social media posting that read, This is not a rally and it's no longer a protest. This is a final stand. Many are ready to die and take back #USA, and don't be surprised if we take back the #Capitol building. On January 3, 2021, a Parler user's post under the name 1776 2.0 Minuteman, noting, after Weds, we are going to need a new Congress, and January 6 may actually be their members of Congress' last day in office, reached the FBI and Capitol Police. The FBI field office in Norfolk, Virginia issued an alert to law enforcement agencies on January 5th titled, Potential for Violence in Washington, D.C. area in connection with planned Stop the Steal protest on 6 January 2021, which noted, an online thread discussed specific calls for violence to include stating, Be ready to fight. Congress needs to hear glass breaking, doors being kicked in, and blood being spilled. Get violent. Stop calling this a march or rally or a protest. Go there ready for war. We get our president or we die. Nothing else will achieve this goal. In addition, the alert copied perimeter maps of the Capitol and caravan pictures that were posted on the Donald.win, particularly worrying that the caravans had the same colors as the sections of the perimeter of the Capitol. Secret Service also knew about caravans planning to come to D.C. to occupy the Capitol. That same day, representatives from DHS, FBI, D.C.'s Homeland Security and Emergency Management Agency, Secret Service, D.C. Police, and Capitol Police shared a website, Red State Secession, which had a post titled, "Why the Second American Revolution Starts Jan 6." A user asked visitors to post where they could find the home addresses of Democratic congressmen and political enemies and asked if any of our enemies will be working in offices in D.C. that afternoon. What are their routes to and from the event? The post continued. The crowd will be looking for enemies. A Secret Service open source unit flagged an account on the Donald.win that threatened to bring a sniper rifle to a rally on January 6th. The user also posted a picture of a handgun and rifle with the caption, "Sunday Gun Day providing Overwatch January 6th will be wild." The Secret Service learned from the FBI on January 5th about right-wing groups establishing armed quick reaction forces in Virginia, where they could amass firearms illegal in D.C. Trump supporters staged there, waiting across the river to respond to calls for help. The Oath Keepers were such a group. President Trump's closest aides knew about the political power of sites like the Donald.win, which is where much of this violent rhetoric and planning happened. On December 30, 2020, Jason Miller, a senior advisor to and former spokesman for the former president, texted Chief of Staff Mark Meadows a link to the Donald.win, adding, "I got the base fired up." The link connected to a page with comments like, "Gallows don't require electricity. If the filthy commie maggots try to push their fraud through, there will be hell to pay. And Congress can certify Trump the winner or leave in a body bag." Symbolic gallows were constructed on January 6th at the foot of the Capitol. After President Trump's signal, his supporters did not hide their plans for violence at the Capitol, and those threats made their way to national and local law enforcement agencies. As described in this report, the intelligence agencies did detect this planning, and they shared it with the White House and with the U.S. Secret Service. Testimony from White House staff also suggests real concerns about the risk of violence as January 6th approached. Cassidy Hutchinson, for example, testified about a conversation she had with her boss, Mark Meadows, on January 2nd. "I went into Mark's office, and he was still on his phone. I said to Mark, 'Rudy Giuliani said these things to me. What's going on here? Anything I should know about?' He was, like, looking at his phone. He was like, 'Oh, it's all about the rally on Wednesday. Isn't that what he was talking to you about?' I said, 'Yeah, sounds like we're going to the Capitol.' He said, 'Yeah, are you talking with Tony?' 'I'm having a conversation, sir.' He said, still looking at his phone, I remember he was scrolling. He was like, 'Yeah, things might get real bad on the 6th. And I remember saying to him, 'What do you mean?' He was like, 'I don't know. There's just going to be a lot of people here, and there's a lot of different ideas right now. I'm not really sure of everything that's going on. Let's just make sure we keep tabs on it.'" Hutchinson also testified about a conversation she had with Director of National Intelligence Ratcliffe. He expressed to me that he was concerned that it could spiral out of control and potentially be dangerous, either for our democracy or the way that things were going for the 6th. End of Executive Summary Part 6. Executive Summary Part 7 of Final Report of the Select Committee to Investigate the January 6th Attack on the United States Capitol by House January 6th Select Committee. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Hope Hicks texted Trump campaign spokesperson Hogan Gidley in the midst of the January 6th violence, explaining that she had suggested several times on the preceding days, January 4th and January 5th, that President Trump publicly state that January 6th must remain peaceful and that he had refused her advice to do so. Her recollection was that Hirschman earlier advised President Trump to make a preemptive public statement in advance of January 6th, calling for no violence that day. No such statement was made. The District of Columbia Homeland Security Office explicitly warned that groups were planning to occupy the Capitol to halt the vote. We got derogatory information from OSINT suggesting that some very, very violent individuals were organizing to come to D.C., and not only were they organized to come to D.C., but these non-aligned groups were aligning. And so all the red flags went up at that point, When you have armed militia, collaborating with white supremacy groups, collaborating with conspiracy theory groups online, all toward a common goal, you start seeing what we call in, terrorism, a blended ideology, and that's a very, very bad sign. Then when they were clearly not just across one platform, but across multiple platforms of these groups coordinating, not just like chatting. Hey, how's it going? What's the weather like where you're at? But like, what are you bringing? What are you wearing? Where do we meet up? Do you have plans for the Capitol? That's operational. That's like pre-operational intelligence, right? And that is something that's clearly alarming. Again, this type of intelligence was shared, including obvious warnings about potential violence prior to January 6th. What was not shared and was not fully understood by intelligence and law enforcement entities is what role President Trump would play on January 6th in exacerbating the violence and later refusing for multiple hours to instruct his supporters to stand down and leave the Capitol. No intelligence collection was apparently performed on President Trump's plans for January 6th, nor was there any analysis performed on what he might do to exacerbate potential violence. Certain Republican members of Congress who were working with Trump and the Giuliani team may have had insight on this particular risk, but none appear to have alerted the Capitol Police or any other law enforcement authority. On January 2nd, 2021, Katrina Pearson wrote in an email to fellow rally organizers, POTUS expectations are to have something intimate at the Ellipse and call on everyone to march to the Capitol. And on January 4th, 2021, another rally organizer texted Mike Lindell, the MyPillow CEO, that President Trump would unexpectedly call on his supporters to march to the Capitol. This stays only between us. It can also not get out about the march because I will be in trouble with the National Park Service and all the agencies, but POTUS is going to just call for it unexpectedly. Testimony obtained by the committee also indicates that President Trump was specifically aware that the crowd he had called to Washington was fired up and angry on the evening of January 5th. Judd Deere, a deputy White House press secretary, recalled a conversation with President Trump in the Oval Office on the evening of January 5th. Judd Deere: I said he should focus on policy accomplishments. I didn't mention the 2020 election. Committee staff: okay, what was his response? Deere: he acknowledged that and said, we've had a lot, something along those lines, but didn't. He fairly quickly moved to how fired up the crowd is or was going to be. Committee staff: okay, what did he say about it? Deere: just that they were fired up. They were angry. They feel like the election's been stolen, that the election was rigged, that he went on and on about that for a little bit. Testimony indicated that President Trump was briefed on the risk of violence on the morning of the 6th before he left the White House. Cassidy Hutchinson provided this testimony. Vice Chair Cheney: so, Ms. Hutchinson, is it your understanding that Mr. Ornato told the president about weapons at the rally on the morning of January 6th? Hutchinson: that is what Mr. Ornato relayed to me. The head of President Trump's security detail, Bobby Engel, told the Select Committee that when he shared critical information with White House Deputy Chief of Staff Anthony Ornato, it was a means of conveying that information with the Oval Office. So, when it came to passing information to Mr. Ornato, My assumption was that it would get to the Chief of Staff, Mark Meadows, or that he was sharing the information with the Chief. I don't, and the filtering process, or if the Chief thinks it needs to get to the President, then he would share it with the President. Also, Engel confirmed that if information would come to my attention, whether it was a protective intelligence issue or a concern or, primarily, I would make sure that the information got filtered up through the appropriate chain, usually through Mr. Ornato. So if I received a report on something that was happening in the D.C. area, I'd either forward that information to Mr. Ornato or call him about that information or communicate in some way. The Select Committee also queried Deputy Chief of Staff Ornato this November about what he generally would have done in this sort of situation, asking him the following. Generally, you receive information about things like the groups that are coming, the stuff that we talked earlier. You would bring that to Mr. Meadows and likely did here, although you don't have a specific recollection? Ornato responded, "That is correct, sir." Ornato also explained to the committee that, in my normal daily functions, in my general functions as my job, I would have had a conversation with him about all the groups coming in and what was expected from the Secret Service. As for the morning of January 6th itself, he had the following answer. Committee staff, do you remember talking to Chief of Staff Mark Meadows about any of your concerns about the threat landscape going into January 6th? Ornato, I don't recall. However, in my position, I would have made sure he was tracking the demos, which he received a daily brief, presidential briefing. So he most likely was getting all this in his daily brief as well. I wouldn't know what was in his intelligence brief that day, but I would have made sure that he was tracking these things and just mentioned, hey, are you tracking the demos? If he gave me a, yeah, I don't recall it today, but I'm sure that was something that took place. Ornato had access to intelligence that suggested violence at the Capitol on January 6th, and it was his job to inform Meadows and President Trump of that. Although Ornato told us that he did not recall doing so, the Select Committee found multiple parts of Ornato's testimony questionable. The Select Committee finds it difficult to believe that neither Meadows nor Ornato told President Trump, as was their job, about the intelligence that was emerging as the January 6th rally approached. Hours before the Ellipse rally on January 6th, the fact that the assembled crowd was prepared for potential violence was widely known. In addition to intelligence reports indicating potential violence at the Capitol, weapons and other prohibited items were being seized by police on the streets and by Secret Service at the magnetometers for the Ellipse speech. Secret Service confiscated a haul of weapons from the 28,000 spectators who did pass through the magnetometers, 242 canisters of pepper spray, 269 knives or blades, 18 brass knuckles, 18 tasers, 6 pieces of body armor, 3 gas masks, 30 batons or blunt instruments, and 17 miscellaneous items like scissors, needles, or screwdrivers. And thousands of others purposely remained outside the magnetometers or left their packs outside. Others brought firearms. 3 men in fatigues from Broward County, Florida brandished AR-15s in front of Metropolitan Police officers on 14th Street and Independence Avenue on the morning of January 6th. MPD advised over the radio that one individual was possibly armed with a Glock at 14th and Constitution Avenue, and another was possibly armed with a rifle at 15th and Constitution Avenue around 11:23 a.m. The National Park Service detained an individual with a rifle between 12 and 1 p.m. Almost all of this was known before Donald Trump took the stage at the Ellipse. By the time President Trump was preparing to give his speech, he and his advisors knew enough to cancel the rally. And he certainly knew enough to cancel any plans for a march to the Capitol. According to testimony obtained by the Select Committee, President Trump knew that elements of the crowd were armed and had prohibited items, and that many thousands would not pass through the magnetometers for that reason. Testimony indicates that the president had received an earlier security briefing, and testimony indicates that the Secret Service mentioned the prohibited items again as they drove President Trump to the Ellipse. Cassidy Hutchinson was with the president backstage. Her contemporaneous text messages indicate that President Trump was effing furious about the fact that a large number of his supporters would not go through the magnetometers. Cassidy Hutchinson. But the crowd looks good from this vantage point. As long as we get the shot, he was fucking furious. Tony Ornato. He doesn't get it that the people on the monument side don't want to come in. They can see from there and don't want to come in. They can see from there and don't have to go through mags. With 30K magged inside. Cassidy Hutchinson. That's what was relayed several times and in different iterations. Cassidy Hutchinson. Poor Max got chewed out. Cassidy Hutchinson. He also kept mentioning an off-the-record trip to Capitol before he took the stage. Tony Ornato. Bobby will tell him no. It's not safe to do. No assets available to safely do it. And Hutchinson described what President Trump said as he prepared to take the stage. When we were in the off-stage announce area tent behind the stage, he was very concerned about the shot, meaning that the photograph we would get because the rally space wasn't full. One of the reasons, which I've previously stated, was because he wanted it to be full and for people to not feel excluded because they had come far to watch him at the rally. And he felt the mags were at fault for not letting everybody in. But another leading reason, and likely the primary reasons, is because he wanted it full and he was angry that we weren't letting people through the mags with weapons. What the Secret Service deemed as weapons, and are our weapons. But when we were in the offstage announce tent, I was a part of a conversation. I was in the vicinity of a conversation where I overheard the president say something to the effect of, "I don't effing care that they have weapons. They're not here to hurt me. Take the effing mags away. Let my people in. They can march to the Capitol from here. Let the people in. Take the effing mags away." The Secret Service special agent who drove the president after his speech told the Select Committee that Trump made a similar remark in the vehicle when his demand to go to the Capitol was refused. Essentially that Trump did not believe his supporters posed a security risk to him personally. Minutes after the exchange that Hutchinson described, when President Trump took the stage, he pointedly expressed his concern about the thousands of attendees who would not enter the rally area and instructed Secret Service to allow that part of the crowd to enter anyway. I'd love to have if those tens of thousands of people would be allowed. The military, the Secret Service, and we want to thank you and the police law enforcement. Great, you're doing a great job, but I'd love if they could be allowed to come up here with us. Is that possible? Can you just let them come up, please? Although President Trump and his advisors knew of the risk of violence, and knew specifically that elements of the crowd were angry and some were armed, from intelligence and law enforcement reports that morning, President Trump nevertheless went forward with the rally, and then specifically instructed the crowd to march to the Capitol. Because you'll never take back our country with weakness. You have to show strength and you have to be strong. We have to come to demand that Congress do the right thing and only count the electors who have been lawfully slated. Much of President Trump's speech was improvised. Even before his improvisation, during the review of President Trump's prepared remarks, White House lawyer Eric Hirschman specifically requested that if there were any factual allegations, someone needed to independently validate or verify the statements. And in the days just before January 6th, Hirschman chewed out John Eastman and told him he was out of his effing mind to argue that the vice president could be the sole decision maker as to who becomes the next president. Hirschman told us, "I so berated him that I believed that the theory would not go forward." But President Trump made that very argument during his speech at the Ellipse and made many false statements. Hirschman attended that speech, but walked out during the middle of it. President Trump's speech to the crowd that day lasted more than an hour. The speech walked through dozens of known falsehoods about purported election fraud. And Trump again made false and malicious claims about Dominion voting systems. As discussed earlier, he again pressured Vice President Mike Pence to refuse to count lawful electoral votes, going off script repeatedly, leading the crowd to believe falsely that Pence could and would alter the election outcome. And I just spoke to Mike. I said, "Mike, that doesn't take courage. What takes courage is to do nothing. That takes courage. and then we're stuck with a president who lost the election by a lot, and we have to live with that for 4 more years. We're just not going to let that happen. When you catch somebody in a fraud, you're allowed to go by very different rules. So I hope Mike has the courage to do what he has to do, and I hope he doesn't listen to the rhinos and the stupid people that he's listening to. This characterization of Vice President Pence's decision had a direct impact on those who marched to and approached the Capitol, as illustrated by this testimony from a person convicted of crimes committed on January 6th. So this woman came up to the side of us, and she says, "Pence folded." So it was kind of like, okay. Well, in my mind, I was thinking, well, that's it, you know. Well, my son-in-law looks at me and he says, "I want to go in." Trump used the word peacefully, written by speechwriters, one time, but he delivered many other scripted and unscripted comments that conveyed a very different message. Because you'll never take back our country with weakness. You have to show strength and you have to be strong. We have come to demand that Congress do the right thing and only count the electors who have been lawfully slated. And we fight. We fight like hell. And if you don't fight like hell, you're not going to have a country anymore. Trump also was not the only rally speaker to do these things. Giuliani, for instance, also said, "Let's have trial by combat." Likewise, Eastman used his 2 minutes on the ellipse stage to make a claim already known to be false, that corrupted voting machines stole the election. The best indication of the impact of President Trump's words, both during the ellipse speech and beforehand, are the comments from those supporters who attended the ellipse rally and their conduct immediately thereafter. Video clips show several of the attendees on their way to the Capitol or shortly after they arrived. "I'm telling you what, I'm hearing that Pence just caved. No, is that true? I didn't hear it. I'm hearing reports that Pence caved. No way. I'm telling you, if Pence caved, we're going to drag motherfuckers through the streets. You fucking politicians are going to get fucking drugged through the streets. Yes, I guess the hope is that there's such a force here that Pence will decide to do the right thing, according to Trump. Pence voted against Trump." Interviewer: "Okay, and that's when all this started?" "Yup, that's when we marched on the Capitol." "We just heard that Mike Pence is not going to reject any fraudulent electoral votes." Other speaker: "Boo, you're a traitor, boo. That's right, you've heard it here first. Mike Pence has betrayed the United States of America." Other speaker: "Boo, fuck you, Mike Pence. Mike Pence has betrayed this president and he has betrayed the people of the United States and we will never ever forget." Cheers. Question: What % of the crowd is going to the Capitol? Answer: Oathkeeper Jessica Watkins: 100%. It has spread like wildfire that Pence has betrayed us, and everybody's marching on the Capitol. All million of us. It's insane. Another criminal defendant, charged with assaulting an officer with a flagpole and other crimes, explained in an interview why he went to the Capitol and fought. Dale Huddle: "We were not there illegally. We were invited there by the president himself. Trump's backers had been told that the election had been stolen." Reporter Megan Hickey: "But do you think he encouraged violence?" Dale Huddle: "Well, I stood there, with 500,000 people listening to his speech, and in that speech, both Giuliani and Trump said we were going to have to fight like hell to save our country. Now, whether it was a figure of speech or not, it wasn't taken that way." Reporter Megan Hickey: "You don't take it as a figure of speech?" Dale Huddle: "No. President Trump concluded his speech at 1:10 p.m. Among other statements from the ellipse podium, President Trump informed the crowd that he would be marching to the Capitol with them. "Now, it is up to Congress to confront this egregious assault on our democracy. And after this, we're going to walk down, and I'll be there with you. We're going to walk down. Anyone you want, but I think right here, we're going to walk down to the Capitol, and we're going to cheer on our brave senators and congressmen and women, and we're probably not going to be cheering so much for some of them." Hutchinson testified that she first became aware of President Trump's plans to attend Congress's session to count votes on or about January 2nd. She learned this from a conversation with Giuliani. It's going to be great. The president's going to be there. He's going to look powerful. He's going to be with the members. He's going to be with the senators. Evidence also indicates that multiple members of the White House staff, including White House lawyers, were concerned about the president's apparent intentions to go to the Capitol. After he exited the stage, President Trump entered the presidential SUV and forcefully expressed his intention that Bobby Engel, the head of his Secret Service detail, direct the motorcade to the Capitol. The committee has now obtained evidence from several sources about the furious interaction in the SUV. The vast majority of witnesses who have testified before the Select Committee about this topic, including multiple members of the Secret Service, a member of the Metropolitan Police, and national security officials in the White House, describe President Trump's behavior as irate, furious, insistent, profane, and heated. Hutchinson heard about the exchange secondhand and related what she heard in our June 28, 2022 hearing from Ornato, as did another witness, a White House employee with national security responsibilities, who shared that Ornato also recounted to him President Trump's irate behavior in the presidential vehicle. Other members of the White House staff and Secret Service also heard about the exchange after the fact. The White House employee with national security responsibilities gave this testimony. Committee staff: but it sounds like you recall some rumor or some discussion around the West Wing about the president's anger about being told that he couldn't go to the Capitol. Is that right? Employee: so Mr. Ornato said that he was angry that he couldn't go right away. In the days following that, I do remember, hearing again how angry the president was when, they were in the limo. But beyond specifics of that, that's pretty much the extent of the cooler talk. The committee has regarded both Hutchinson and the corroborating testimony by the White House employee with national security responsibilities as earnest and has no reason to conclude that either had a reason to invent their accounts. A Secret Service agent who worked on one of the details in the White House and was present in the Ellipse motorcade had this comment. Committee staff: Ms. Hutchinson has suggested to the committee that you sympathized with her after her testimony and believed her account. Is that accurate? Special agent: yeah, that's accurate. I have no reason. We became friends. I worked every day with her for 6 months. Yeah, she became a friend of mine. We had a good working relationship. I have no reason. She's never done me wrong. She's never lied that I know of. The committee's principal concern was that the president actually intended to participate personally in the January 6th efforts at the Capitol, leading the attempt to overturn the election either from inside the House chamber, from a stage outside the Capitol, or otherwise. The committee regarded those facts as important because they are relevant to President Trump's intent on January 6th. There is no question from all the evidence assembled that President Trump did have that intent. As it became clear that Donald Trump desired to travel to the Capitol on January 6th, a White House security official in the White House complex became very concerned about his intentions. To be completely honest, we were all in a state of shock. I think the actual physical feasibility of doing it, and then we also knew what that implicated and what that meant, that this was no longer a rally, that this was going to move to something else if he physically walked to the Capitol. I don't know if you want to use the word insurrection, coup, whatever. We all knew that this would move from a normal, democratic, public event into something else. President Trump continued to push to travel to the Capitol even after his return to the White House, despite knowing that a riot was underway. Kayleigh McEnany, the White House press secretary, spoke with President Trump about his desire to go to the Capitol after he returned to the White House from the Ellipse. So to the best of my recollection, I recall him saying that he wanted to physically walk and be a part of the march, and then saying that he would ride the beast if he needed to, ride in the presidential limo. Later in the afternoon, Mark Meadows relayed to Cassidy Hutchinson that President Trump was still upset that he would not be able to go to the Capitol that day. As he told Hutchinson, the president wasn't happy that Bobby Engel didn't pull it off for him and that Mark didn't work hard enough to get the movement on the books. End of Executive Summary Part 7. Executive Summary Part 8 of Final Report of the Select Committee to investigate the January 6th attack on the United States Capitol by House January 6th Select Committee. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. 187 minutes. Trump's dereliction of duty. Just after 1 p.m., Vice President Pence, serving as President of the Senate under Article 1 of the Constitution, gavelled the Congress into its joint session. President Trump was giving a speech at the Ellipse, which he concluded at 1:10 p.m. For the next few hours, an attack on our Capitol occurred, perpetuated by Trump supporters, many of whom were present at the Ellipse for President Trump's speech. More than 140 Capitol and Metropolitan Police were injured, some very seriously. A perimeter security line of Metropolitan Police intended to secure the Capitol against intrusion broke in the face of thousands of armed rioters, more than 2,000 of whom gained access to the interior of the Capitol building. A woman who attempted to forcibly enter the chamber of the House of Representatives through a broken window while the House was in session was shot and killed by police guarding the chamber. Vice President Pence and his family were at risk, as were those Secret Service professionals protecting him. Congressional proceedings were halted, and legislators were rushed to secure locations. From the outset of the violence and for several hours that followed, people at the Capitol, people inside President Trump's administration, elected officials of both parties, members of President Trump's family, and Fox News commentators sympathetic to President Trump all tried to contact him to urge him to do one singular thing. One thing that all of these people immediately understood was required: instruct his supporters to stand down and disperse, to leave the Capitol. As the evidence overwhelmingly demonstrates, President Trump specifically and repeatedly refused to do so, for multiple hours, while the mayhem ensued. Chapter 8 of this report explains in meticulous detail the horrific nature of the violence taking place that was directed at law enforcement officers at the Capitol and that put the lives of American lawmakers at risk. Yet in spite of this, President Trump watched the violence on television from a dining room adjacent to the Oval Office, calling senators to urge him to help delay the electoral count, but refusing to supply the specific help that everyone knew was unequivocally required. As this report shows, when Trump finally did make such a statement at 4:17 p.m., after hours of violence, the statement immediately had the expected effect. The rioters began to disperse immediately and leave the Capitol. To fully understand the president's behavior during those hours, now commonly known as the 187 minutes, it is important to understand the context in which it occurred. As outlined in this report, by the afternoon of January 6th, virtually all of President Trump's efforts to overturn the outcome of the 2020 election had failed. Virtually all the lawsuits had already been lost. Vice President Mike Pence had refused Trump's pressure to stop the count of certain electoral votes. State officials and legislators had refused to reverse the election outcomes in every state where Trump and his team applied pressure. The Justice Department's investigations of alleged election fraud had all contradicted Trump's allegations. The only factor working in Trump's favor that might succeed in materially delaying the counting of electoral votes for President-elect Biden was the violent crowd at the Capitol. And for much of the afternoon of January 6th, it appeared that the crowd had accomplished that purpose. Congressional leaders were advised by Capitol Police at one or more points during the attack that it would likely take several days before the Capitol could safely be reopened. By the time the president's speech concluded, the lawlessness at the United States Capitol had already begun, but the situation was about to get much worse. By 1:25 p.m., President Trump was informed that the Capitol was under attack. Minutes after arriving back at the White House, the president ran into a member of the White House staff and asked if they had watched his speech on television. "Sir, they cut it off because they're rioting down at the Capitol," the employee said. The president asked what they meant by that. "They're rioting down there at the Capitol," the employee said. "Oh, really?" the president asked. "All right, let's go see." A photograph taken by the White House photographer, the last one permitted until later in the day, captures the moment the president was made aware of the violent uprising at the Capitol. Not long thereafter, as thousands of Trump supporters from the ellipse speech continued to arrive at the Capitol, the D.C. Metropolitan Police Department declared a riot at the Capitol at 1:49 p.m., the same time Capitol Police Chief Stephen Sun informed the D.C. National Guard that there was a dire emergency on Capitol Hill and requested the immediate assistance of as many National Guard troops as possible. No photographs exist of the president for the remainder of the afternoon until after 4 p.m. President Trump appears to have instructed that the White House photographer was not to take any photographs. The Select Committee also was unable to locate any official records of President Trump's telephone calls that afternoon. And the President's official daily diary contains no information for this afternoon between the hours of 1:19 p.m. and 4:03 p.m., at the height of the worst attack on the seat of the United States Congress in over 2 centuries. The Select Committee did, however, obtain records from non-official sources that contained data of some phone calls President Trump made that afternoon. Even though he was placing lots of calls that afternoon, according to his personal assistant, the Select Committee was given no records of any calls from the president to security or law enforcement officials that afternoon, and that absence of data is consistent with testimony of witnesses who would have knowledge of any such calls, who said that he did not do so. Based on testimony from President Trump's close aides, we know that President Trump remained in the dining room adjacent to the Oval Office for the rest of the afternoon until after 4:03 p.m. In fact, from cellular telephone records, it appears that at 1:39 p.m. and 2:03 p.m., after being informed of the riot at the Capitol, President Trump called his lawyer, Rudolph Giuliani. These calls lasted approximately 4 minutes and 8 minutes, respectively. And Press Secretary Kayleigh McEnany testified that President Trump also called a number of senators. The number of names of all such members of Congress is unknown, although Senator Mike Lee, Republican, Utah, received one such outgoing call from the president within the hour that followed. At 1:49 p.m., just as the D.C. Metropolitan Police officially declared a riot and the Capitol Police were calling for help from the National Guard to address the crisis, President Trump sent a tweet with a link to a recording of his speech at the Ellipse. At about that point, White House counsel Pat Cipollone became aware of the Capitol riot. The committee collected sworn testimony from several White House officials, each with similar accounts. The president's White House counsel, Pat Cipollone, testified that he raced downstairs and went to the Oval Office dining room as soon as he learned about the violence at the Capitol, likely just around or just after 2 p.m. Cipollone knew immediately that the president had to deliver a message to the rioters, asking them to leave the Capitol. Here's how he described this series of events. The first time I remember going downstairs was when people had breached the Capitol. But I went down with Deputy White House Counsel Pat Philbin, and I remember we were both very upset about what was happening, and we both wanted, action to be taken related to that. But we went down to the Oval Office, we went through the Oval Office, and we went to the back where the president was. I think he was already in the dining room. I can't talk about conversations with the president. I think I was pretty clear there needed to be an immediate and forceful response, statement, public statement, that people need to leave the Capitol now. Cipollone also left little doubt that virtually everyone among senior White House staff had the same view. There were a lot of people in the White House that day. Senior people who, felt the same way that I did and who were working very hard to achieve that result. There were, I think Ivanka was one of them, and Eric Hirschman was there, Pat Philbin was there, and a number of other people. Many people suggested it. Many people felt the same way. I'm sure I had conversations with Mark Meadows about this during the course of the day and expressed my opinion very forcefully that this needs to be done. Likewise, senior staff cooperated to produce a message for the president with a note card which read, "Anyone who entered the Capitol illegally, struck through, without proper authority should leave immediately." The president declined to make the statement. Cipollone also made it clear that the advice they were giving to the president never changed throughout this 3-hour period. Trump refused to do what was necessary. Committee staff. It sounds like you, from the very onset of violence at the Capitol right around 2 o'clock, were pushing for a strong statement that people should leave the Capitol. Is that right? Cipollone. I was, and others were as well. Cassidy Hutchinson, who worked closely with Mark Meadows and sat directly outside his office, confirmed this account and described several additional details. I see Pat Cipollone barreling down the hallway towards our office, and he rushed right in, looked at me, said, "Is Mark in his office?" And I said, "Yes." And on a normal day he would have said, "Can I pop in?" Or, "Is he talking to anyone?" Or, "Is it an appropriate time for me to go chat with him?" And myself or Eliza would go let him in or tell him no. But after I had said yes, he just looked at me and started shaking his head and went over, opened Mark's office door, stood there with the door propped open, and said something to the... Mark was still sitting on his phone. I remember, glancing in, he was still sitting on his phone. And I remember Pat saying to him something to the effect of, "The rioters have gotten to the Capitol, Mark. We need to go down and see the president now." And Mark looked up at him and said, "He doesn't want to do anything, Pat." And Pat said something to the effect of, and very clearly said this to Mark, something to the effect of, "Mark, something needs to be done, or people are going to die and the blood's going to be on your effing hands. This is getting out of control. I'm going down there." The Select Committee believes that the entire White House senior staff was in favor of a presidential statement specifically instructing the violent rioters to leave. But President Trump refused. White House counsel Pat Cipollone answered certain questions from the Select Committee on this subject as follows. Vice Chair Cheney: "And when you talked about others on the staff thinking more should be done, or thinking that the president needed to tell people to go home, who would you put in that category?" Cipollone: "Well, I would put Pat Philbin, Eric Hirschman, overall, Mark Meadows, Ivanka, once Jared got there, Jared, General Kellogg. I'm probably missing some, but those are, Kaylee I think was there, but I don't, Dan Scavino." Vice Chair Cheney: "And who on the staff did not want people to leave the Capitol?" Cipollone: "On the staff?" Vice Chair Cheney: "In the White House?" Cipollone: "I can't think of anybody on that day who didn't want people to get out of the Capitol particularly once the violence started. No, I mean..." Mr. Schiff: "What about the president?" Vice Chair Cheney: "Yeah." Consultation between Mr. Cipollone and his counsel. Cipollone: "Yeah, I can't reveal communications, but obviously I think, yeah." The testimony of a White House employee with national security responsibilities also corroborated these facts. This employee testified about a conversation between Pat Cipollone and Eric Hirschman, in which Hirschman indicated that the president did not want to do anything to halt the violence. The employee told the Select Committee that he overheard Hirschman saying something to the effect of, "The president didn't want anything done." Deputy Press Secretary Judd Deere also testified to the Select Committee that as soon as it was clear that the Capitol's outer perimeter had been breached, he urged that the president make a statement telling the rioters to go home. Committee staff: "And so what did you do at that point?" Judd Deere: "If I recall, I went back up to Press Secretary Kaylee McEnany's office and indicated that we now likely needed to say something." Committee staff: "Okay, and why did you think it was necessary to say something?" Deere: "Well, it appears that individuals are storming the U.S. Capitol building. They also appear to be supporters of Donald Trump, who may have been in attendance at the rally. We're going to need to say something." Committee staff: "And did you have a view as to what should be said by the White House?" Deere: "If I recall, I told Kaylee that I thought that we needed to encourage individuals to stop, to respect law enforcement, and to go home. And it was incumbent upon us to encourage those individuals, should they be supporters of ours, to stop." Testimony from both Deputy Press Secretary Matthews and White House counsel Cipollone indicated that it would have been easy and nearly instantaneous for Trump to make a public statement insisting that the crowd disperse. As Matthews explained, he could have done so in under a minute. It would take probably less than 60 seconds from the Oval Office dining room or the press briefing room. And for folks that might not know, the briefing room is the room that you see the White House press secretary do briefings from with the podium and the blue backdrop. And there is a camera that is on in there at all times. And so, if the president had wanted to make a statement and address the American people, he could have been on camera almost instantly. Cipollone also shared that assessment. Committee staff: would it have been possible at any moment for the president to walk down to the podium in the briefing room and talk to the nation at any time between when you first gave him that advice at 2 o'clock and 4:17 when the video statement went out? Would that have been possible? Cipollone: would it have been possible? Committee staff: yes. Cipollone: yes, it would have been possible. At 2:13 p.m., rioters broke into the Capitol and flooded the building. As the violence began to escalate, many Trump supporters and others outside the White House began urgently seeking his intervention. Mark Meadows' phone was flooded with text messages. These are just some of them. 2:32 p.m. from Fox News anchor Laura Ingraham: "Hey Mark, the president needs to tell people in the Capitol to go home." 2:35 p.m. from Mick Mulvaney: "Mark, he needs to stop this, now. Can I do anything to help?" 2:46 p.m. from Rep. William Timmons, Republican, South Carolina: "The president needs to stop this ASAP." 2:53 p.m. from Donald Trump Jr.: "He's got to condemn this shit, ASAP. The Capitol Police tweet is not enough." 3:04 p.m. from Rep. Jeff Duncan, Republican, South Carolina: "POTUS needs to calm this shit down." 3:09 p.m. from former White House Chief of Staff Reince Priebus: "Tell them to go home." 3:13 p.m. from Alyssa Farah Griffin: "POTUS has to come out firmly and tell protesters to dissipate. Someone is going to get killed." 3:15 p.m. from Rep. Chip Roy, Republican, Texas: "Fix this now." 3:31 p.m. from Fox News anchor Sean Hannity: "Can he make a statement? I saw the tweet. Ask people to peacefully leave the Capitol." 3:58 p.m. from Fox News anchor Brian Kilmeade: "Please get him on TV, destroying everything you guys have accomplished." Others on Capitol Hill appeared in the media or otherwise appeared via internet. Representative Mike Gallagher, Republican, Wisconsin, issued a video appealing directly to the president. "Mr. President, you have got to stop this. You are the only person who can call this off. Call it off. The election is over. Call it off." Some members of Congress sent texts to President Trump's immediate staff or took to Twitter, where they knew the president spent time. Senator Bill Cassidy, Republican, Louisiana, issued a tweet: "Real Donald Trump, please appear on TV, condemn the violence, and tell people to disband." Rep. Jamie Herrera Butler, Republican, Washington, sent a text to Mark Meadows: "We need to hear from the president. On TV. I hate that Biden jumped him on it." Republican leader Kevin McCarthy tried repeatedly to reach President Trump, and did at least once. He also reached out for help to multiple members of President Trump's family, including Ivanka Trump and Jared Kushner. Kushner characterized Leader McCarthy's demeanor on the call as scared. Kushner: "I could hear in his voice that he really was nervous, and so, obviously, I took that seriously. And, I didn't know if I'd be able to have any impact, but I said, it's better to at least try. And so like I said, I turned the shower off, threw on a suit, and rushed into the White House as quickly as I could." Committee staff: "Yeah, what did he ask you to do? When you say have an impact, what is it specifically that he needed your help with?" Kushner: "I don't recall a specific ask, just anything you could do. Again, I got the sense that, they were scared." Committee staff: "They, meaning Leader McCarthy and people on the Hill because of the violence?" Kushner: "That he was scared, yes." Kevin McCarthy told Fox News at 3:09 p.m. about his call with the president and elaborated about its contents in a conversation with CBS News' Norah O'Donnell at around 3:30 p.m. O'Donnell: Have you spoken with the president and asked him to perhaps come to the Capitol and tell his supporters it's time to leave? Leader McCarthy: I have spoken to the president. I asked him to talk to the nation and tell them to stop this. O'Donnell: The president invited tens of thousands of people to quote, unquote, stop the steal. I don't know if you heard his more than an hour-long remarks or the remarks of his son, who was the wind-up. It was some heated stuff, Leader McCarthy. I just wonder whether someone is going to accurately call a spade, and I'm giving you the opportunity right now that your precious and beloved United States Capitol and our democracy is witnessing this. Call a spade. Leader McCarthy: I was very clear with the president when I called him. This has to stop, and he's got to go to the American public and tell them to stop this. O'Donnell: Leader McCarthy, the President of the United States has a briefing room steps from the Oval Office. The cameras are hot 24/7, as you know. Why hasn't he walked down and said that now? Leader McCarthy: I conveyed to the President what I think is best to do, and I'm hopeful the President will do it. The committee has evidence from multiple sources regarding the content of Kevin McCarthy's direct conversation with Donald Trump during the violence. Rep. Jamie Herrera Butler, Republican, Washington, to whom McCarthy spoke soon after, relayed more of the conversation between McCarthy and President Trump. And he said to President Trump, You have got to get on TV. You've got to get on Twitter. You've got to call these people off. You know what the president said to him? This is as it's happening. He said, Well, Kevin, these aren't my people. You know, these are Antifa. And Kevin responded and said, No, they're your people. They literally just came through my office windows and my staff are running for cover. I mean, they're running for their lives. You need to call them off. And the president's response to Kevin to me was chilling. He said, Well, Kevin, I guess they're just more upset about the election, theft than you are. Rep. Herrera Butler's account of the incident was also corroborated by former acting White House Chief of Staff Mick Mulvaney, who testified that Leader McCarthy told him several days later that President Trump had said during their call, Kevin, maybe these people are just more angry about this than you are. Maybe they're more upset. Mulvaney was also trying to reach administration officials to urge President Trump to instruct his supporters to leave the Capitol, as were many elected officials in both parties, including Nancy Pelosi and Chuck Schumer, and several Republican members of Congress. As already noted, Cipollone and others in the White House repeatedly urged President Trump to tell his supporters to leave the Capitol. Cipollone described his conversations with Meadows after they failed to convince President Trump to deliver the necessary message. Committee staff: Do you remember any discussion with Mark Meadows with respect to his view that the president didn't want to do anything or was somehow resisting to wanting to say something along the lines that you suggested? Pat Cipollone: Not just to be clear, many people suggested it. Committee staff: Yeah. Cipollone: Not just me. Many people felt the same way. I'm sure I had conversations with Mark about this during the course of the day and expressed my opinion very forcefully that this needs to be done. Committee staff: So your advice was to tell people to leave the Capitol, and that took over 2 hours when there were subsequent statements made, tweets put forth, that in your view were insufficient. Did you continue, Mr. Cipollone, throughout the period of time up until 4/17, you and others, to push for a stronger statement? Cipollone: Yes. Committee staff: At the onset of the violence, when you first notice on television or wherever that rioters have actually breached the Capitol, did you have a conversation with Mark Meadows in which Meadows indicated he doesn't want to do anything, he meaning the president? Cipollone: I had a conversation, I'm sure, with Mark Meadows, I'm sure with other people, of what I thought should be done. Did Mark say that to me? I don't have a recollection of him saying that to me, but he may have said something along the lines. At 2:16 p.m., security records indicate that the vice president was being pulled to a safer location. In an interview with the Select Committee, a White House security official on duty at the White House explained his observations as he listened to Secret Service communications and made contemporaneous entries into a security log. In particular, He explained an entry he made at 2:24 p.m. Committee staff. Okay, the last entry on this page is, service at the Capitol does not sound good right now. Official. Correct. Committee staff. What does that mean? Official. The members of the VP detail at this time were starting to fear for their own lives. There was a lot of yelling, a lot of very personal calls over the radio. So it was disturbing. I don't like talking about it, but there were calls to say goodbye to family members, so on and so forth. It was getting, for whatever the reason was on the ground, the VP detail thought that this was about to get very ugly. Committee staff. And did you hear that over the radio? Official. Correct. Committee staff. Obviously, you've conveyed that's disturbing, but what prompted you to put it into an entry as it states there, service at the Capitol? Official. That they're running out of options, and they're getting nervous. It sounds like we came very close to either service having to use lethal options or worse. At that point, I don't know. Is the VP compromised? Is the detail like we didn't have visibility, but it doesn't, if they're screaming and saying things like, say goodbye to the family, like, the floor needs to know that this is going to a whole another level soon. Also at 2:24 p.m., knowing the riot was underway and that Vice President Pence was at the Capitol, President Trump sent this tweet. Mike Pence didn't have the courage to do what should have been done to protect our country and our Constitution, giving states a chance to certify a corrected set of facts, not the fraudulent or inaccurate ones which they were asked to previously certify. USA demands the truth. End of Executive Summary Part 8. Executive Summary Part 9 of Final Report of the Select Committee to investigate the January 6th attack on the United States Capitol by House January 6th Select Committee. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Evidence shows that the 2:24 p.m. tweet immediately precipitated further violence at the Capitol. Immediately after this tweet, the crowds both inside and outside of the Capitol building violently surged forward. Outside the building, within 10 minutes, thousands of rioters overran the line on the west side of the Capitol that was being held by the Metropolitan Police Force's Civil Disturbance Unit. The first time in history of the D.C. Metro Police that such a security line had ever been broken. Virtually everyone on the White House staff the Select Committee interviewed condemned the 2:24 p.m. tweet in the strongest terms. Deputy National Security Advisor Matthew Pottinger told the Select Committee that the 2:24 p.m. tweet was so destructive that it convinced him to resign as soon as possible. One of my aides handed me a sheet of paper that contained the tweet that you just read. I read it and was quite disturbed by it. I was disturbed and worried to see that the President was attacking Vice President Pence for doing his constitutional duty. So the tweet looked to me like the opposite of what we really needed at that moment, which was a de-escalation. And that is why I had said earlier that it looked like fuel being poured on the fire. So that was the moment that I decided that I was going to resign, that would be my last day at the White House. I simply didn't want to be associated with the events that were unfolding at the Capitol. Deputy Press Secretary Sarah Matthews had a similar reaction. So it was obvious that the situation at the Capitol was violent and escalating quickly. And so I thought that the tweet about the Vice President was the last thing that was needed in that moment. And I remember thinking that this was going to be bad for him to tweet this because it was essentially him giving the green light to these people, telling them that what they were doing at the steps of the Capitol and entering the Capitol was okay, that they were justified in their anger. And he shouldn't have been doing that. He should have been telling these people to go home and to leave and to condemn the violence that we were seeing. And I'm someone who has worked with him, you know. I worked on the campaign, traveled all around the country, going to countless rallies with him, and I have seen the impact that his words have on his supporters. They truly latch on to every word and every tweet that he says. And so, I think that in that moment for him to tweet out the message about Mike Pence, it was him pouring gasoline on the fire and making it much worse. Deputy Press Secretary Judd Deal stated the following. Committee staff. What was your reaction when you saw that tweet? Dear. Extremely unhelpful. Committee staff. Why? Dear. It wasn't the message that we needed at that time. It wasn't going to... The scenes at the U.S. Capitol were only getting worse at that point. This was not going to help that. White House counsel Pat Cipollone told the Select Committee, I don't remember when exactly I heard about that tweet, but my reaction to it is that it's a terrible tweet, and I disagreed with the sentiment, and I thought it was wrong. Likewise, Counselor to the President Hope Hicks texted a colleague that evening, attacking the VP? WTF is wrong with him? At 2:26 p.m., Vice President Pence was again moved to a different location. President Trump had the TV on in the dining room. At 2:38 p.m., Fox News was showing video of the chaos and attack with tear gas filling the air in the Capitol Rotunda. And a newscaster reported, this is a very dangerous situation. This is the context in which Trump sent the tweet. Testimony obtained by the committee indicates that President Trump knew about the rioters' anger at Vice President Pence and indicated something to the effect that the Vice President deserves it. As Cassidy Hutchinson explained, I remember Pat saying something to the effect of, Mark, we need to do something more. They're literally calling for the Vice President to be effing hung. And Mark had responded something to the effect of, you heard him, Pat. He thinks Mike deserves it. He doesn't think they're doing anything wrong. To which Pat said something, this is effing crazy. We need to be doing something more. Briefly stepped into Mark's office, and when Mark had said something to the effect of, he doesn't think they're doing anything wrong, knowing what I had heard briefly in the dining room coupled with Pat discussing the hanging Mike Pence chants in the lobby of our office and then Mark's response, I understood there to be the rioters in the Capitol that were chanting for the Vice President to be hung. Although White House counsel Pat Cipollone was limited in what he would discuss because of privilege concerns, he stated the following. Committee staff, do you remember any discussion at any point during the day about rioters at the Capitol chanting, hang Mike Pence? Cipollone, yes. I remember hearing that, about that, yes. Committee staff, yeah, and Cipollone, I don't know if I observed that myself on TV. I don't remember. Committee staff, I'm just curious. I understand the privilege line you've drawn, but do you remember what you can share with us about the discussion about those chants, the hang Mike Pence chants? Cipollone, I could tell you my view of that. Committee staff, yeah, please. Cipollone, my view of that is outrageous. Committee staff, Cipollone, and for anyone to suggest such a thing as the Vice President of the United States, for people in that crowd to be chanting that, I thought was terrible. I thought it was outrageous and wrong, and I expressed that very clearly to people. Almost immediately after the 2:24 p.m. tweet, Eric Hirschman went upstairs in the West Wing to try to enlist Ivanka Trump's assistance to persuade her father to do the right thing. Ivanka rushed down to the Oval Office dining room. Although no one could convince President Trump to call for the violent rioters to leave the Capitol, Ivanka persuaded President Trump that a tweet could be issued to discourage violence against the police. At 2:38 p.m., President Trump sent this tweet. Please support our Capitol Police and law enforcement. They are truly on the side of our country. Stay peaceful. While some in the meeting invoked executive privilege or failed to recall the specifics, others told us what happened at that point. Sarah Matthews, the White House Deputy Press Secretary, had urged her boss, Kayleigh McEnany, to have the president make a stronger statement. But she informed us that President Trump resisted using the word peaceful in his message. Committee staff. Miss McEnany told us she came right back to the press office after meeting with the president about this particular tweet. What did she tell you about what happened in that dining room? Sarah Matthews. When she got back, she told me that a tweet had been sent out, and I told her that I thought the tweet did not go far enough, that I thought there needed to be a call to action and he needed to condemn the violence. And we were in a room full of people, but people weren't paying attention, and so She looked directly at me and in a hushed tone shared with me that the president did not want to include any sort of mention of peace in that tweet, and it took some convincing on their part, those who were in the room. And she said that there was a back and forth going over different phrases to find something that he was comfortable with. And it wasn't until Ivanka Trump suggested the phrase, "stay peaceful," that he finally agreed to include it. At 3:13 p.m., President Trump sent another tweet, but again declined to tell people to go home. "I'm asking for everyone at the U.S. Capitol to remain peaceful. No violence. Remember, we are the party of law and order. Respect the law and our great men and women in blue. Thank you." Almost everyone, including staff in the White House, also found the president's 2:38 p.m. and 3:13 p.m. tweets to be insufficient because they did not instruct the rioters to leave the Capitol. As mentioned, President Trump's son, Donald Trump Jr., texted Meadows, "He's got to condemn this shit. ASAP. The Capitol Police tweet is not enough." Sean Hannity also texted Mark Meadows, "Can he make a statement? I saw the tweet. Ask people to peacefully leave the Capitol." None of these efforts resulted in President Trump immediately issuing the message that was needed. White House staff had these comments. Pottinger, "Yeah, it was insufficient. I think you could count me among those who was hoping to see an unequivocal strong statement clearing out the Capitol, telling people to stand down, leave, go home. I think that's what we were hoping for." Matthews, "Yeah, so a conversation started in the press office after the president sent out those two tweets that I deemed were insufficient. I thought that we should condemn the violence and condemn it unequivocally. And I thought that he needed to include a call to action and to tell these people to go home." And they were right. Evidence showed that neither of these tweets had any appreciable impact on the violent rioters. Unlike the video message tweet that did not come until 4:17 finally instructing rioters to leave, neither the 2:38 nor the 3:13 tweets made any difference. At some point after 3:05 p.m. that afternoon, President Trump's chief of staff and President Trump himself were informed that someone had been shot. That person was Ashley Babbitt, who was fatally shot at 2:44 p.m. as she and other rioters tried to gain access to the House chamber. There is no indication that this affected the president's state of mind that day, and we found no evidence that the president expressed any remorse that day. Meanwhile, leaders in Congress, including Speaker Pelosi, Senator Schumer, Senator McConnell, and the Vice President, were taking action. They called the Secretary of Defense, the Attorney General, governors and officials in Virginia, Maryland, and the District of Columbia, begging for assistance. President-elect Biden also broadcast a video calling on President Trump to take action. "I call on President Trump to go on national television now to fulfill his oath and defend the Constitution and demand an end to this siege." President Trump could have done this, of course, any time after he learned of the violence at the Capitol. At 4:17 p.m., 187 minutes after finishing his speech, and even longer after the attack began, President Trump finally broadcast a video message in which he asked those attacking the Capitol to leave. "I know your pain. I know you're hurt. We had an election that was stolen from us. It was a landslide election, and everyone knows it, especially the other side. But you have to go home now. We have to have peace." President Trump's deputy press secretary, Sarah Matthews, testified about her reaction to this video message. "He told the people who we had just watched storm our nation's Capitol with the intent on overthrowing our democracy, violently attack police officers, and chant heinous things like, 'Hang Mike Pence.' We love you. You're very special." As a spokesperson for him, I knew that I would be asked to defend that. And to me, his refusal to act and call off the mob that day and his refusal to condemn the violence was indefensible. And so, I knew that I would be resigning that evening. By this time, the National Guard and other additional law enforcement had begun to arrive in force and started to turn the tide of the violence. Many of those attackers in the Capitol saw or received word of President Trump's 4:17 p.m. message, and they understood this message as an instruction to leave. Stephen Ayers testified in front of the Select Committee that, "Well, we were there. As soon as that came out, Everybody started talking about it, and it seemed like it started to disperse, some of the crowd. Obviously, once we got back to the hotel room, we seen that it was still going on, but it definitely dispersed a lot of the crowd. Jacob Chansley, also known as the QAnon shaman, answered President Trump's directive. I'm here delivering the president's message. Donald Trump has asked everybody to go home. Another responded to Chansky. That's our order. Other unknown individuals also listened to President Trump's message while outside the Capitol and responded. He says go home. He says go home. And, yeah, here, he said to go home. At 6:01 p.m., President Trump sent his last tweet of the day, not condemning the violence, but instead attempting to justify it. These are the things and events that happen when a sacred election landslide victory is so unceremoniously and viciously stripped away from great patriots who have been badly and unfairly treated for so long. Go home with love and in peace. Remember this day forever. Staff in President Trump's own White House and campaign had a strong reaction to this message. Sarah Matthews. At that point, I had already made the decision to resign, and this tweet just further cemented my decision. I thought that January 6, 2021 was one of the darkest days in our nation's history, and President Trump was treating it as a celebratory occasion with that tweet. And so, it just further cemented my decision to resign. Tim Murtaugh. I don't think it's a patriotic act to attack the Capitol, but I have no idea how to characterize the people other than they trespassed, destroyed property, and assaulted the U.S. Capitol. I think calling them patriots is let's say, a stretch to say the least. I don't think it's a patriotic act to attack the U.S. Capitol. Pat Cipollone. What happened at the Capitol cannot be justified in any form or fashion. It was wrong and it was tragic, and it was a terrible day. It was a terrible day for this country. Greg Jacob. I thought it was inappropriate. To my mind, it was a day that should live in infamy. At 6:27 p.m., President Trump retired to his residence for the night. As he did, he had one final comment to an employee who accompanied him to the residence. The one takeaway that the president expressed in that moment, following a horrific afternoon of violence and the worst attack against the U.S. Capitol building in over 2 centuries, was this: Mike Pence let me down. President Trump's inner circle was still trying to delay the counting of electoral votes into the evening, even after the violence had been quelled. Rudolph Giuliani tried calling numerous members of Congress in the hour before the joint session resumed, including Rep. Jim Jordan, Republican, Ohio, and Senators Marsha Blackburn, Republican, Tennessee, Tommy Tuberville, Republican, Alabama, Bill Hagerty, Republican, Tennessee, Lindsey Graham, Republican, South Carolina, Josh Hawley, Republican, Missouri, and Ted Cruz, Republican, Texas. His voicemail intended for Senator Tuberville at 7:02 p.m. that evening eventually was made public. Giuliani. Senator Tuberville? Or should I say Coach Tuberville? This is Rudy Giuliani, the president's lawyer. I'm calling you because I want to discuss with you how they're trying to rush this hearing and how we need you, our Republican friends, to try to just slow it down so we can get these legislatures to get more information to you. Reflecting on President Trump's conduct that day, Vice President Pence noted that President Trump had made no effort to contact me in the midst of the rioting or at any point afterward. He wrote that President Trump's reckless words had endangered my family and all those serving at the Capitol. President Trump did not contact a single top national security official during that day. Not at the Pentagon, nor at the Department of Homeland Security, the Department of Justice, the FBI, the Capitol Police Department, or the D.C. Mayor's office. As Vice President Pence has confirmed, President Trump didn't even try to reach his own vice president to make sure that Pence was safe. President Trump did not order any of his staff to facilitate a law enforcement response of any sort. His chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, who is by statute the primary military advisor to the president, had this reaction. General Milley. You know, you're the commander-in-chief. You've got an assault going on the Capitol of the United States of America, and there's nothing, no call, Nothing. Zero. General Milley did, however, receive a call from President Trump's Chief of Staff Mark Meadows that day. Here is how he described the call. He said, "We have to kill the narrative that the Vice President is making all the decisions. We need to establish the narrative, that the President is still in charge and that things are steady or stable, or words to that effect." I immediately interpreted that as politics, politics, politics. Red flag for me, personally. No action, but I remember it distinctly, and I don't do political narratives. Some have suggested that President Trump gave an order to have 10,000 troops ready for January 6th. The Select Committee found no evidence of this. In fact, President Trump's acting Secretary of Defense, Christopher Miller, directly refuted this when he testified under oath. Committee staff. To be crystal clear, there was no direct order from President Trump to put 10,000 troops to be on the ready for January 6th, correct? Miller. No. Yeah, that's correct. There was no order from the President. Later, on the evening of January 6th, President Trump's former campaign manager, Brad Parscale, texted Katrina Pearson, one of President Trump's rally organizers, that the events of the day were the result of a sitting president asking for a civil war, and that this week I feel guilty for helping him win now that a woman is dead. Pearson answered, "You do realize this was going to happen?" Parscale replied, "Yeah, if I was Trump and knew my rhetoric killed someone." It wasn't the rhetoric, Pearson suggested, but Parscale insisted, yes it was. End of Executive Summary Part 9. Executive Summary Part 10 of Final Report of the Select Committee to investigate the January 6th attack on the United States Capitol by House January 6th Select Committee. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The immediate aftermath of January 6th. In the days following January 6th, President Trump's family and staff attempted repeatedly to persuade him not to repeat his election fraud allegations, to concede defeat, and to allow the transition to President Biden to proceed. Trump did make 2 video recordings, which initially appeared contrite, but evidence suggests that these statements were designed at least in part to ward off other potential consequences of January 6th, such as invocation of the 25th Amendment or impeachment. In fact, Minority Leader Kevin McCarthy indicated after the attack, in a discussion with House Republican leaders, that he would ask President Trump to resign. Rep. Cheney: I guess there's a question when we were talking about the 25th Amendment resolution, and you asked what would happen after he's gone. Is there any chance? Are you hearing that he might resign? Is there any reason to think that might happen? Leader McCarthy: I've had a few discussions. My gut tells me no. I'm seriously thinking of having that discussion with him tonight. I haven't talked to him in a couple of days. From what I know of him, you guys all know him too, do you think he'd ever back away? But what I think I'm going to do is I'm going to call him. This is what I think. We know the 25th Amendment resolution will pass the House. I think there's a chance it will pass the Senate even when he's gone. And I think there's a lot of different ramifications for that. Again, the only discussion I would have with him is that I think this will pass, and it would be my recommendation you should resign. Before January 6th, Fox News personality Sean Hannity warned that January 6th could be disastrous. December 31, 2020 text from Sean Hannity to Mark Meadows. We can't lose the entire WH Counsel's office. I do not see January 6th happening the way he is being told. After the 6th, he should announce we'll lead the nationwide effort to reform voting integrity. Go to Florida and watch Joe mess up daily. Stay engaged. When he speaks, people will listen. January 5, 2021 text from Sean Hannity to Mark Meadows. I'm very worried about the next 48 hours. Pence pressure. White House counsel will leave. Sorry, I can't talk right now. On with boss. A member of the Republican Freedom Caucus also warned on December 31, 2020, and on January 1, 2021. The president should call everyone off. It's the only path. If we substitute the will of states through electors with a vote by Congress every 4 years, we have destroyed the Electoral College. Respectfully, if POTUS allows this to occur, we're driving a stake in the heart of the Federal Republic. After January 6th, Hannity worked to persuade President Trump to stop talking about election fraud, proposed that Trump pardon Hunter Biden, and discussed attending the inauguration. 1. No more stolen election talk. 2. Yes, impeachment and 25th Amendment are real, and many people will quit. 3. He was intrigued by the pardon idea. Hunter. 4. Resistant but listened to Pence's thoughts to make it right. 5. Seemed to like attending inauguration talk. Ultimately, President Trump took little of the advice from Hannity and his White House staff. A few days later, Hannity wrote again to Meadows and Jim Jordan. Guys, we have a clear path to land the plane in 9 days. He can't mention the election again, ever. I did not have a good call with him today. And worse, I'm not sure what is left to do or say, and I don't like not knowing if it's truly understood. Ideas? Likewise, despite her many contrary statements, Republican Congresswoman Marjorie Taylor Greene privately texted her concerns on January 6th about a continuing and real threat of violence. Mark, I was just told there is an active shooter on the first floor of the Capitol. Please tell the president to calm people. This isn't the way to solve anything. Donald Trump was impeached on January 13th. In a speech that day, Republican leader Kevin McCarthy made this statement from the House floor, but voted against impeachment. The president bears responsibility for Wednesday's attack on Congress by mob rioters. He should have immediately denounced the mob when he saw what was unfolding. These facts require immediate action by President Trump, accept his share of responsibility, quell the brewing unrest, and ensure President-elect Biden is able to successfully begin his term. The president's immediate action also deserves congressional action, which is why I think a fact-finding commission and a censure resolution would be prudent. Later, McCarthy told members of the House Republican Conference that Trump had acknowledged that he was at least partially responsible for the January 6th attack. I asked him personally today, does he hold responsibility for what happened? Does he feel bad about what happened? He told me he does have some responsibility for what happened, and he need to acknowledge that. Since January 6th, President Trump has continued to claim falsely that the 2020 presidential election was stolen. Not only that, he has urged other politicians to push this argument as well. Representative Mo Brooks has issued a public statement appearing to represent Trump's private views and intentions. President Trump asked me to rescind the 2020 elections, immediately remove Joe Biden from the White House, immediately put President Trump back in the White House, and hold a new special election for the presidency. Referrals to the U.S. Department of Justice Special Counsel and House Ethics Committee. The committee's work has produced a substantial body of new information. We know far more about the president's plans and actions to overturn the election than almost all members of Congress did when President Trump was impeached on January 13, 2021, or when he was tried by the Senate in February of that year. 57 of 100 senators voted to convict President Trump at that time, and more than 20 others condemned the president's conduct and said they were voting against conviction because the president's term had already expired. At the time, the Republican leader of the U.S. Senate said this about Donald Trump. A mob was assaulting the Capitol in his name. These criminals were carrying his banners, hanging his flags, and screaming their loyalty to him. It was obvious that only President Trump could end this. He was the only one who could. House Republican leader Kevin McCarthy, who spoke directly with President Trump during the violence of January 6th, expressed similar views both in private and in public. Privately, Leader McCarthy stated, "But let me be very clear to you, and I have been very clear to the President. He bears responsibility for his words and actions. No ifs, ands, or buts." In public, Leader McCarthy concluded, "The President bears responsibility for Wednesday's attack on Congress by mob rioters."
Today we know that the planning to overturn the election on January 6th was substantially more extensive and involved many other players and many other efforts over a longer time period.
Indeed, the violent attack and invasion of the Capitol and what provoked it are only a part of the story. From the outset of its hearings, the committee has explained that President Trump and a number of other individuals made a series of very specific plans, ultimately with multiple separate elements, but all with one overriding objective: to corruptly obstruct, impede, or influence the counting of electoral votes on January 6th, and thereby overturn the lawful result of the election. The underlying and fundamental feature of that plan was the effort to get one man, Vice President Mike Pence, to assert and then exercise unprecedented and lawless powers to unilaterally alter the actual election outcome on January 6th. Evidence obtained by the committee demonstrates that John Eastman, who worked with President Trump to put that and other elements of the plan in place, knew, even before the 2020 presidential election, that Vice President Pence could not lawfully refuse to count official, certified electoral slates submitted by the governors of the states. Testimony and contemporaneous documentary evidence also indicate that President Trump knew that the plan was unlawful before January 6th. When the Vice President's counsel wrote to Eastman on January 6th to ask whether the latter had informed the President that the Vice President did not have authority to decide the election unilaterally, Eastman responded, "He's been so advised," and added, "But you know him. Once he gets something in his head, it is hard to get him to change course." Many of the other elements of President Trump's plans were specifically designed to create a set of circumstances on January 6th to assist President Trump in overturning the lawful election outcome during Congress's joint session that day. For example, President Trump pressured state legislatures to adopt new electoral slates that Vice President Pence could, unlawfully, count. Trump solicited state officials to find a sufficient number of votes to alter the final count and instructed the Department of Justice to just say that the election was corrupt, plus leave the rest to me and the Republican congressman. President Trump offered the job of acting attorney general to Jeffrey Clark. As our evidence has unequivocally demonstrated, Clark intended to use that position to send a series of letters from the Department of Justice to multiple states falsely asserting that the department had found fraud and urging those states to convene their legislatures to alter their official electoral slates. And President Trump, with the help of the Republican National Committee and others, oversaw an effort to create and transmit to government officials a series of intentionally false electoral slates for Vice President Pence to utilize on January 6th to alter or delay the count of lawful votes. Of course, other elements of the plan complemented these efforts too. As this report documents, President Trump was advised by his own experts and the Justice Department that his election fraud allegations were false, and he knew he had lost virtually all the legal challenges to the election, but he nevertheless engaged in a successful but fraudulent effort to persuade tens of millions of Americans that the election was stolen from him. This effort was designed to convince Americans that President Trump's actions to overturn the election were justified. President Trump then urged his supporters to travel to Washington on January 6 to apply pressure to Congress to halt the count and change the election outcome, explaining to those who were coming to Washington that they needed to take back their country and stop the steal. It is helpful in understanding these facts to focus on specific moments in time when President Trump made corrupt, dishonest, and unlawful choices to pursue his plans. For example, by December 14th, when the Electoral College met and certified Joe Biden's victory, President Trump knew that he had failed in all the relevant litigation. He had been advised by his own experts and the Justice Department that his election fraud claims were false, and he had been told by numerous advisors that he had lost and should concede. But despite his duty as president to take care that the laws are faithfully executed, he chose instead to ignore all of the judicial rulings and the facts before him and push forward to overturn the election. Likewise, in the days and hours before the violence of January 6th, President Trump knew that no state had issued any changed electoral slate. Indeed, Neither President Trump nor his co-conspirators had any evidence that any majority of any state legislature was willing to do so. President Trump also knew that Vice President Pence could not lawfully refuse to count legitimate votes. Despite all of these facts, President Trump nevertheless proceeded to instruct Vice President Pence to execute a plan he already knew was illegal. And then, knowing that a violent riot was underway, President Trump breached his oath of office. Our commander-in-chief refused for hours to take the one simple step that his advisors were begging him to take, to instruct his supporters to disperse, stand down, and leave the Capitol. Instead, fully understanding what had unfolded at the Capitol, President Trump exacerbated the violence with a tweet attacking Vice President Pence. Any rational person who had watched the events that day knew that President Trump's 2:24 p.m. tweet would lead to further violence. It did. And, at almost exactly the same time, President Trump continued to lobby Congress to delay the electoral count. As the evidence demonstrates, the rioters at the Capitol had invaded the building and halted the electoral count. They did not begin to relent until President Trump finally issued a video statement instructing his supporters to leave the Capitol at 4:17 p.m., which had an immediate and helpful effect. Rioters began to disperse. But not before the Capitol was invaded, the election count was halted, feces were smeared in the Capitol, the Vice President and his family and many others were put in danger, and more than 140 law enforcement officers were attacked and seriously injured by mob rioters. Even if it were true that President Trump genuinely believed the election was stolen, this is no defense. No president can ignore the courts and purposely violate the law no matter what supposed justification he or she presents. These conclusions are not the committee's alone. In the course of its investigation, the committee had occasion to present evidence to Federal District Court Judge David Carter, who weighed that evidence against submissions from President Trump's lawyer, John Eastman. Judge Carter considered this evidence in the context of a discovery dispute, specifically whether the committee could obtain certain of Eastman's documents pursuant to the crime-fraud exception of the attorney-client privilege. That exception provides that otherwise privileged documents may lose their privilege if they were part of an effort to commit a crime or a fraud, in this case by President Trump. Judge Carter set out his factual findings, discussing multiple elements of President Trump's multi-part plan to overturn the election, and then addressed whether the evidence, including Eastman's email communications, demonstrated that Trump and Eastman committed crimes. Based on the evidence, Judge Carter explained, the court finds it more likely than not that President Trump corruptly attempted to obstruct the joint session of Congress on January 6, 2021, and more likely than not that President Trump and Dr. Eastman dishonestly conspired to obstruct the joint session of Congress on January 6th. Judge Carter also concluded that President Trump's and Eastman's pressure campaign to stop the electoral count did not end with Vice President Pence. It targeted every tier of federal and state elected officials and was a coup in search of a legal theory. The plan spurred violent attacks on the seat of our nation's government, Judge Carter wrote, and it threatened to permanently end the peaceful transition of power. The U.S. Department of Justice has been investigating and prosecuting persons who invaded the Capitol, engaged in violence, and planned violence on that day. The department has charged more than 900 individuals, and nearly 500 have already been convicted or pleaded guilty as we write. As the committee's investigation progressed through its hearings, public reporting emerged suggesting that the Department of Justice had also begun to investigate several others specifically involved in the events being examined by the committee. Such reports indicate that search warrants had been issued, based on findings of probable cause, for the cell phones of John Eastman, Jeffrey Clark, and Representative Scott Perry. Other reports suggested that the department had impaneled one or more grand juries and was pursuing a ruling compelling several of this committee's witnesses, including Pat Cipollone and Greg Jacob, to give testimony on topics for which President Trump had apparently asserted executive privilege. Recent reporting suggests that a federal district court judge has now rejected President Trump's executive privilege claims in that context. Criminal referrals from a congressional committee are often made in circumstances where prosecutors are not yet known to be pursuing some of the same facts and evidence. This is not the case here. During the course of our investigation, both the U.S. Department of Justice and at least one local prosecutor's office, Fulton County, Georgia, have been actively conducting criminal investigations concurrently with this congressional investigation. In fact, the U.S. Department of Justice has recently taken the extraordinary step of appointing a special counsel to investigate the former president's conduct. The committee recognizes that the Department of Justice and other prosecutorial authorities may be in a position to utilize investigative tools, including search warrants and grand juries, superior to the means the committee has for obtaining relevant information and testimony. Indeed, both the Department of Justice and the Fulton County District Attorney may now have access to witness testimony and records that have been unavailable to the committee, including testimony from President Trump's Chief of Staff Mark Meadows and others who either asserted privileges or invoked their Fifth Amendment rights. The department may also be able to access, via grand jury subpoena or otherwise, the testimony of Republican leader Kevin McCarthy, Representative Scott Perry, Representative Jim Jordan, and others, each of whom appears to have had materially relevant communications with Donald Trump or others in the White House, but who failed to comply with the Select Committee's subpoenas. End of Executive Summary Part 10.
Executive Summary Part 11 of Final Report of the Select Committee to investigate the January 6th attack on the United States Capitol by House January 6th Select Committee. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Taking all these facts into account, and based on the breadth of the evidence it has accumulated, the committee makes the following criminal referrals to the Department of Justice's Special Counsel. 1. Obstruction of an official proceeding, 18 U.S.C. subsection 1512C. Section 1512C2 of Title 18 of the United States Code makes it a crime to corruptly obstruct, influence, or impede any official proceeding, or attempt to do so. Sufficient evidence exists of one or more potential violations of this statute for a criminal referral of President Trump and others. First, there should be no question that Congress's joint session to count electoral votes on January 6th was an official proceeding under Section 1512C. Many federal judges have already reached that specific conclusion. Second, there should be no doubt that President Trump knew that his actions were likely to obstruct, influence, or impede that proceeding. Based on the evidence developed, President Trump was attempting to prevent or delay the counting of lawful certified electoral college votes from multiple states. President Trump was directly and personally involved in this effort, personally pressuring Vice President Pence relentlessly as the joint session on January 6th approached. Third, President Trump acted with a corrupt purpose. Vice President Pence, Greg Jacob, and others repeatedly told the president that the vice president had no unilateral authority to prevent certification of the election. Indeed, in an email exchange during the violence of January 6th, Eastman admitted that President Trump had been advised that Vice President Pence could not lawfully refuse to count votes under the Electoral Count Act, but once he gets something in his head, it's hard to get him to change course. In addition, President Trump knew that he had lost dozens of state and federal lawsuits, and that the Justice Department, his campaign, and his other advisors concluded that there was insufficient fraud to alter the outcome. President Trump also knew that no majority of any state legislature had taken or manifested any intention to take any official action that could change a state's electoral college votes. But President Trump pushed forward anyway. As Judge Carter explained, because President Trump likely knew that the plan to disrupt the electoral count was wrongful, his mindset exceeds the threshold for acting corruptly under subsection 1512C.
Sufficient evidence exists of one or more potential violations of 18 U.S.C. subsection 1512C for a criminal referral of President Trump based solely on his plan to get Vice President Pence to prevent certification of the election at the joint session of Congress. Those facts standing alone are sufficient. But such a charge under that statute can also be based on the plan to create and transmit to the executive and legislative branches fraudulent electoral slates, which were ultimately intended to facilitate an unlawful action by Vice President Pence to refuse to count legitimate, certified electoral votes during Congress's official January 6th proceeding. Additionally, evidence developed about the many other elements of President Trump's plans to overturn the election, including soliciting state legislatures, state officials, and others to alter official electoral outcomes, provides further evidence that President Trump was attempting through multiple means to corruptly obstruct, impede, or influence the counting of electoral votes on January 6th. This is also true of President Trump's personal directive to the Department of Justice to just say that the election was corrupt, plus leave the rest to me and the Republican congressmen. We also stress in particular the draft letter to the Georgia legislature authored by Jeffrey Clark and another Trump political appointee at the Department of Justice. The draft letter embraces many of the same theories that John Eastman and others were asserting in President Trump's effort to lobby state legislatures. White House counsel Pat Cipollone described that letter as a murder-suicide pact, and other White House and Justice Department officials offered similar descriptions. As described herein, that draft letter was intended to help persuade a state legislature to change its certified slate of Electoral College electors based on false allegations of fraud, so Vice President Pence could unilaterally and unlawfully decide to count a different slate on January 6th. The letter was transparently false, improper, and illegal. President Trump had multiple communications with Clark in the days before January 6th, and there is no basis to doubt that President Trump offered Clark the position of acting Attorney General knowing that Clark would send the letter and others like it. Of course, President Trump is also responsible for recruiting tens of thousands of his supporters to Washington for January 6th, and knowing they were angry and some were armed, instructing them to march to the Capitol and fight like hell. And then, while knowing a violent riot was underway, he refused for multiple hours to take the single step his advisors and supporters were begging him to take to halt the violence, to make a public statement instructing his supporters to disperse and leave the Capitol. Through action and inaction, President Trump corruptly obstructed, delayed, and impeded the vote count. In addition, the committee believes sufficient evidence exists for a criminal referral of John Eastman and certain other Trump associates under 18 U.S.C. subsection 1512C. The evidence shows that Eastman knew in advance of the 2020 election that Vice President Pence could not refuse to count electoral votes on January 6th. In the days before January 6th, Eastman warned repeatedly that his plan was illegal and completely crazy and would cause riots in the streets. Nonetheless, Eastman continued to assist President Trump's pressure campaign in public and in private, including in meetings with the Vice President and in his own speech at the Ellipse on January 6th. And even as the violence was playing out at the Capitol, Eastman admitted in writing that his plan violated the law but pressed for Pence to do it anyway. In the immediate aftermath of January 6th, White House lawyer Eric Hirschman told Eastman that he should get a great effing criminal defense lawyer, you're going to need it. Others working with Eastman likely share in Eastman's culpability. For example, Kenneth Chesebro was a central player in the scheme to submit fake electors to the Congress and the National Archives. The committee notes that multiple Republican members of Congress, including Representative Scott Perry, likely have material facts regarding President Trump's plans to overturn the election. For example, many members of Congress attended a White House meeting on December 21, 2020, in which the plan to have the Vice President affect the outcome of the election was disclosed and discussed. Evidence indicates that certain of those members unsuccessfully sought presidential pardons from President Trump after January 6th, as did Eastman, revealing their own clear consciousness of guilt. 2. Conspiracy to defraud the United States, 18 U.S.C. subsection 371. Section 371 of Title 18 of the U.S. Code provides that if two or more persons conspire either to commit any offense against the United States or to defraud the United States, or any agency thereof in any manner or for any purpose, and one or more of such persons do any act to effect the object of the conspiracy, each shall be fined under this title or imprisoned not more than 5 years, or both. The committee believes sufficient evidence exists for a criminal referral of President Trump and others under this statute. First, President Trump entered into an agreement with individuals to obstruct a lawful function of the government, the certification of the election. The evidence of this element overlaps greatly with the evidence of the Section 1512C2 violations, so we will not repeat it at length here. President Trump engaged in a multi-part plan described in this report to obstruct a lawful certification of the election. Judge Carter focused his opinions largely on John Eastman's role, as Eastman's documents were at issue in that case, concluding that the evidence shows that an agreement to enact the electoral count plan likely existed between President Trump and Eastman. But President Trump entered into agreements, whether formal or informal, with several other individuals who assisted with the multi-part plan. With regard to the Department of Justice, Jeffrey Clark stands out as a participant in the conspiracy, as the evidence suggests that Clark entered into an agreement with President Trump that if appointed acting Attorney General, he would send a letter to state officials falsely stating that the Department of Justice believed that state legislatures had a sufficient factual basis to convene to select new electors. This was false. The Department of Justice had reached the conclusion that there was no factual basis to contend that the election was stolen. Again, as with Section 1512C, the conspiracy under Section 371 appears to have also included other individuals such as Chesborough, Rudolph Giuliani, and Mark Meadows, but this committee does not attempt to determine all of the participants of the conspiracy, many of whom refuse to answer this committee's questions. Second, there are several bases for finding that the conspirators used deceitful or dishonest means. For example, President Trump repeatedly lied about the election after he had been told by his advisors that there was no evidence of fraud sufficient to change the results of the election. In addition, the plot to get the vice president to unilaterally prevent certification of the election was manifestly and admittedly illegal, as discussed above. Eastman and others told President Trump that it would violate the Electoral Count Act if the vice president unilaterally rejected electors. Thus, Judge Carter once again had little trouble finding that the intent requirement, deceitful or dishonest means, was met, stating that President Trump, continuing to push that plan despite being aware of its illegality, constituted obstruction by dishonest means under subsection 371. Judge Carter rejected the notion that Eastman's plan, which the president adopted and actualized, was a good faith interpretation of the law, finding instead that it was a partisan distortion of the democratic process. Similarly, both President Trump and Clark had been told repeatedly that the Department of Justice had found no evidence of significant fraud in any of its investigations, but they nonetheless pushed the Department of Justice to send a letter to state officials stating that the department had found such fraud. And Georgia Secretary of State Brad Raffensperger and others made clear to President Trump that they had no authority to find him 11,780 votes, but the president relentlessly insisted that they do exactly that, even to the point of suggesting there could be criminal consequences if they refused. Third, there were numerous overt acts in furtherance of the agreement, including each of the parts of the president's effort to overturn the election. As Judge Carter concluded, President Trump and Eastman participated in numerous overt acts in furtherance of their shared plan. These included, but certainly were not limited to,
direct pleas to the Vice President to reject electors or delay certification, including in Oval Office meetings and the President's vulgar comments to the Vice President on the morning of January 6th. Judge Carter also addressed evidence that President Trump knowingly made false representations to a court. Judge Carter concluded that Eastman's email showed that President Trump knew that the specific numbers of voter fraud cited in a complaint on behalf of President Trump were wrong but continued to tout those numbers both in court and to the public. Judge Carter found that the emails in question were related to and in furtherance of a conspiracy to defraud the United States. In finding that President Trump, Eastman, and others engaged in a conspiracy to defraud the United States under Section 371, Judge Carter relied on the documents at issue, largely consisting of Eastman's own emails, and evidence presented to the court by this committee. This committee's investigation has progressed significantly since Judge Carter issued his first crime fraud ruling in March 2022. The evidence found by this committee and discussed in detail in this report further documents that the conspiracy to defraud the United States under Section 371 extended far beyond the effort to pressure the Vice President to prevent certification of the election. The committee believes there is sufficient evidence for a criminal referral of the multi-part plan described in this report under Section 371, as the very purpose of the plan was to prevent the lawful certification of Joe Biden's election as president. 3. Conspiracy to make a false statement. 18 U.S.C. subsections 371-1001. President Trump, through others acting at his behest, submitted slates of fake electors to Congress and the National Archives. Section 1001 of Title 18 of the United States Code applies, in relevant part, to whoever in any matter within the jurisdiction of the executive, legislative, or judicial branch of the government of the United States knowingly and willfully 1. Falsifies, conceals, or covers up by any trick, scheme, or device a material fact. 2. Makes any materially false, fictitious, or fraudulent statement or representation. Or 3. Makes or uses any false writing or document knowing the same to contain any material false, fictitious, or fraudulent statement or entry. According to the Department of Justice, whether a false statement is criminal under Section 1001 depends on whether there is an affirmative response to each of the following questions. 1. Was the act or statement material? 2. Was the act within the jurisdiction of a department or agency of the United States? 3. Was the act done knowingly and willfully? In addition, and as explained above, 18 U.S.C. subsection 371 makes it a crime to conspire to commit any offense against the United States. The evidence suggests President Trump conspired with others to submit slates of fake electors to Congress and the National Archives. Sufficient evidence exists of a violation of 18 U.S.C. subsections 371 and 1001 for a criminal referral of President Trump and others. As explained earlier and in Chapter 3 of this report, the certifications signed by Trump electors in multiple states were patently false. Vice President Biden won each of those states, and the relevant state authorities had so certified. It can hardly be disputed that the false slates of electors were material, as nothing can be more material to the joint session of Congress to certify the election than the question of which candidate won which states. Indeed, evidence obtained by the committee suggests that those attempting to submit certain of the electoral votes regarded the need to provide that material to Vice President Pence as urgent. There should be no question that Section 1001 applies here. The false electoral slates were provided both to the executive branch, the National Archives, and the legislative branch. The statute applies to any matter within the jurisdiction of the executive, legislative, or judicial branch of the government of the United States. It is well established that false statements to Congress can constitute violations of Section 1001. Finally, the false statement was made knowingly and willfully. There is some evidence suggesting that some signatories of the fake certificates believed that the certificates were contingent to be used only in the event that President Trump prevailed in litigation challenging the election results in their states. That may be relevant to the question whether those electors knowingly and willfully signed a false statement at the time they signed the certifications. But it is of no moment to President Trump's conduct, as President Trump, including acting through co-conspirators such as John Eastman and Kenneth Chesebro, relied on the existence of those fake electors as a basis for asserting that the vice president could reject or delay certification of the Biden electors. In fact, as explained earlier and in Chapter 5 of this report, Eastman's memorandum setting out a 6-step plan for overturning the election on January 6th begins by stating that 7 states have transmitted dual slates of electors to the President of the Senate. The remaining question is who engaged in this conspiracy to make the false statement to Congress under Section 1001. The evidence is clear that President Trump personally participated in a scheme to have the Trump electors meet, cast votes, and send their votes to the joint session of Congress in several states that Vice President Biden won, and then his supporters relied on the existence of these fake electors as part of their effort to obstruct the joint session. Republican National Committee, RNC, Chairwoman Ronna McDaniel testified before this committee that President Trump and Eastman directly requested that the RNC organize the effort to have these fake, i.e. Trump, electors meet and cast their votes. Thus, the committee believes that sufficient evidence exists for a criminal referral of President Trump for illegally engaging in a conspiracy to violate Section 1001. The evidence indicates that he entered into an agreement with Eastman and others to make the false statement, the fake electoral certificates, by deceitful or dishonest means, and at least one member of the conspiracy engaged in at least one overt act in furtherance of the conspiracy, e.g., President Trump and Eastman's call to Ronna McDaniel. 4. Incite, assist, or aid in comfort an insurrection. 18 U.S.C. subsection 2383. Section 2383 of Title 18 of the United States Code applies to anyone who incites, sets on foot, assists, or engages in any rebellion or insurrection against the authority of the United States or the laws thereof, or gives aid or comfort thereto. The committee recognizes that Section 2383 does not require evidence of an agreement between President Trump and the violent rioters to establish a violation of that provision. Instead, the president need only have incited, assisted, or aided and comforted those engaged in violence or other lawless activity in an effort to prevent the peaceful transition of the presidency under our Constitution. A federal court has already concluded that President Trump's statements during his ellipse speech were plausibly words of incitement not protected by the First Amendment. Moreover, President Trump was impeached for incitement of insurrection, and a majority of the Senate voted to convict, with many more suggesting they might have voted to convict had President Trump still been in office at the time. As explained throughout this report and in this committee's hearings, President Trump was directly responsible for summoning what became a violent mob to Washington, D.C., urging them to march to the Capitol, and then further provoking the already violent and lawless crowd with his 2:24 p.m. tweet about the vice president. Even though President Trump had repeatedly been told that Vice President Pence had no legal authority to stop the certification of the election, he asserted in his speech on January 6th that if the vice president comes through for us, that he could deliver victory to Trump. If Mike Pence does the right thing, we win the election. This created a desperate and false expectation in President Trump's mob that ended up putting the vice president and his entourage and many others at the Capitol in physical danger. When President Trump tweeted at 2:24 p.m., he knew violence was underway. His tweet exacerbated that violence. During the ensuing riot, the president refused to condemn the violence or encourage the crowd to disperse despite repeated pleas from his staff and family that he do so. The committee has evidence from multiple sources establishing these facts, including testimony from former White House counsel Pat Cipollone. Although Cipollone's testimony did not disclose a number of direct communications with President Trump in light of concerns about executive privilege, the department now appears to have obtained a ruling that Cipollone can testify before a grand jury about these communications. Based on the information it has obtained, the committee believes that Cipollone and others can provide direct testimony establishing that President Trump refused repeatedly, for multiple hours, to make a public statement directing his violent and lawless supporters to leave the Capitol. President Trump did not want his supporters, who had effectively halted the vote counting, to disperse. Evidence obtained by the committee also indicates that President Trump did not want to provide security assistance to the Capitol during that violent period. This appalling behavior by our Commander-in-Chief occurred despite his affirmative constitutional duty to act to ensure that the laws are faithfully executed. The committee believes that sufficient evidence exists for a criminal referral of President Trump for assisting or aiding and comforting those at the Capitol who engaged in a violent attack on the United States. The committee has developed significant evidence that President Trump intended to disrupt the peaceful transition of power and believes that the Department of Justice can likely elicit testimony relevant to an investigation under Section 2383. For example, Chief of Staff Mark Meadows told White House counsel Pat Cipollone that the president doesn't want to do anything to stop the violence. Worse, at 2:24 p.m., the president inflamed and exacerbated the mob violence by sending a tweet stating that the vice president didn't have the courage to do what should have been done. The president threw gasoline on the fire despite knowing that there was a violent riot underway at the Capitol. Indeed, video and audio footage from the attack shows that many of the rioters specifically mentioned Vice President Pence. And immediately after President Trump sent his tweet, the violence escalated. Between 2:25 p.m. and 2:28 p.m., rioters breached the East Rotunda doors, other rioters breached the police line in the Capitol crypt, Vice President Pence had to be evacuated from his Senate office, and Leader McCarthy was evacuated from his Capitol office. Evidence developed in the committee's investigation showed that the president, when told that the crowd was chanting, "Hang Mike Pence," responded that perhaps the vice president deserved to be hanged. And President Trump rebuffed pleas from Leader McCarthy to ask that his supporters leave the Capitol, stating, "Well, Kevin, I guess these people are more upset about the election than you are." After hours of deadly riot, President Trump eventually released a videotaped statement encouraging the crowd to disperse, though openly professing his love for the members of the mob and empathizing with their frustration at the stolen election. President Trump has since expressed a desire to pardon those involved in the attack. Both the purpose and the effect of the president's actions were to mobilize a large crowd to descend on the Capitol. Several defendants in pending criminal cases identified the president's allegations about the stolen election as the key motivation for their activities at the Capitol. Many of them specifically cited the president's tweets asking his supporters to come to Washington, D.C. on January 6th. For example, one defendant who later pleaded guilty to threatening House Speaker Nancy Pelosi texted a family member on January 6th to say, "Trump wants heads and I'm going to deliver." Another defendant released a statement through his attorney stating, "I was in Washington, D.C. on January 6, 2021, because I believed I was following the instructions of former President Trump, and he was my president and the commander-in-chief. His statements also had me believing the election was stolen from him." As the violence began to subside and law enforcement continued to secure the Capitol, President Trump tweeted again at 6:01 p.m. to justify the actions of the rioters. "These are the things and events that happen," he wrote, when his so-called victory was so unceremoniously and viciously stripped away. When he wrote those words, he knew exactly what he was doing. Before President Trump issued the tweet, a White House staffer cautioned him that the statement would imply that he had something to do with the events that happened at the Capitol, but he tweeted it anyway. The final words of that tweet leave little doubt about President Trump's sentiments toward those who invaded the Capitol. Remember this day forever. 5. Other conspiracy statutes. 18 U.S.C. subsections 372 and 2384. Depending on evidence developed by the Department of Justice, the President's actions with the knowledge of the risk of violence could also constitute a violation of 18 U.S.C. subsection 372 and subsection 2384, both of which require proof of a conspiracy. Section 372 prohibits a conspiracy between two or more persons to prevent by force, intimidation, or threat any person from accepting or holding any office, trust, or place of confidence under the United States, or from discharging any duties thereof, or to induce by like means any officer of the United States to leave the place where his duties as an officer are required to be performed, or to injure him in the discharge of his official duties. Oath keepers Kelly Meggs, Kenneth Harrelson, and Jessica Watkins were convicted of violating 18 U.S.C. subsection 372 in connection with the January 6th attack on the Capitol. The committee believes that former Chief of Staff Mark Meadows, who refused to testify and was held in contempt of Congress, could have specific evidence relevant to such charges, as may witnesses who invoked their Fifth Amendment rights against self-incrimination before this committee. Section 2384, the Seditious Conspiracy Statute, prohibits conspiracy to overthrow, put down, or to destroy by force the government of the United States, or to oppose by force the authority thereof, or by force to prevent, hinder, or delay the execution of any law of the United States. A jury has already determined beyond a reasonable doubt that a conspiracy existed under Section 2384, as the leader of the Oath Keepers and at least one other individual were convicted of seditious conspiracy under Section 2384 for their actions related to the attack on the Capitol. A trial regarding a series of other Proud Boy defendants may also address similar issues. The Department of Justice, through its investigative tools that exceed those of this committee, may have evidence sufficient to prosecute President Trump under Sections 372 and 2384. Accordingly, we believe sufficient evidence exists for a criminal referral of President Trump under these two statutes. 6. The committee's concerns regarding possible obstruction of its investigation. The committee has substantial concerns regarding potential efforts to obstruct its investigation, including by certain counsel, some paid by groups connected to the former president, who may have advised clients to provide false or misleading testimony to the committee. Such actions could violate 18 U.S.C. subsections 1505, 1512. The committee is aware that both the U.S. Department of Justice and the Fulton County District Attorney's Office have already obtained information relevant to these matters, including from the committee directly. We urge the Department of Justice to examine the facts to discern whether prosecution is warranted. The committee's broad concerns regarding obstruction and witness credibility are addressed in the executive summary to this report. 7. Accountability for those who plotted unlawfully to overturn the election is critical. To date, the Justice Department has pursued prosecution of hundreds of individuals who planned and participated in the January 6th invasion of and attack on our Capitol. But the department has not yet charged individuals who engaged in the broader plan to overturn the election through the means discussed in this report. The committee has concluded that it is critical to hold those individuals accountable as well, including those who worked with President Trump to create and effectuate these plans. In his speech from the ellipse on January 6th, President Trump recited a host of election fraud allegations he knew to be false, and then told tens of thousands of his angry supporters this: "And fraud breaks up everything, doesn't it? When you catch somebody in a fraud, you're allowed to go by very different rules. So I hope Mike has the courage to do what he has to do, and I hope he doesn't listen to the rhinos and the stupid people that he's listening to." The meaning of President Trump's comments was sufficiently clear then, but he recently gave America an even more detailed understanding of his state of mind. Trump wrote that allegations of massive fraud related to the 2020 election allow for the termination of all rules, regulations, and articles, even those found in the Constitution. And President Trump considered pardoning those involved in the attack and has since expressed a desire to pardon them and even give them an apology if he returns to the Oval Office. In the committee's judgment, based on all the evidence developed, President Trump believed then and continues to believe now that he is above the law, not bound by our Constitution and its explicit checks on presidential authority. This recent Trump statement only heightens our concern about accountability. If President Trump and the associates who assisted him in an effort to overturn the lawful outcome of the 2020 election are not ultimately held accountable under the law, their behavior may become a precedent, an invitation to danger for future elections. A failure to hold them accountable now may ultimately lead to future unlawful efforts to overturn our elections, thereby threatening the security and viability of our republic. 8. Referral of members to the House Ethics Committee for failure to comply with subpoenas. During the course of the Select Committee's investigation of President Trump's efforts to subvert the election, the committee learned that various members of Congress had information relevant to the investigation. Accordingly, the committee wrote letters to a number of members involved in that activity inviting them to participate voluntarily in the Select Committee's investigation. None of the members was willing to provide information, which forced the Select Committee to consider alternative means of securing evidence about the conduct of these members and the information they might have. On May 12, 2022, the Select Committee subpoenaed several members of Congress, including House Minority Leader Kevin McCarthy, Representative Jim Jordan, Representative Scott Perry, and Representative Andy Biggs, to obtain information related to the committee's investigation. This was a significant step, but it was one that was warranted by the certain volume of information these members possessed that was relevant to the Select Committee's investigation, as well as the centrality of their efforts to President Trump's multi-part plan to remain in power. Representative McCarthy, among other things, had multiple communications with President Trump, Vice President Pence, and others on and related to January 6th. For example, during the attack on the Capitol, Representative McCarthy urgently requested that the former president issue a statement calling off the rioters, to which President Trump responded by pushing back and said, "Well, Kevin, I guess these people are more upset about the election than you are." And after the attack, Representative McCarthy spoke on the House floor and said that there is absolutely no evidence that Antifa caused the attack on the Capitol, and instead called on President Trump to accept his share of responsibility for the violence. As noted above, Representative McCarthy privately confided in colleagues that President Trump accepted some responsibility for the attack on the Capitol. Representative Jordan was a significant player in President Trump's efforts. He participated in numerous post-election meetings in which senior White House officials, Rudolph Giuliani, and others discussed strategies for challenging the election. Chief among them claims that the election had been tainted by fraud. On January 2, 2021, Representative Jordan led a conference call in which he, President Trump, and other members of Congress discussed strategies for delaying the January 6 joint session. During that call, the group also discussed issuing social media posts encouraging President Trump's supporters to march to the Capitol on the 6th. An hour and a half later, President Trump and Representative Jordan spoke by phone for 18 minutes. The day before January 6th, Representative Jordan texted Mark Meadows, passing along advice that Vice President Pence should call out all the electoral votes that he believes are unconstitutional as no electoral votes at all. He spoke with President Trump by phone at least twice on January 6th, though he has provided inconsistent public statements about how many times they spoke and what they discussed. He also received 5 calls from Rudolph Giuliani that evening, and the two connected at least twice, at 7:33 p.m. and 7:49 p.m. During that time, Giuliani has testified he was attempting to reach members of Congress after the joint session resumed to encourage them to continue objecting to Joe Biden's electoral votes. And, in the days following January 6th, Representative Jordan spoke with White House staff about the prospect of presidential pardons for members of Congress. Like Representative Jordan, Representative Perry was also involved in early post-election messaging strategy. Both Representative Jordan and Representative Perry were involved in discussions with White House officials about Vice President Pence's role on January 6th as early as November 2020. Representative Perry was present for conversations in which the White House counsel's office informed him and others that President Trump's efforts to submit fake electoral votes were not legally sound. But perhaps most pivotally, he was involved in President Trump's efforts to install Jeffrey Clark as the acting Attorney General in December 2020 and January 2021. Beginning in early December 2020, Representative Perry suggested Clark as a candidate to Mark Meadows, then introduced Clark to President Trump. In the days before January 6th, Representative Perry advocated for President Trump to speak at the Capitol during the joint session, speaking to Mark Meadows on at least one occasion about it. He was also a participant in the January 2, 2021 call in which Representative Jordan, President Trump, and others discussed issuing social media posts to encourage Trump supporters to march to the Capitol on January 6th. After January 6th, Representative Perry reached out to White House staff asking to receive a presidential pardon. Representative Biggs was also involved in numerous elements of President Trump's efforts to contest the election results. As early as November 6, 2020, Representative Biggs texted Mark Meadows urging him to encourage the state legislatures to appoint electors. In the following days, Representative Biggs told Meadows not to let President Trump concede his loss. Between then and January 6th, Representative Biggs coordinated with Arizona State Representative Mark Fincham to gather signatures from Arizona lawmakers endorsing fake Trump electors. He also contacted fake Trump electors in at least one state seeking evidence related to voter fraud. To date, none of the subpoenaed members has complied with either voluntary or compulsory requests for participation. Representative McCarthy initially responded to the Select Committee subpoena in two letters on May 27 and May 30, 2022, in which he objected to the Select Committee's composition and validity of the subpoena and offered to submit written interrogatories in lieu of deposition testimony. Although the Select Committee did not release Representative McCarthy from his subpoena obligations, Representative McCarthy failed to appear for his scheduled deposition on May 31, 2022. The Select Committee responded to Representative McCarthy's letters this same day, rejecting his proposal to participate via written interrogatories and compelling his appearance for deposition testimony no later than June 11, 2022. Although Representative McCarthy again responded via letter on June 9, 2022, he did not appear for deposition testimony on or before the specified June 11, 2022 deadline. Representative Jordan also responded to the Select Committee subpoena just before his scheduled deposition in a letter on May 25, 2022, containing a variety of objections. Representative Jordan also requested material from the Select Committee, including all materials referencing him in the Select Committee's possession and all internal legal analysis related to the constitutionality of member subpoenas. Although the Select Committee did not release Representative Jordan from his subpoena obligations, Representative Jordan failed to appear for his scheduled deposition on May 27, 2022. On May 31, 2022, the Select Committee responded to the substance of Representative Jordan's May 25th letter and indicated that Representative Jordan should appear for deposition testimony no later than June 11, 2022. On June 9, 2022, Representative Jordan again wrote to reiterate the points from his May 25th letter. That same day, Representative Jordan sent out a fundraising email with the subject line, "I've been subpoenaed." Representative Jordan did not appear before the Select Committee on or before the June 11, 2022 deadline. Representative Perry likewise responded to the Select Committee's subpoena on May 24, 2022 in a letter declining to appear for deposition and requesting that the subpoena be immediately withdrawn. Although the Select Committee did not release Representative Perry from his subpoena obligations, Representative Perry failed to appear on May 26, 2022 for his scheduled deposition. Representative Perry sent a second letter to the Select Committee on May 31, 2022 with additional objections. That same day, the Select Committee responded to Representative Perry's letters and stated that he should appear before the Select Committee no later than June 11, 2022 for deposition testimony. Representative Perry responded via letter on June 10, 2022, maintaining his objections. He did not appear before the June 11, 2022 deadline. Representative Biggs issued a press release on the day the Select Committee issued its subpoena, calling the subpoena illegitimate and pure political theater. The day before his scheduled deposition, Representative Biggs sent a letter to the Select Committee with a series of objections and an invocation of speech or debate immunity. Although the Select Committee did not release Representative Biggs from his subpoena obligations, Representative Biggs did not appear for his scheduled deposition on May 26, 2022. On May 31, 2022, the Select Committee responded to the substance of Representative Biggs's May 25th letter and indicated that Representative Biggs should appear for deposition testimony no later than June 11, 2022. Although Representative Biggs responded with another letter on June 9th, he did not appear before the June 11, 2022 deadline. Despite the Select Committee's repeated attempts to obtain information from these members and the issuance of subpoenas, each has refused to cooperate and failed to comply with a lawfully issued subpoena. Accordingly, the Select Committee is referring their failure to comply with the subpoenas issued to them to the Ethics Committee for further action. To be clear, this referral is only for failure to comply with lawfully issued subpoenas. The rules of the House of Representatives make clear that their willful noncompliance violates multiple standards of conduct and subjects them to discipline. Willful noncompliance with compulsory congressional committee subpoenas by House members violates the spirit and letter of House Rule 23, Clause 1, which requires House members to conduct themselves at all times in a manner that shall reflect creditably on the House. As a previous version of the House Ethics Manual explained, this catch-all provision encompasses flagrant violations of the law that reflect on Congress as a whole and that might otherwise go unpunished. The subpoenaed House members' refusal to comply with their subpoena obligations satisfies these criteria. A House member's willful failure to comply with a congressional subpoena also reflects discredit on Congress. If left unpunished, such behavior undermines Congress's long-standing power to investigate in support of its lawmaking authority and suggests that members of Congress may disregard legal obligations that apply to ordinary citizens. For these reasons, the Select Committee refers Leader McCarthy and Representatives Jordan, Perry, and Biggs for sanctions by the House Ethics Committee for failure to comply with subpoenas. The committee also believes that each of these individuals, along with other members who attended the December 21st planning meeting with President Trump at the White House, should be questioned in a public forum about their advanced knowledge and role in President Trump's plan to prevent the peaceful transition of power. End of Executive Summary Part 11. Executive Summary Part 12 of Final Report of the Select Committee to investigate the January 6th attack on the United States Capitol by House January 6 Select Committee. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Efforts to avoid testifying, evidence of obstruction, and assessments of witness credibility. More than 30 witnesses before the Select Committee exercised their Fifth Amendment privilege against self-incrimination and refused on that basis to provide testimony. They included individuals central to the investigation, such as John Eastman, Jeffrey Clark, Roger Stone, Michael Flynn, Kenneth Chesborough, and others.
The law allows a civil litigant to rely upon an adverse inference when a witness invokes the Fifth Amendment. The Fifth Amendment does not forbid adverse inferences against parties to civil actions. The committee has not chosen to rely on any such inference in this report or in its hearings. We do note that certain witness assertions of the Fifth Amendment were particularly troubling, including this. Vice Chair Cheney: General Flynn, do you believe the violence on January 6 was justified? Counsel for the witness: Can I get clarification? Is that a moral question or are you asking a legal question? Vice Chair Cheney: I'm asking both. General Flynn: The Fifth. Vice Chair Cheney: Do you believe the violence on January 6 was justified morally? General Flynn: Take the Fifth. Vice Chair Cheney: Do you believe the violence on January 6 was justified legally? General Flynn: Fifth. Vice Chair Cheney: General Flynn, do you believe in the peaceful transition of power in the United States of America? General Flynn: The Fifth. President Trump refused to comply with the committee's subpoena and also filed suit to block the National Archives from supplying the committee with White House records. The committee litigated the National Archives case in federal district court and the federal appellate court for the District of Columbia and before the Supreme Court. The Select Committee was successful in this litigation. The opinion of the D.C. Circuit explained, on January 6, 2021, a mob professing support for then-President Trump violently attacked the United States Capitol in an effort to prevent a joint session of Congress from certifying the Electoral College votes designating Joseph R. Biden the 46th President of the United States. The rampage left multiple people dead, injured more than 140 people, and inflicted millions of dollars in damage to the Capitol. Then Vice President Pence, senators, and representatives were all forced to halt their constitutional duties and flee the House and Senate chambers for safety. Benjamin Franklin said, at the founding, that we have a republic if we can keep it. The events of January 6th exposed the fragility of those democratic institutions and traditions that we had perhaps come to take for granted. In response, the President of the United States and Congress have each made the judgment that access to this subset of presidential communication records is necessary to address a matter of great constitutional moment for the Republic. Former President Trump has given this court no legal reason to cast aside President Biden's assessment of the executive branch interests at stake or to create a separation of powers conflict that the political branches have avoided. Several other witnesses have also avoided testifying in whole or in part by asserting executive privilege or absolute immunity from any obligation to appear before Congress. For example, the President's Chief of Staff, Mark Meadows, invoked both and categorically refused to testify, even about text messages he provided to the committee. The House of Representatives voted to hold him in criminal contempt. Although the Justice Department has taken the position in litigation that a former high-level White House staffer for a former president is not entitled to absolute immunity, and that any interests in the confidentiality of his communications with President Trump and others are overcome in this case, the Justice Department declined to prosecute Meadows for criminal contempt. The reasons for Justice's refusal to do so are not apparent to the committee. Commentators have speculated that Meadows may be cooperating in the Justice Department's January 6th investigation. The same may be true for Daniel Scavino, President Trump's White House Deputy Chief of Staff for Communications and Director of Social Media, whom the House also voted to hold in contempt. Steve Bannon also chose not to cooperate with the committee, and the Justice Department prosecuted him for contempt of Congress. Bannon has been sentenced and is currently appealing his conviction. Peter Navarro, another White House staffer who refused to testify, is currently awaiting his criminal trial. Although the committee issued letters and subpoenas to 7 Republican members of Congress who have unique knowledge of certain developments on or in relation to January 6th, none agreed to participate in the investigation. None considered themselves obligated to comply with the subpoenas. A number of these same individuals were aware well in advance of January 6th of the plotting by Donald Trump, John Eastman, and others to overturn the election, and certain of them had an active role in that activity. None seem to have alerted law enforcement of this activity or of the known risk of violence. On January 5th, after promoting unfounded objections to election results, Rep. Debbie Lesko appears to have recognized the danger in a call with her colleagues. I also asked leadership to come up with a safety plan for members of Congress. We also have, quite honestly, Trump supporters who actually believe that we are going to overturn the election, and when that doesn't happen, most likely will not happen, they're going to go nuts. During our hearings, the committee presented the testimony of numerous White House witnesses who testified about efforts by certain Republican members of Congress to obtain presidential pardons for their conduct in connection with January 6th. Cassidy Hutchinson provided extensive detail in this regard. Vice Chair Cheney: And are you aware of any members of Congress seeking pardons? Hutchinson: I guess Mr. Gates and Mr. Brooks, I know, have both advocated for there to be a blanket pardon for members involved in that meeting, and a handful of other members that weren't at the December 21st meeting as the presumptive pardons. Mr. Gates was personally pushing for a pardon, and he was doing so since early December. I'm not sure why Mr. Gates would reach out to me to ask if he could have a meeting with Mr. Meadows about receiving a presidential pardon. Vice Chair Cheney: Did they all contact you? Hutchinson: Not all of them, but several of them did. Vice Chair Cheney: So, you mentioned Mr. Gates, Mr. Brooks. Hutchinson: Mr. Biggs did. Mr. Jordan talked about congressional pardons, but he never asked me for one. It was more for an update on whether the White House was going to pardon members of Congress. Mr. Gohmert asked for one as well. Mr. Perry asked for a pardon too. I'm sorry. Vice Chair Cheney: Mr. Perry? Did he talk to you directly? Hutchinson: Yes, he did. Vice Chair Cheney: Did Marjorie Taylor Greene contact you? Hutchinson: No, she didn't contact me about it. I heard that she had asked White House counsel's office for a pardon for Mr. Philbin, but I didn't frequently communicate with Miss Greene. Many of these details were also corroborated by other sources. President Personnel Director Johnny McEntee confirmed that he was personally asked for a pardon by Representative Matt Gaetz, Republican, Florida. Eric Hirschman recalled that Representative Gaetz asked for a very, very broad pardon, and I said Nixon's pardon was never nearly that broad. When asked about reporting that Representatives Mo Brooks and Andy Biggs also requested pardons, Hirschman did not reject either possibility out of hand, instead answering, It's possible that Representative Brooks or Biggs, but I don't remember. The National Archives produced to the Select Committee an email from Representative Mo Brooks to the President's executive assistant stating that President Trump asked me to send you this letter and, pursuant to a request from Matt Gaetz that recommended blanket presidential pardons to every member of Congress who objected to the Electoral College votes on January 6th. These requests for pardons suggest that the members identified above were conscious of the potential legal jeopardy arising from their conduct. As noted, Infra 136, the committee has referred a number of these individuals to the House Ethics Committee for their failure to comply with subpoenas, and believes that they each owe the American people their direct and unvarnished testimony. The Select Committee has also received a range of evidence suggesting specific efforts to obstruct the committee's investigation. Much of this evidence is already known by the Department of Justice and by other prosecutorial authorities. For example, 1. The committee received testimony from a witness about her decision to terminate a lawyer who was receiving payments for the representation from a group allied with President Trump. Among other concerns expressed by the witness, the lawyer had advised the witness that the witness could, in certain circumstances, tell the committee that she did not recall facts when she actually did recall them. During a break in the Select Committee's interview, the witness expressed concerns to her lawyer that an aspect of her testimony was not truthful. The lawyer did not advise her to clarify the specific testimony that the witness believed was not complete and accurate, and instead conveyed that, "They don't know what you know, witness. They don't know that you can recall some of these things. So you saying, 'I don't recall,' is an entirely acceptable response to this."
The lawyer instructed the client about a particular issue that would cast a bad light on President Trump. No, 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 no. We don't want to go there. We don't want to talk about that. The lawyer refused directions from the client not to share her testimony before the committee with other lawyers representing other witnesses. The lawyer shared such information over the client's objection. The lawyer refused directions from the client not to share information regarding her testimony with at least one and possibly more than one member of the press. The lawyer shared the information with the press over her objection. The lawyer did not disclose who was paying for the lawyer's representation of the client, despite questions from the client seeking that information, and told her, "We're not telling people where funding is coming from right now." The client was offered potential employment that would make her financially very comfortable as the date of her testimony approached by entities apparently linked to Donald Trump and his associates. Such efforts were withdrawn or did not materialize as reports of the content of her testimony circulated. The client believed this was an effort to impact her testimony. Further details regarding these instances will be available to the public when transcripts are released. 2. Similarly, the witness testified that multiple persons affiliated with President Trump contacted her in advance of the witness's testimony and made the following statements. "What they said to me is, as long as I continue to be a team player, they know that I'm on the right team. I am doing the right thing. I am protecting who I need to protect. I will continue to stay in good graces in Trump world. And they have reminded me a couple of times that Trump does read transcripts, and just keep that in mind as I proceed through my interviews with the committee." Here is another sample in a different context. This is a call received by one of our witnesses. A person, "Let me know you have your deposition tomorrow. He wants me to let you know he's thinking about you. He knows you're a team player, you're loyal, and you're going to do the right thing when you go in for your deposition." 3. The Select Committee is aware of multiple efforts by President Trump to contact Select Committee witnesses. The Department of Justice is aware of at least one of those circumstances. 4. Rather than relying on representation by Secret Service lawyers at no cost, a small number of Secret Service agents engaged private counsel for their interviews before the committee. During one such witness's transcribed interview, a retained private counsel was observed writing notes to the witness regarding the content of the witness's testimony while the questioning was underway. The witness's counsel admitted on the record that he had done so. Recently, published accounts of the Justice Department's Mar-a-Lago investigation suggest that the department is investigating the conduct of counsel for certain witnesses whose fees are being paid by President Trump's Save America Political Action Committee. The public report implies the department is concerned that such individuals are seeking to influence the testimony of the witnesses they represent. This committee also has these concerns, including that lawyers who are receiving such payments have specific incentives to defend President Trump rather than zealously represent their own clients. The Department of Justice and the Fulton County District Attorney have been provided with certain information related to this topic. The Select Committee recognizes, of course, that most of the testimony we have gathered was given more than a year after January 6th. Recollections are not perfect, and the committee expects that different accounts of the same events will naturally vary. Indeed, the lack of any inconsistencies in witness accounts would itself be suspicious, and many witnesses may simply recall different things than others. Many of the witnesses before this committee had nothing at all to gain from their testimony, gave straightforward responses to the questions posted, and made no effort to downplay, deflect, or rationalize. Trump administration Justice Department officials such as Attorney General Barr, Acting Attorney General Rosen, and Acting Deputy Attorney General Donahue are good examples. Multiple members of President Trump's White House staff were also suitably forthcoming, including Sarah Matthews, Matthew Pottinger, Greg Jacob, and Pat Philbin, as were multiple career White House and agency personnel whose names the committee agreed not to disclose publicly, as were former Secretary of Labor Eugene Scalia, Bill Stepien, and certain other members of the Trump campaign. The committee very much appreciates the earnestness and bravery of Cassidy Hutchinson, Rusty Bowers, Shay Moss, Ruby Freeman, Brad Raffensperger, Gabriel Sterling, Al Schmidt, and many others who provided important live testimony during the committee hearings. The committee, along with our nation, offers particular thanks to Officers Carolyn Edwards, Michael Fanone, Harry Dunn, Aquilino Ganell, and Daniel Hodges, along with hundreds of other members of law enforcement who defended the Capitol on that fateful day, all of whom should be commended for their bravery and sacrifice. We especially thank the families of Officer Brian Sicknick, Howard Liebengood, and Jeffrey Smith, whose loss can never be repaid. The committee very much appreciates the invaluable testimony of General Milley and other members of our military, Judge J. Michael Ludig, and the important contributions of Benjamin Ginsberg and Chris Steyerwalt. This, of course, is only a partial list, and the committee is indebted to many others as well. The committee believes that White House counsel Pat Cipollone gave a particularly important account of the events of January 6th, as did White House lawyer Eric Hirschman. For multiple months, Cipollone resisted giving any testimony at all, asserting concerns about executive privilege and other issues, until after the committee's hearing with Hutchinson. When he did testify, Cipollone corroborated key elements of testimony given by several White House staff, including Hutchinson, most importantly regarding what happened in the White House during the violence of January 6th, but also frankly recognized the limits on what he could say due to privilege. Again, I'm not going to get into either my legal advice on matters, and the other thing I don't want to do is, again, other witnesses have their own recollection of things. Cipollone also told the committee that, to the extent that other witnesses recall communications attributable to White House counsel that he does not, the communications might have been with his deputy Pat Philbin or with Eric Hirschman, who had strong feelings and was particularly animated about certain issues. Of course, that is not to say that all witnesses were entirely frank or forthcoming. Other witnesses, including certain witnesses from the Trump White House, displayed a lack of full recollection of certain issues, or were not otherwise as frank or direct as Cipollone. We cite two examples here, both relating to testimony played during the hearings. Kayleigh McEnany was President Trump's press secretary on January 6th. Her deposition was taken early in the investigation. McEnany seemed to acknowledge that President Trump, 1. should have instructed his violent supporters to leave the Capitol earlier than he ultimately did on January 6th, 2. should have respected the rulings of the courts, and 3. was wrong to publicly allege that Dominion voting machines stole the election. But a segment of McEnany's testimony seemed evasive, as if she was testifying from pre-prepared talking points. In multiple instances, McEnany's testimony did not seem nearly as forthright as that of her press office staff, who testified about what McEnany said. For example, McEnany disputed suggestions that President Trump was resistant to condemning the violence and urging the crowd at the Capitol to act peacefully when they crafted his tweet at 2:38 p.m. on January 6th. Yet one of her deputies, Sarah Matthews, told the Select Committee that McEnany informed her otherwise, that McEnany and other advisors in the dining room with President Trump persuaded him to send the tweet, but that she said that he did not want to put that in and that they went through different phrasing of the mention of peace, in order to get him to agree to include it, and that it was Ivanka Trump who came up with "stay peaceful" and that he agreed to that phrasing to include in the tweet, but he was initially resistant to mentioning peace of any sort. When the Select Committee asked, did Miss McEnany describe in any way how resistant the president was to including something about being peaceful, Matthews answered, just that he didn't want to include it, but they got him to agree on the phrasing, "stay peaceful." The committee invites the public to compare McEnany's testimony with the testimony of Pat Cipollone, Sarah Matthews, Judd Deere, and others. Ivanka Trump is another example. Among other things, Ivanka Trump acknowledged to the committee that 1. She agreed with Attorney General Barr's statements that there was no evidence of sufficient fraud to overturn the election. 2. The President and others are bound by the rulings of the courts and the rule of law. 3. President Trump pressured Vice President Pence on the morning of January 6th regarding his authorities at the joint session of Congress that day to count electoral votes. And 4. President Trump watched the violence on television as it was occurring. But again, Ivanka Trump was not as forthcoming as Cipollone and others about President Trump's conduct. Indeed, Ivanka Trump's chief of staff, Julie Radford, had a more specific recollection of Ivanka Trump's actions and statements. For example, Ivanka Trump had the following exchange with the committee about her attendance at her father's speech on January 6 that was at odds with what the committee learned from Radford. Committee staff: It's been reported that you ultimately decided to attend the rally because you hoped that you would calm the president and keep the event on an even keel. Is that accurate? Ivanka Trump: No, I don't know who said that or where that came from. However, this is what Radford said about her boss's decision. Committee staff: What did she share with you about why it was concerning that her father was upset or agitated after that call with Vice President Pence in relation to the Ellipse rally? Why did that matter? Why did he have to be calmed down, I should say? Radford: Well, she shared that he had called the Vice President an expletive word. I think that bothered her, and I think she could tell based on the conversations and what was going on in the office that he was angry and upset and people were providing misinformation, and she felt like she might be able to help calm the situation down, at least before he went on stage. Committee staff: And the word that she relayed to you that the president called the vice president, apologize for being impolite, but do you remember what she said her father called him? Radford: The P word. When the committee asked Ivanka Trump whether there were any particular words that you recall your father using during the conversation that morning with Vice President Pence, she answered simply no. In several circumstances, the committee has found that less senior White House aides had significantly better recollection of events than senior staff purported to have. The Select Committee also has concerns regarding certain other witnesses, including those who still rely for their income or employment on organizations linked to President Trump, such as the America First Policy Institute. Certain witnesses and lawyers were unnecessarily combative, answered hundreds of questions with variants of "I do not recall" in circumstances where that answer seemed unbelievable, appeared to testify from lawyer-written talking points rather than their own recollections, provided highly questionable rationalizations, or otherwise resisted telling the truth. The public can ultimately make its own assessment of these issues when it reviews the committee transcripts and can compare the accounts of different witnesses and the conduct of counsel. One particular concern arose from what the committee realized early on were a number of intentional falsehoods in former White House Chief of Staff Mark Meadows' December 7, 2021 book, The Chief's Chief. Here is one of several examples. Meadows wrote, "When he got off stage, President Trump let me know that he had been speaking metaphorically about going to the Capitol." Meadows goes on in his book to claim that it was clear the whole time President Trump didn't intend to go to the Capitol. This appeared to be an intentional effort to conceal the facts. Multiple witnesses directly contradicted Meadows' account about President Trump's desire to travel to the Capitol, including Kayleigh McEnany, Cassidy Hutchinson, multiple Secret Service agents, a White House employee with national security responsibilities and other staff in the White House, a member of the Metropolitan Police, and others. This and several other statements in the Meadows book were false, and the Select Committee was concerned that multiple witnesses might attempt to repeat elements of these false accounts as if they were the party line. Most witnesses did not, but a few did. President Trump's desire to travel to the Capitol was particularly important for the committee to evaluate because it bears on President Trump's intent on January 6th. One witness account suggests that President Trump even wished to participate in the electoral vote count from the House floor, standing with Republican congressmen, perhaps in an effort to apply further pressure to Vice President Pence and others. Mark Meadows' former Deputy Chief of Staff for Operations, Anthony Ornato, gave testimony consistent with the false account in Meadows' book. In particular, Ornato told the committee that he was not aware of a genuine push by the president to go to the Capitol, suggesting instead that it was one of those hypotheticals from the good idea fairy because it's ridiculous to think that a president of the United States can travel, especially with, people around just on the street up to the Capitol and peacefully protest outside the Capitol. He told the Select Committee that the only conversation he had about the possibility of the president traveling to the Capitol was in a single meeting with officials from the president's advance team, and his understanding is that this idea wasn't from the president. 2 witnesses before the committee, including a White House employee with national security responsibilities and Hutchinson, testified that Arnado related an account of President Trump's irate behavior when he was told in the presidential SUV on January 6 that he would not be driven to the Capitol. Both accounts recall Arnado doing so from his office in the White House, with another member of the Secret Service present. Multiple other witness accounts indicate that the president genuinely was irate, heated, angry, and insistent in the presidential vehicle. But Arnado professed that he did not recall either communication and that he had no knowledge at all about the president's anger. Likewise, despite a significant and increasing volume of intelligence information in the days before January 6 showing that violence at the Capitol was indeed possible or likely, and despite other intelligence and law enforcement agencies' similar conclusions, Arnado claimed never to have reviewed or had any knowledge of that specific information. He testified that he was only aware of warnings that opposing groups might clash on the Washington Monument, and that is what he would have briefed to Chief of Staff Meadows. The committee has significant concerns about the credibility of his testimony, including because it was Arnado's responsibility to be aware of this information and convey it to decision makers. The committee will release Arnado's November transcript so the public can review his testimony on these topics. End of Executive Summary Part 12. Executive Summary Part 13 of Final Report of the Select Committee to investigate the January 6th attack on the United States Capitol by House January 6 Select Committee. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Summary: Creation of the Select Committee. Purposes. In the week after January 6th, House Republican leader Kevin McCarthy initially supported legislation to create a bipartisan commission to investigate the January 6th attack on the United States Capitol, stating that the president bears responsibility for Wednesday's attack on Congress by mob rioters and calling for creation of a fact-finding commission. Leader McCarthy repeated his support for a bipartisan commission during a press conference on January 21st. The only way you will be able to answer these questions is through a bipartisan commission. On February 15th, House Speaker Nancy Pelosi announced in a letter to the House Democratic Caucus her intent to establish the type of independent commission McCarthy had supported, to investigate and report on the facts and causes relating to the January 6, 2021 domestic terrorist attack upon the United States Capitol complex. A few days thereafter, Leader McCarthy provided the Speaker a wish list that mirrored suggestions from the co-chairs of the 9/11 Commission that he and House Republicans hoped would be included in the House's legislation to establish the commission. In particular, Leader McCarthy requested an equal ratio of Democrats and Republican nominations, equal subpoena power for the Democratic chair and Republican vice chair of the commission, and the exclusion of predetermined findings or outcomes that the commission itself would produce. Closing his letter, Leader McCarthy quoted the 9/11 Commission co-chairs, writing that a bipartisan independent investigation will earn credibility with the American public. He again repeated his confidence in achieving that goal. In April 2021, Speaker Pelosi agreed to make the number of Republican and Democratic members of the commission equal and to provide both parties with an equal say in subpoenas, as McCarthy had requested. In May 2021, House Homeland Security Committee Chairman Bennie G Thompson began to negotiate more of the details for the commission with his Republican counterpart, Ranking Member John Katko. On May 14th, Chairman Thompson announced that he and Ranking Member Katko had reached an agreement on legislation to form a bipartisan independent commission to investigate the January 6 domestic terrorism attack on the United States Capitol and recommend changes to further protect the Capitol, the citadel of our democracy.
On May 18th, the day before the House's consideration of the Thompson-Katko agreement, Leader McCarthy released a statement in opposition to the legislation. Speaker Pelosi responded to that statement saying, "Leader McCarthy won't take yes for an answer." The Speaker referred to Leader McCarthy's February 22nd letter where he made 3 requests to be addressed in Democrats' discussion draft. She noted that every single one was granted by Democrats, yet he still says no. In the days that followed, Republican Ranking Member Katko defended the bipartisan nature of the bill to create the commission. As I have called for since the days just after the attack, an independent 9/11-style review is critical for removing the politics around January 6th and focusing solely on the facts and circumstances of the security breach at the Capitol, as well as other instances of violence relevant to such a review. Make no mistake about it, Mr. Thompson and I know this is about facts. It's not partisan politics. We would never have gotten to this point if it was about partisan politics. That evening, the House passed the legislation to establish a national commission to investigate the January 6th attack on the United States Capitol in bipartisan fashion, with 35 Republicans joining 217 Democrats voting in favor and 175 Republicans voting against. In the days thereafter, however, only 6 Senate Republicans joined Senate Democrats in supporting the legislation, killing the bill in the Senate. On June 24th, Speaker Pelosi announced her intent to create a House Select Committee to investigate the attack. On June 25th, Leader McCarthy met with D.C. Metropolitan Police Officer Michael Fanone, who was seriously injured on January 6th. Officer Fanone pressed Leader McCarthy for a commitment not to put obstructionists and the wrong people in that position. On June 30th, the House voted on House Resolution 503 to establish a 13-member select committee to investigate the January 6th attack on the United States Capitol by a vote of 222 yeas and 190 nays, with just 2 Republicans supporting the measure, Representative Liz Cheney and Representative Adam Kinzinger. On July 1st, Speaker Pelosi named 8 initial members to the Select Committee, including 1 Republican, Representative Cheney. On July 17th, Leader McCarthy proposed his selection of 5 members. Representative Jim Jordan, Ranking Member of the House Judiciary Committee. Representative Kelly Armstrong of North Dakota, House Energy and Commerce Committee. Representative Troy Nehls, House Transportation and Infrastructure and Veterans Affairs Committees. Representative Jim Banks, Armed Services, Veterans Affairs, and Education and Labor Committees. Representative Rodney Davis, Ranking Member of the Committee on House Administration. Jordan was personally involved in the acts and circumstances of January 6th and would be one of the targets of the investigation. By that point, Banks had made public statements indicating that he had already reached his own conclusions and had no intention of cooperating in any objective investigation on January 6th, proclaiming, for example, that the Select Committee was created solely to malign conservatives and to justify the left's authoritarian agenda. On July 21st, Speaker Nancy Pelosi exercised her power under House Resolution 503 not to approve the appointments of Representatives Jordan or Banks, expressing concern about statements made and actions taken by these members and the impact their appointments may have on the integrity of the investigation. However, she also stated that she had informed Leader McCarthy that I was prepared to appoint Representative Rodney Davis, Kelly Armstrong, and Troy Nehls, and requested that he recommend 2 other members. In response, Leader McCarthy elected to remove all 5 of his Republican appointments, refusing to allow Representatives Armstrong, Davis, and Nehls to participate on the Select Committee. On July 26, 2021, Speaker Pelosi then appointed Republican Representative Adam Kinzinger. In resisting the committee's subpoenas, certain litigants attempted to argue that the Select Committee's composition violated House rules or House Resolution 503, but those arguments failed in court. Select Committee witnesses were almost entirely Republican. In its 10 hearings or business meetings, the Select Committee called live testimony or played video for several dozen witnesses, the vast majority of whom were Republicans. A full list is set forth below. Republicans: John McEntee, served as Director of the White House Presidential Personnel Office in the Trump administration. Judd Deere, served as Deputy Assistant to the President and White House Deputy Press Secretary in the Trump administration. Jared Kushner, served as a Senior Advisor to President Donald Trump. Pat Cipollone, served as White House Counsel for President Donald Trump. Eric Hirschman, served as a Senior Advisor to President Donald Trump. Kayleigh McEnany, served as White House Press Secretary in Trump administration. Derek Lyons, served as White House Staff Secretary and Counselor to the President in the Trump administration. Cassidy Hutchinson, served as Assistant to Chief of Staff Mark Meadows in the Trump administration. Matt Pottinger, served as Deputy National Security Advisor in the Trump administration. Ben Williamson, served as Senior Advisor to Chief of Staff Mark Meadows. Sarah Matthews, served as Deputy Press Secretary in the Trump administration. William Barr, served as Attorney General in the Trump administration. Mike Pompeo, served as Director of the Central Intelligence Agency and Secretary of State in the Trump administration. Ivanka Trump, served as a Senior Advisor and Director of the Office of Economic Initiatives and Entrepreneurship in the Trump administration. Donald Trump Jr., eldest child of Donald Trump. Molly Michael, served as Deputy Assistant to the President and Executive Assistant to the President. Tim Murtaugh, served as Director of Communications for the Trump 2020 presidential campaign. Richard Donahue, served as Acting Deputy Attorney General in the Trump administration. Jeffrey Rosen, served as Acting Attorney General in the Trump administration. Stephen Engel, served as Assistant Attorney General for the Office of Legal Counsel in the Trump administration. Mark Short, served as Chief of Staff to Vice President Mike Pence. Greg Jacob, served as Counsel to Vice President Mike Pence. Keith Kellogg, served as National Security Advisor to Vice President Mike Pence. Chris Hodgson, served as Director of Legislative Affairs for Vice President Mike Pence. Douglas McGregor, served as Advisor to the Secretary of Defense in the Trump administration. Jason Miller, served as spokesman for the Donald Trump 2016 presidential campaign and was a Senior Advisor to the Trump 2020 presidential campaign. Alex Cannon, Counsel for the Trump 2020 presidential campaign. Bill Stepien, served as the campaign manager for the Trump 2020 presidential campaign and was the White House Director of Political Affairs in the Trump administration from 2017 to 2018. Rudolph Giuliani, an attorney for Donald Trump. John Eastman, an attorney for Donald Trump. Michael Flynn, served as National Security Advisor in the Trump administration. Eugene Scalia, served as the Secretary of Labor in the Trump administration. Matthew Morgan, General Counsel for the Trump 2020 presidential campaign. Sidney Powell, an attorney and advisor to Donald Trump. Jeffrey Clark, served as Acting Assistant Attorney General for the Civil Division in the Trump administration. Cleta Mitchell, an attorney working with the Trump 2020 presidential campaign. Rona Romney McDaniel, Chair of the Republican National Committee. Justin Clark, served as Deputy Campaign Manager for the Trump 2020 presidential campaign. Robert Sinners, Georgia State Director of Election Day Operations for the Trump 2020 presidential campaign. Andrew Hitt, Wisconsin Republican Party Chair. Laura Cox, Michigan Republican Party Chair. Mike Shirkey, Majority Leader, Michigan State Senate. Brian Cutler, Speaker, Pennsylvania House of Representatives. Rusty Bowers, Speaker, Arizona House of Representatives. Brad Raffensperger, Georgia Secretary of State. Gabriel Sterling, Georgia Secretary of State, Chief Operating Officer. B.J. Pack, served as United States Attorney for the Northern District of Georgia in the Trump administration. Al Schmidt, City Commissioner of Philadelphia. Chris Steyerwalt, Fox News political editor. Benjamin Ginsburg, election attorney. J. Michael Ludig, retired judge for the U.S. Court of Appeals for the Fourth Circuit and informal advisor to Vice President Pence. Katrina Pearson, served as liaison for the White House and organizers at Donald Trump's Save America rally on January 6th. Nicholas Luna, served as personal aide to President Trump. Stephen Miller, served as senior advisor to President Trump. Vincent Haley, served as deputy assistant to the president and advisor for policy, strategy, and speechwriting in the Trump administration. Julie Radford, chief of staff to Ivanka Trump in the Trump administration. Mick Mulvaney, former acting chief of staff and special envoy for Northern Ireland in the Trump administration. Elaine Chao, secretary of transportation in the Trump administration. Roger Stone, Trump associate. Democrats: Jocelyn Benson, Michigan Secretary of State. Other: U.S. Capitol Police Officer Harry Dunn. D.C. Metropolitan Police Officer Michael Fanone. U.S. Capitol Police Sergeant Aquilino Ganell. D.C. Metropolitan Police Officer Daniel Hodges. General Mark Milley, Chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff. U.S. Capitol Police Officer Carolyn Edwards. Nick Quested, award-winning British filmmaker. Robert Skornak, sentenced to 36 months probation. Eric Barber, charged with theft and unlawful demonstration in the Capitol. John Wright, awaiting trial for felony civil disorder and other charges. George Meza, Proud Boy. Daniel Herendeen, sentenced to 36 months probation for role in Capitol attack. Matthew Walter, Proud Boy. Wandrea Arshay Shea Moss, Georgia election worker. Ruby Freeman, Georgia election worker. Annika Collier Navaroli, former Twitter employee. White House security official. Jim Watkins, founder and owner, 8kun. Jody Williams, former owner of the Donald.win. Dr. Donnell Harvin, Chief of Homeland Security and Intelligence for the Government of the District of Columbia. Kelly Sorrell, Attorney for Oath Keepers. Sheila Craighead, White House photographer. Jason Van Tattenhove, former Oath Keepers spokesperson. Stephen Ayers, pled guilty to disorderly and disruptive conduct related to Capitol attack. Sergeant Mark Robinson, retired, Metropolitan Police Department. Janet Bueller, pleaded guilty to charges related to the Capitol attack. End of Executive Summary, Part 13. Chapter 1, Part 1 of Final Report of the Select Committee to investigate the January 6th attack on the United States Capitol by House January 6th Select Committee. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Big Lie. Late on election night 2020, President Donald J. Trump addressed the nation from the East Room of the White House. When Trump spoke at 2:21 a.m. on November 4th, the president's re-election was very much in doubt. Fox News, a conservative media outlet, had correctly called Arizona for former Vice President Joseph R. Biden. Every Republican presidential candidate since 1996 had won Arizona. If the president lost the state, and in the days ahead it became clear that he had, then his campaign was in trouble. But as the votes continued to be counted, President Trump's apparent early lead in other key states he needed to win, steadily shrank. Soon, he would not be in the lead at all. He'd be losing. So, the President of the United States did something he had planned to do long before Election Day. He lied. This is a fraud on the American people. This is an embarrassment to our country, President Trump said. We were getting ready to win this election, the President continued. Frankly, we did win this election. We did win this election.
Trump claimed, without offering any evidence, that a major fraud was occurring in our nation. Neither of President Trump's claims were true. He had no basis for claiming victory or that fraud was taking place. Millions of votes still had not been counted. The states were simply tabulating the ballots cast by the American people. Trump's own campaign advisors told him to wait, that it was far too early to declare victory. As the evening progressed, President Trump called in his campaign team to discuss the results. Trump campaign manager William Stepien and other campaign experts advised him that the results of the election would not be known for some time, and that he could not truthfully declare victory. Stepien was of the view that, because ballots were going to be counted for days, it was far too early to be making any proclamation about having won the election. Stepien told President Trump that his recommendation was to say, "Votes are still being counted, it's too early to call the race." Jason Miller, another senior Trump campaign advisor, told the Select Committee that he argued in conversations with Stepien and others that night against declaring victory at the time as well, because it was too early to say one way or the other who had won. Miller recalled recommending that we should not go and declare victory until we had a better sense of the numbers. According to testimony received by the committee, the only advisor present who supported President Trump's inclination to declare victory was Rudy Giuliani, who, according to Miller, was definitely intoxicated that evening. President Trump's decision to declare victory falsely on election night and unlawfully to call for the vote counting to stop was not a spontaneous decision. It was premeditated. The committee has assembled a range of evidence of President Trump's pre-planning for a false declaration of victory. This includes multiple written communications on October 31st and November 3rd, 2020, to the White House by Judicial Watch President Tom Fitton. This evidence demonstrates that Fitton was in direct contact with President Trump and understood that he would falsely declare victory on election night and call for vote counting to stop. The evidence also includes an audio recording of President Trump's advisor Steve Bannon, who said this on October 31, 2020, to a group of his associates from China. And what Trump's going to do is just declare victory, right? He's going to declare victory, but that doesn't mean he's a winner. He's just going to say he's a winner. The Democrats, more of our people vote early that count. Their vote in mail, and so they're going to have a natural disadvantage, and Trump's going to take advantage of it. That's our strategy. He's going to declare himself a winner. So when you wake up Wednesday morning, it's going to be a firestorm. Also, if Trump is losing by 10 or 11 o'clock at night, it's going to be even crazier. No, because he's going to sit right there and say, "They stole it. I'm directing the Attorney General to shut down all ballot places in all 50 states." It's going to be, no, he's not going out easy. If Biden's winning, Trump is going to do some crazy shit. Also in advance of the election, Roger Stone, another outside advisor to President Trump, made this statement. "I really do suspect it will still be up in the air. When that happens, the key thing to do is to claim victory. Possession is 9/10 of the law. No, we won. Fuck you. Sorry. Over. We won. You're wrong. Fuck you." In the days after the election, the president's own campaign team told him he had lost and there was no evidence of significant fraud. When his campaign staff wouldn't tell him what he wanted to hear, President Trump replaced them with what Attorney General William Barr described as a clown car of individuals willing to promote various conspiracy theories. But Donald Trump was no passive consumer of these lies. He actively propagated them. Time and again, President Trump was informed that his election fraud claims were not true. He chose to spread them anyway. He did so even after they were legally tested and rejected in dozens of lawsuits. Not even the Electoral College's certification of former Vice President Biden's victory on December 14, 2020, stopped the president from lying. Throughout, the big lie remained central to President Trump's efforts to block the peaceful transfer of power on January 6, 2021. 1.1. The big lie reflected deliberate exploitation of the red mirage. President Trump's big lie on election night was based on simple differences in how Americans vote. In 2020, it was well known that Democrats were much more likely to vote via mail-in ballots than in person in 2020. On the other hand, Republicans generally preferred to vote in person on Election Day. In key swing states with tight margins between the candidates, the Election Day votes would favor President Trump and disproportionately be counted first. Mail-in ballots, which would favor former Vice President Biden, would disproportionately be counted later. In some states, it would take days to process the remaining mail-in ballots. The timing of how votes are counted created the potential for what is known as a red mirage, or an illusion of a Republican red victory in the early stages of vote counting. President Trump would appear to be in the lead on election night, but this was not the whole picture. Many mail-in votes for former Vice President Biden would not be counted on Election Day. Therefore, the actual winner would likely not be known on election night. The red mirage phenomenon was widely known prior to the 2020 presidential election. Chris Stirewalt was the head of the Fox News elections desk that correctly called Arizona for Biden. Stirewalt and his team tried to warn viewers of the red mirage. He testified that over the past 40 or 50 years, Americans have increasingly chosen to vote by mail or early or absentee, and that Democrats prefer that method of voting more than Republicans do. In nearly every election, Stirewalt elaborated, Republicans win Election Day and Democrats win the early vote, and then you wait and start counting. It happens every time. President Trump's campaign team made sure the president was briefed on the timing of the vote tallying. Stepien, his campaign manager, told the Select Committee that President Trump was reminded on Election Day that large numbers of mail-in ballots would still remain to be counted over the coming days. Stepien added that he personally reminded the president that while early returns may be favorable, the counting would continue. I recounted back to 2016 when I had a very similar conversation with him on Election Day. I recounted back to that conversation with him in which I said, just like I said in 2016 was going to be a long night, I told him 2020 that, it was going to be a process again, as, the early returns are going to be positive. Then we're going to, be watching the returns of ballots as, they rolled in thereafter. Ordinarily, the red mirage anomaly does not create problems in the election process because candidates wait for the votes to be tallied before declaring victory or conceding. As Stirewalt emphasized, prior to President Trump, no candidate had ever tried to avail themselves of this quirk in the election counting system. President Trump, however, made a different choice. In an extraordinary breach of the American democratic process, he decided to exploit the potential for confusion about the staggered timing of vote counting to deceive the American public about the election results. He and his allies foreshadowed this decision in their statements in the months leading up to the November 2020 election. 1.2. Trump's pre-election plans to declare victory. On Halloween, advisor Steve Bannon, who had served 4 years earlier as Donald Trump's 2016 campaign manager, laid out the election night plan. What Trump's going to do is just declare victory, right? He's going to declare victory, but that doesn't mean he's a winner, Bannon told a private audience. He's just going to say he's a winner. Bannon explained that the Democrats would have a natural disadvantage on election night because more Democrats would vote by mail than Republicans, and it would take time to count the mail-in ballots. This would give President Trump the illusion of a lead. And Trump's going to take advantage of it, Bannon said. That's our strategy. He's going to declare himself a winner. In an interview on Fox News the morning of the election, Bannon insisted that President Trump needed to address the nation that night to provide the narrative engine for how we go forward. During an episode of his podcast later that same day, Bannon clarified what he meant. President Trump is going to claim victory, right? He's going to claim victory. Tom Fitton drafted a victory statement for the president to read on election night. On October 31st, he emailed the statement to President Trump's assistant, Molly Michael, and social media guru, Dan Scavino.
Fitton wrote that Election Day, November 3rd, was the deadline by which voters in states across the country must choose a president. Fitton argued that counting ballots that arrived after Election Day would be part of an effort by partisans to overturn the election results. Of course, that claim wasn't true. Mail-in ballots are regularly processed after Election Day. Regardless, Fitton encouraged the president to preemptively declare victory. "We had an election today, and I won," Fitton wrote for President Trump. Early in the evening on Election Day, Fitton emailed Michael again to say he had just talked to him, President Trump, about the draft statement. Later that evening, before President Trump made his election night remarks, Michael replied that she was redelivering to him, President Trump, now. Roger Stone, President Trump's longtime political confidant, told several associates just prior to the election that Trump needed to declare victory, especially if the race wasn't called on Election Day. "Let's just hope we are celebrating on election night," Stone said. "I really do suspect it will still be up in the air. When that happens, the key thing to do is claim victory." Stone elaborated with colorful language. "Possession is 9/10 of the law. No, we won. Fuck you. Sorry. Over. We won. You're wrong. Fuck you." Indeed, published reports echoed these warnings about President Trump's election strategy. 2 days before the election, Jonathan Swan of Axios reported that President Trump has told confidence he'll declare victory on Tuesday night if it looks like he's ahead. Swan added that Trump's team is preparing to falsely claim that mail-in ballots counted after November 3, a legitimate count expected to favor Democrats, are evidence of election fraud. If the vote tally swung against Trump after election night in states such as Pennsylvania, then the Trump team would claim the Democrats had stolen the election. Fox News election analyst Chris Steyerwalt testified that he and his team had gone to pains to inform viewers that early votes would favor Republicans, but the lead would be illusory because the Trump campaign and the president had made it clear that they were going to try to exploit this anomaly. Others warned that President Trump could exploit the red mirage as well. 1.3. Trump's pre-election efforts to delegitimize the election process. President Trump also paved the way for his false election night declaration of victory by blanketing voters with a blizzard of lies and statements delegitimizing mail-in voting in the middle of a deadly pandemic and consistently questioning the security of ballots. President Trump used the president's bully pulpit, including his heavily trafficked Twitter feed, to tell one lie after another. The Select Committee found dozens of instances in which President Trump claimed that mail-in voting would produce a rigged election. Trump repeatedly denounced mail-in voting on Twitter, during interviews, and even during the presidential debate. Here is a small sample of President Trump's attempts to delegitimize mail-in balloting. On April 7, 2020, President Trump claimed, "Mail ballots are a very dangerous thing for this country. Because they're cheaters. They go in and collect them. They're fraudulent in many cases. These mailed ballots come in. The mailed ballots are corrupt, in my opinion. And they collect them, and they get people to go in and sign them. And then they're forgeries in many cases. It's a horrible thing." The following day, April 8, President Trump tweeted, "Republicans should fight very hard when it comes to statewide mail-in voting. Democrats are clamoring for it. Tremendous potential for voter fraud, and for whatever reason, doesn't work out well for Republicans." At Fox and Friends. On May 24, President Trump tweeted, "The United States cannot have all mail-in ballots. It will be the greatest rigged election in history. People grab them from mailboxes, print thousands of forgeries, and force people to sign. Also, forge names. Some absentee okay when necessary, trying to use COVID for this scam." On September 17, President Trump falsely alleged that mail-in ballots were ripe for foreign interference. At True the Vote, there is a group of people, largely radical left Democrats, that want election mayhem.
States must end this crazy mass sending of ballots. Also, a gift to foreign interference in our election. Stop it now, before it is too late. Before the election, as President Trump campaigned against mail-in voting, Bill Stepien sought an intercession. Along with House Minority Leader Kevin McCarthy, Stepien attempted to convince the president that mail-in voting was not a bad thing for his campaign. They argued that President Trump's decision to discourage mail-in voting, while urging his voters to vote only on Election Day, leaves a lot to chance and would fail to take advantage of a superior grassroots operation that could encourage Trump voters to return their ballots. President Trump did not heed their warning. He continued to demonize mail-in voting. The red mirage was a key part of his big lie. Ominously, President Trump consistently refused to commit to accepting the outcome of the election. During an interview on Fox News in July, Chris Wallace asked, "Can you give a direct answer if you will accept the election?" President Trump responded, "I have to see. Look, I have to see. No, I'm not going to just say yes. I'm not going to say no, and I didn't last time either." On September 23, 2020, a reporter asked President Trump if he would commit to a peaceful transfer of power after the election. The president refused, saying, "We're going to have to see what happens." The president claimed the ballots are a disaster, adding that if he could get rid of the ballots, we'll have a very peaceful, there won't be a transfer, frankly, there'll be a continuation. That is, according to President Trump, there would be a continuation of his presidency. The following day, September 24, another reporter followed up by asking if the election would be legitimate only if President Trump won. The president again suggested there was something suspect about mail-in ballots, adding that he was not sure the election could be an honest one. 1.4. President Trump's launch of the big lie. Consistent with the pre-election narrative planted by President Trump, within hours of polls closing, President Trump began pushing the claim that late reported vote tallies were illegitimate. Even though he had been reminded by his campaign manager that very day that a large number of mail-in ballots would not be counted for several hours or days, President Trump claimed that Democrats were going to find ballots at 4 o'clock in the morning and add them to the list. He also suggested that Democrats were continuing to vote after the polls had closed. Indeed, this is exactly what Steve Bannon described when he said President Trump would take advantage of the Democrats' natural disadvantage on election night. In the ensuing days and weeks, President Trump often referred to dumps of votes that were injected into the counting process. His supporters latched on to these false claims. There were no dumps of votes, just tallies of absentee ballots as they were reported by jurisdictions throughout the country in a fully transparent process. These batches of ballots included votes for both Trump and Biden. The late reported votes favored the former vice president, just as President Trump's campaign advisors said they would, particularly in primarily Democratic cities. Attorney General Bill Barr recognized immediately that the red mirage was the basis for President Trump's erroneous claim of fraud. Right out of the box on election night, the president claimed that there was major fraud underway, Barr said. "I mean, this happened, as far as I could tell, before there was actually any potential of looking at evidence." President Trump's claims seemed to be based on the dynamic that, at the end of the evening, a lot of Democratic votes came in which changed the vote counts in certain states, and that seemed to be the basis for this broad claim that there was major fraud. President Trump knew about the red mirage. He chose to lie about it repeatedly, even after being directly informed that his claims were false. This was often the case in the post-election period. The president consciously disregarded facts that did not support his big lie. 1.5. Post-election, President Trump replaces his campaign team. President Trump's campaign leadership, including Bill Stepien, the campaign's manager, and Justin Clark, the campaign's deputy manager, supported President Trump and were willing to pursue recounts and other standard post-election litigation, but they were not willing to promote baseless conspiracy theories. Stepien and others characterized the group as Team Normal. Less than 2 weeks after the election, President Trump pushed Team Normal aside because its members didn't tell him what he wanted to hear. In their place, Trump promoted Rudy Giuliani and his associates, men and women who spread baseless and extreme claims of election fraud. Giuliani, the former mayor of New York, recruited several investigators and lawyers to assist him. Giuliani's team included Jenna Ellis, Bernard Kerik, Boris Epstein, Catherine Fries, and Christina Bobb. Ellis functioned as Giuliani's deputy on the new Trump campaign legal team. Kerik, the former commissioner of the New York Police Department and a pardoned felon, served as Giuliani's chief investigator. Other attorneys who collaborated with Giuliani's team included Sidney Powell, Cleta Mitchell, and John Eastman. As discussed elsewhere in this report, Eastman became a key player in President Trump's efforts to overturn the election. End of Chapter 1, Part 1. Chapter 1, Part 2 of Final Report of the Select Committee to investigate the January 6th attack on the United States Capitol by House January 6th Select Committee. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. 1.6. President Trump's campaign team told him he lost the election and there was no significant fraud. President Trump's campaign team quickly realized that none of the significant fraud claims were real. Bill Stepien testified that, as of November 5th, the Trump campaign had not found any proof of fraudulent activity. There were allegations and reports, but nothing hard and fast that drew the results of the election into question. The campaign continued to investigate claims of fraud into the second week after the election. According to Stepien, as people shared wild allegations with the president, the campaign team was forced to review the facts and then serve as a truth-telling squad to the president regarding why the claims didn't prove to be true. For example, Stepien recalled someone alleging that thousands of illegal votes had been cast in Arizona. That wasn't true. The votes had been submitted by overseas voters, such as military deployed or stationed abroad, who were obviously eligible to participate in the election. Alex Cannon was a lawyer for the Trump campaign and previously worked for the Trump Organization. After the election, Cannon was tasked with looking into allegations of voter fraud in the 2020 election, including the claim that thousands of ineligible votes had been cast in Arizona. Cannon recalled that Vice President Pence asked him what he was finding, and I said that I didn't believe we were finding it, or I was personally finding anything sufficient to alter the results of the election, Cannon responded. Vice President Pence thanked him. Cannon reported this assessment to Mark Meadows, the White House Chief of Staff, as well. In mid to late November 2020, Meadows asked Cannon what his investigation had turned up, and I remember sharing with him that we weren't finding anything that would be sufficient to change the results in any of the key states, Cannon told Meadows. So there is no there, Meadows replied. Jason Miller, a senior advisor to the Trump campaign, pushed claims of election fraud in public. In private, however, Miller says that he told President Trump a different story, informing him numerous times that there was not enough election fraud to have changed the election. Miller: My understanding is that I think there are still very valid questions and concerns with the rules that were changed under the guise of COVID, but, specific to Election Day fraud and irregularities, there were not enough to overturn the election. Committee staff: And did you give your opinion on that to the President? Miller: Yes. Committee staff: What was his reaction when you told him that? Miller: You haven't seen or heard, I'm paraphrasing, but you haven't seen or heard all the different concerns and questions that have been raised. Committee staff: How many times did you have this conversation with the President? Miller: Several. I couldn't put a specific number on it, though. Committee staff: But more than one? Miller: Correct. Matthew Morgan, the Trump campaign's top lawyer, came to a similar conclusion.
Nearly 2 months after the election, on January 2nd, Morgan met with the vice president's staff. According to Morgan, the consensus in the room was that even if all the claims of fraud and irregularities were aggregated and read most favorably to the campaign, it was not sufficient to be outcome determinative. As far as the Trump campaign's professional leadership was concerned, there was no evidence that the election had been stolen from President Trump. To the contrary, they had seen ample evidence that President Trump simply lost and told the president so. On November 6th, Jared Kushner arranged for the senior campaign staff to brief President Trump in the Oval on the state of the race. Since Election Day, Matt Oskowski, the campaign's leading data expert, had tracked voting returns in the swing states to analyze the campaign's odds of success. Miller texted such updates on data from key states to Meadows. The Trump campaign's data did not add up to victory. Oskowski delivered to the president in pretty blunt terms that he was going to lose the election. There were not enough outstanding votes in the battleground states for President Trump to overcome Biden's lead. President Trump disagreed and insisted that he would still prevail through legal challenges.
But the data did not lie.
On November 7th, the Associated Press called Pennsylvania and the overall presidential election for former Vice President Biden. At that point, a small team of the president's campaign advisors, including Stepien, met with the president and told him that his path to victory was virtually non-existent. The campaign team conveyed to the president that his chance of success was only 5, maybe 10%, which Stepien explained to the committee as a very, very, very bleak assessment. In retrospect, the campaign's estimate of a 5 to 10% chance of winning, as of November 7th, was far too optimistic. In one of the most favorable possible scenarios, for example, President Trump and his team would need to win recounts in Arizona and Georgia, while also prevailing in litigation challenging absentee or vote-by-mail ballots in Wisconsin or possibly Michigan or Pennsylvania. But the election wasn't even close enough to trigger automatic recounts in Arizona or Georgia. The narrowest margin of total votes between the two candidates was in Arizona, where former Vice President Biden won by more than 10,000 votes. This may seem like a small number of votes, but it was more than enough to avoid an automatic recount. As Benjamin Ginsburg, a longtime Republican elections lawyer, explained to the Select Committee, the 2020 election was not close. Previous campaigns had successfully challenged vote differentials in the hundreds, not thousands, of votes. Ginsburg explained, "You just don't make up those sorts of numbers in recounts." Georgia performed a hand recount of all the ballots anyway, confirming within weeks of the election that Biden had won the state. Also, by January 6th, Arizona and New Mexico had conducted statutory post-election audits of voting machines or randomly selected, representative samples of ballots at the state or county level that affirmed the accuracy of their election results. Chris Steyerwalt, who led the elections desk at Fox News at the time, concurred with Ginsburg's analysis. Asked what President Trump's odds of victory were as of November 7th, Steyerwalt replied, "None." Meanwhile, the Trump campaign continued to crunch the numbers. On the morning of November 12th, Oskowski circulated among top campaign advisors a presentation describing what happened in each of the battleground states the campaign was monitoring. This analysis by the data team examined the turnout and margins on a county-by-county basis in a dozen states while also analyzing demographic changes that impacted the results. Among the states were Arizona, Georgia, Michigan, Pennsylvania, Nevada, and Wisconsin. Oskowski's team determined that President Trump lost each of those 6 states because Biden had performed better than President Trump in certain areas like population centers or suburbs. Yet, in the weeks that followed, President Trump and his new legal team, the Clown Car, went to great lengths to challenge the results of the election in these 6 states, spreading multiple conspiracy theories. The voting data told a clear story. President Trump lost. But, regardless of the facts, the president had no intention of conceding defeat. On election night, President Trump and Rudy Giuliani agreed that the president should just declare victory, even though he had no basis for doing so. Giuliani also told the Select Committee that President Trump asked him on November 4th to take over his campaign's legal operation. Giuliani thought the only way that it would work would be for the president to call the existing campaign team to announce Giuliani's takeover because, in Giuliani's words, they're going to be extraordinarily resentful because they don't like me already and I don't trust them. He said the president agreed. Although Giuliani wouldn't assume leadership of the campaign's legal operations until mid-November, the former New York City mayor quickly began to butt heads with Team Normal. On November 6th, Giuliani and his team met with the Trump campaign's leadership at its headquarters in Arlington, Virginia. Team Normal was not impressed. Stepien told the Select Committee the campaign team was concerned that Giuliani would be a distraction to them and to President Trump. When Giuliani suggested traveling to Pennsylvania to assist in the campaign's efforts, the campaign team didn't dissuade him from doing so. After just 10 to 15 minutes in the conference room, Stepien and other staffers left the meeting. That same day, President Trump discussed the campaign's legal strategy in the Oval Office with Giuliani, Clark, and Matt Morgan, the Trump campaign's general counsel. Prior to the election, Morgan was responsible for the campaign's litigation strategy. Morgan and his team filed lawsuits challenging the changes states made to voting practices during the coronavirus pandemic. Morgan also studied previous elections to determine the types of cases that were likely to succeed. Clark described how the campaign's original legal strategy was based on his general theory for election cases. To look at what do you think, what do you know, and what can you prove, and then determine which cases to file from there. Giuliani had other ideas and advocated to President Trump that he be put in charge of the campaign's legal operation so that he could pursue his preferred strategy. Mr. Giuliani didn't seem bound by those cases or by those precedents. He felt he could press forward on anything that he thought was wrong with the election and bring a strategy around that, Morgan explained. Rudy was just chasing ghosts, Clark said. Morgan and Clark excused themselves from the meeting because it was going nowhere. The next day, November 7th, Giuliani held a press conference at Four Seasons Total Landscaping in Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. He immediately began making outlandish claims, arguing that the Democrats had conspired to steal the election. As you know from the very beginning, mail-in ballots were a source of some degree of skepticism, if not a lot of skepticism, as being innately prone to fraud, Giuliani said. Those mail-in ballots could have been written the day before by the Democratic Party hacks that were all over the convention center. Giuliani offered no evidence to support his shocking and baseless allegation. Echoes of President Trump's relentless campaign against mail-in balloting and his decision to exploit the red mirage were easy to hear. On November 10th, Giuliani and Carrick met with President Trump in the Oval Office to discuss their investigation into voter fraud. White House counsel Pat Cipollone and White House senior advisor Eric Hirschman were also in attendance. After Giuliani's presentation, President Trump asked Cipollone whether he had spoken to Attorney General Barr about the allegations of fraud. One day before, Barr had issued a memorandum outlining a shift in DOJ policy that allowed federal prosecutors to investigate claims of voting irregularities without waiting for the results to be certified. President Trump's question was an early indication that he was going to pressure the DOJ to endorse his phony fraud claims. Days later, Giuliani and Justin Clark engaged in a screaming match during a meeting in the Oval Office. Giuliani was urging President Trump to file a lawsuit in Georgia, but Clark pointed out that a hand recount was already being conducted and argued it was better to wait. Giuliani told President Trump that Clark was lying to him. A formal changing of the guard would follow. On November 14th, President Trump announced on Twitter that Giuliani was now the head of his campaign's legal team. Team Normal saw drastic changes to their roles on the newly structured campaign team, some self-imposed, and many outside law firms that had signed up to support the campaign's legal efforts disengaged completely. I didn't think what was happening was necessarily honest or professional at that point in time, Stepien explained. This wasn't a fight that I was comfortable with, he added. On the day the leadership change was announced, Giuliani participated in a surrogate briefing to coordinate messaging by Trump loyalists during their media appearances. Giuliani announced that the messaging strategy should be to go hard on Dominion Smartmatic, bringing up Chavez and Maduro. Giuliani claimed that additional lawsuits would soon be filed to invalidate upwards of 1 million ballots. Consistent with the messaging advanced by the new campaign team, President Trump in mid-November remained dug in, still refusing to concede defeat. President Trump continued to insist that he was cheated out of victory, endorsing one wild conspiracy theory after another to deny the simple fact that he lost. 1.7. President Trump had his day in court. We've proven the election was stolen, but no judge, including the Supreme Court of the United States, has had the courage to allow it to be heard. That was how President Trump described the efforts to overturn the election in court one day before the Electoral College met on December 14, 2020. That was false. Judges across the nation did evaluate President Trump's claims that the election was stolen. As longtime Republican election attorney Benjamin Ginsburg testified before the Select Committee, the president's camp did have their day in court. It's just that in no instance did a court find that the charges of fraud were real. In total, the Trump campaign and allies of President Trump filed 62 separate lawsuits between November 4, 2020 and January 6, 2021, calling into question or seeking to overturn the election results. Out of the 62 cases, only one case resulted in a victory for President Trump or his allies, which affected relatively few votes, did not vindicate any underlying claims of fraud, and would not have changed the outcome in Pennsylvania. 30 of the cases were dismissed by a judge after a hearing on the merits. In every state in which claims were brought, one or more judges specifically explained as part of their dismissal orders that they had evaluated the plaintiff's allegations or supposed proof of widespread election fraud or other irregularities, and found the claims to be entirely unconvincing. In Arizona, for example, the plaintiffs in Bowyer v. Ducey alleged that the election was tainted by the introduction of hundreds of thousands of illegal, ineligible, duplicate, or purely fictitious ballots. A federal judge dismissed their suit, finding it void of plausible allegations and sorely wanting of relevant or reliable evidence. Likewise, in Ward v. Jackson, an Arizona state court judge dismissed a lawsuit by the state GOP chair following a 2-day trial, finding no evidence of misconduct, fraud, or illegal votes. The ruling was unanimously upheld by the state Supreme Court, where all 7 justices were appointed by GOP governors. In Georgia, a state court dismissed Bolin v. Raffensperger, which alleged that tens of thousands of illegal ballots were cast by out-of-state voters or with invalid signature matches. The judge found that the complaint's factual allegations rest on speculation rather than duly pled facts and do not support a conclusion that sufficient illegal votes were cast to change or place in doubt the result of the election. The judge who issued this decision had been appointed by a Republican governor, as had 7 of the 8 justices of the state Supreme Court who upheld her ruling. Likewise, a federal judge denied relief to the plaintiff in Wood v. Raffensperger, which alleged that new procedures for checking absentee ballot signatures spoiled the result by making it harder to reject illegal ballots, finding no basis in fact or law to grant him the relief he seeks. The judge wrote that this argument is belied by the record because absentee ballots were actually rejected for signature issues at the same rate as in 2018.
In Michigan, a federal judge found in King v. Whitmer that the plaintiff's claims of massive election fraud were based on nothing but speculation and conjecture that votes for President Trump were destroyed, discarded, or switched to votes for Vice President Biden. Similarly, a state court judge rejected plaintiffs' claims in 2 cases brought against Detroit and the surrounding county that accused them of systematic fraud in how absentee ballots were counted. The judge found that one group of plaintiffs offered no evidence to support their assertions, and that the other group's interpretation of events is incorrect and decidedly contradicted by highly respected election experts. In Nevada, a state court judge rejected a litany of claims of systematic election fraud in Law v. Whitmer, ruling that plaintiffs did not prove under any standard of proof that illegal votes were cast and counted, or legal votes were not counted at all due to voter fraud or for any other improper or illegal reason. The ruling was unanimously upheld by the Nevada Supreme Court. In Pennsylvania, a federal judge dismissed Donald Trump for President versus Bukvar, finding that the Trump campaign had presented nothing but strained legal arguments without merit and speculative accusations unpled in the operative complaint and unsupported by evidence. The dismissal was upheld by the United States Court of Appeals for the Third Circuit, which held, "Calling an election unfair does not make it so. Charges require specific allegations and then proof. We have neither here." The opinion was authored by another Trump appointee. Lastly, in Wisconsin, another judge dismissed a lawsuit accusing the Wisconsin Election Commission of constitutional violations that likely tainted more than 50,000 ballots. The judge ruled, "This court has allowed plaintiff the chance to make his case and he has lost on the merits, failing to show that the outcome was affected by commission rules about drop boxes, ballot addresses, or individuals who claimed indefinitely confined status to vote from home." The ruling was upheld by a 3-judge panel of the United States Court of Appeals for the Seventh Circuit, all of whom were Republican appointees, including one appointed by President Trump himself. In all, the judges who heard these post-election cases included 22 federal judges appointed by Republican presidents. President Trump and his lawyers were well aware that courts were consistently rejecting his claims. During a December 18th meeting in the Oval Office with President Trump, Sidney Powell, and others, White House senior advisor Eric Hirschman pointed out that President Trump's lawyers had their opportunity to prove their case in court and failed. Powell fired back that the judges are corrupt. Hirschman responded, "Every single case that you've done in the country you guys lost, every one of them is corrupt, even the ones we appointed?" President Trump was faced with another choice after having his day in court. He could accept that there was no real evidence of voter fraud, or he could continue to amplify conspiracy theories and lies. He chose the latter. End of Chapter 1, Part 2. Chapter 1, Part 3 of Final Report of the Select Committee to investigate the January 6th attack on the United States Capitol by House January 6 Select Committee. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. 1.8 President Trump repeatedly promoted conspiracy theories. Instead of accepting his defeat, President Trump attempted to justify his big lie with a series of increasingly preposterous claims. The president was not simply led astray by those around him. The opposite was true. He actively promoted conspiracy theories and false election fraud claims even after being informed they were baseless. Millions of President Trump supporters believed the election was stolen from him. Many of them still do, but President Trump knew the truth and chose to lie about it. The power of the president's bully pulpit should not be underestimated, especially in the digital age. President Trump's relentless lying sowed seeds of distrust in America's election system. Researchers who studied this election denial phenomenon have noted
President Trump didn't just prime his audience to be receptive to false narratives of election fraud. He inspired them to produce those narratives and then echoed those false claims back to them. Social media played a prominent role in amplifying erroneous claims of election fraud. Shortly after Election Day, the Stop the Steal campaign, discussed more fully in Chapter 6, went viral. Stop the Steal influencers echoed President Trump's premature declaration of victory, asserting that he won the election, the Democrats stole it from him, and it was the responsibility of American patriots to combat this supposed injustice. This resulted in what Attorney General Barr has described as an avalanche of false claims, as President Trump's supporters attempted to justify his big lie. The post-election allegations of fraud or other malfeasance were completely bogus, silly, and usually based on complete misinformation, Barr explained. Nonetheless, many of President Trump's supporters wanted to believe them. The stolen election narrative has proven to be remarkably durable precisely because it is a matter of belief, not evidence or reason. Each time a claim was debunked, more claims emerged in its place. Barr later complained that this dynamic forced him and others to play whack-a-mole. The United States Department of Justice, under Barr's leadership and then Acting Attorney General Jeffrey Rosen, was forced to knock down one lie after another. As discussed in Chapter 4, Barr took unprecedented steps to investigate the avalanche of lies. Claims of election fraud were referred to United States Attorney's offices and the FBI for investigation. Deputy Attorney General Richard Donahue tracked dozens of investigations. None of them were found to have merit. The top officials in President Trump's Justice Department personally told the president that the claims he was promoting were false. But that did not matter to the president. As Barr told the Select Committee, President Trump never showed any indication of interest in what the actual facts were. For example, on December 27th, Rosen and Donahue spent approximately 2 hours on the phone with President Trump. They debunked a litany of claims regarding the election, explaining that each had been investigated and found to be baseless. According to Donahue, President Trump had his arsenal of allegations that he wanted to rely on. Donahue thought it was necessary to explain to the president, based on actual investigations, actual witness interviews, actual review of documents, that these allegations simply had no merit. Donahue wanted to cut through the noise and be very blunt with the president, making it clear these allegations were simply not true. During their December 27th conversation with President Trump, Rosen and Donahue rebutted false claims regarding suitcases of ballots in Georgia, Dominion's voting machines in Antrim County, a truckload of ballots in Pennsylvania, ballots being scanned multiple times, people voting more than once, dead people voting, Native Americans being paid to vote, and more votes than voters in particular jurisdictions. As the officials debunked each claim, President Trump would just roll on to another one. Donahue told President Trump that federal law enforcement officials had conducted dozens of investigations and hundreds of interviews, and they had concluded that the major allegations were not supported by the evidence developed. Donahue and Rosen told President Trump flat out that much of the information he was getting was false and/or just not supported by the evidence. President Trump responded, "You guys may not be following the internet the way I do." The Department of Justice was not alone in trying to contain the president's conspiracy mongering. President Trump's lies were often debunked in real time by state authorities, judges, experts, journalists, federal officials, and even members of his own legal team. As discussed above, the president's campaign team found that there was no significant fraud in the election. So the president pushed them aside. The courts rejected nearly every claim brought by the president's legal team. Even though courts rejected the claims as speculative, unsupported, and meritless, President Trump, Rudy Giuliani, and others continued to assert them as truth to Trump's followers in speeches, tweets, and podcasts. The burden of refuting the false claims made by President Trump and his surrogates often fell on state and local officials. For example, in Michigan, the Secretary of State's office posted thorough and prompt responses to the claims of election fraud on a fact-check page on its website. In Georgia, the Secretary of State's office issued news releases and held frequent press conferences in the weeks following the election to respond to claims of fraud. County clerks in the contested states also spoke out publicly to refute allegations. Even as the president undermined the public's confidence in how votes are cast and counted, these clerks assured voters that their elections were secure and they could have confidence in the results. Outside experts also publicly denounced and dismantled the claims being raised and amplified by President Trump. This was done in the context of litigation, congressional hearings, and press releases. President Trump simply ignored these authoritative sources and continued to promote false claims that had been soundly discredited. Below, the Select Committee presents 2 case studies demonstrating how President Trump and his surrogates lied in the face of overwhelming evidence. The first case study deals with Dominion voting systems. President Trump repeatedly claimed that Dominion software switched votes and rigged the election well after the leaders of campaign and Justice Department officials told him that these claims were baseless. The president's smear of Dominion was central to his big lie. The second case study examines video footage recorded in Fulton County on election night. President Trump and his representatives concocted a fictional narrative based on a deceptively edited version of the footage. After these 2 case studies, the Select Committee examines a variety of other claims the president repeatedly made. Once again, these claims had no basis in truth. Dominion voting systems. Between Election Day and January 6th, President Trump repeatedly spread conspiracy theories about Dominion voting machines. The president tweeted or retweeted false claims about Dominion more than 30 times. He also repeatedly lied about the company's software during his post-election speeches and interviews. President Trump's own campaign staff, administration officials, and state officials all told him the claims had no merit. Hand recounts confirmed the fidelity of the machines. But none of this overwhelming evidence mattered. President Trump demonstrated a conscious disregard for the facts and continued to maliciously smear Dominion. President Trump's allies began spreading false claims regarding Dominion within days of the election. On November 8th, the day after networks called the election for Joe Biden, Sidney Powell claimed on Fox News that Dominion machines were flipping votes in the computer system or adding votes that did not exist. On November 12th, Rudy Giuliani appeared on Fox News to claim that Dominion was connected to Venezuelan dictator Hugo Chavez and its software was created in order to fix elections. The same day, President Trump retweeted a report claiming that Dominion had deleted 2.7 million Trump votes nationwide and switched hundreds of thousands of votes in key swing states. By that time, the Trump campaign team had looked into allegations regarding Dominion and its software and concluded that the claims were false. An internal campaign memo, dated November 12, said that Dominion software did not lead to improper vote counts and cited reports concluding that, among other things, Dominion machines did not affect the final vote count. The memo also addressed various claims of foreign influence regarding Dominion. Jason Miller told the Select Committee that by November 12th he had told President Trump the results of the analysis of the Dominion claims by the campaign's internal research team, specifically telling him that the international allegations for Dominion were not valid. Emails and text messages show that this same analysis was shared with Mark Meadows, President Trump's chief of staff. White House Press Secretary Kayleigh McEnany told the Select Committee that she found herself waving President Trump off of the Dominion theory, encouraging him to use more fact-driven arguments. But it was to no avail. Even though members of the Trump campaign team reported that the result of the election was not compromised by any problems with Dominion machines, the president continued to assail Dominion on Twitter in the days that followed, For example, retweeting a false claim that Dominion's machines were engineered by China, Venezuela, and Cuba, and claiming that Dominion had rigged the election. Officials in the Trump administration also worked to debunk the false rumors about vote manipulation. The United States Department of Homeland Security's Cyber Security and Infrastructure Security Agency, CISA, released a joint statement of election security officials on November 12, reassuring voters that the election was the most secure in American history. CISA emphasized, "There is no evidence that any voting system deleted or lost votes, changed votes, or was any way compromised." This was another decision point for the president. He could choose to endorse the findings of his administration's own cybersecurity experts, or he could continue to promote baseless fictions about Dominion. President Trump chose the lies. The president and his supporters never did produce any evidence showing that Dominion's machines affected the results of the election. But President Trump was undeterred by the facts. Indeed, the president and his supporters seized upon a simple human error in a small Michigan county as their initial pretense for these allegations, as well as to keep the Dominion conspiracy theory alive. During the early morning hours of November 4th, Cheryl Guy, a clerk in Antrim County, Michigan, reported the unofficial results of the vote count. Guy's online report was odd. It showed that former Vice President Biden had somehow won Antrim, a county that is majority Republican and President Trump was expected to easily win. Trump supporters quickly pointed to Biden's improbable win as evidence that Dominion had tampered with the votes. That wasn't true. Guy had made a mistake in updating the election counting software after a late addition of a local candidate to the ballot in some of the county's precincts, which caused her unofficial counts to be off when she tallied the votes reported by the various precincts. Guy, a Republican, was informed of the odd result and began to investigate immediately. The result was corrected, and President Trump won Antrim just as was expected. Within days, local and state officials in Michigan explained to the public what had happened. On November 7th, the Michigan Secretary of State's office issued a detailed description of Guy's error and assured the public that the official results were not impacted. The Michigan Senate's Committee on Oversight, led by Republican Senator Ed McBroom, conducted its own comprehensive review of the claims related to Antrim County and confirmed that the initial reporting error was entirely attributable to an honest mistake by the county clerk. The mix-up in Antrim was quickly corrected. A human erred, not the voting machines. But President Trump used it as a pretext to continue lying about Dominion. On November 12th, the same day CISA released its statement on election security, President Trump asked Tim Walberg, a Republican congressman from Michigan, to check with key leadership in Michigan's legislature as to how supportive they could be in regards to pushing back on election irregularities and potential fraud. That night, President Trump asked his acting Secretary of Homeland Security, Chad Wolf, to look into allegations of election irregularities in Michigan. The next day, President Trump's assistant sent Wolf a letter from Michigan state legislatures raising claims about the election, including an incorrect claim that flawed Dominion software had caused votes to be counted for the wrong candidate. Administration officials quickly knocked down the Dominion claim. Wolf forwarded the allegations to the leadership of CISA, including CISA Director Christopher Krebs. Krebs provided Wolf with a press release from the Michigan Secretary of State that debunked the false claim about Antrim County and Dominion software in detail. Wolf shared an update about the information he received from Krebs with White House Chief of Staff Mark Meadows. On November 17th, Krebs tweeted out a statement issued by the nation's leading election scientists that dismissed claims that election systems had been manipulated as either unsubstantiated or technically incoherent. The president fired Krebs that same day. President Trump claimed the statement released by Krebs was highly inaccurate and that there were massive improprieties and fraud. The president had no evidence for his claim. On November 19th, Rudy Giuliani, Sidney Powell, and Jenna Ellis held a press conference at the Republican National Committee, RNC, headquarters in Washington, D.C. Powell asserted that there was massive influence of communist money through Venezuela, Cuba, and likely China in the interference with our election here in the United States. She pointed a finger at Dominion, claiming its software was created in Venezuela at the direction of Hugo Chavez to make sure he never lost an election, and Giuliani echoed her claims. Hope Hicks told the Select Committee how that press conference was received in the White House. The day after the press conference, President Trump spoke by phone with Sidney Powell from the Oval Office. During the call, Powell repeated the same claims of foreign interference in the election she had made at the press conference. While she was speaking, the president muted his speakerphone and laughed at Powell, telling the others in the room, "This does sound crazy, doesn't it?" A few days later, the Trump campaign issued a statement claiming Powell was not part of the Trump campaign's legal team. But Powell's outlandish claims were no different from those President Trump was making himself. On November 19th, the same day as Powell's appearance at the RNC, President Trump tweeted and retweeted a link to a segment on One America News Network, OAN, that was captioned, "Dominionizing the Vote." The segment claimed that Dominion had switched votes from Trump to Biden. OAN featured a supposed cyber expert, Ron Watkins, a key figure in the QAnon conspiracy movement. On his own Twitter account, Watkins celebrated and thanked his supporters just minutes after President Trump tweeted the clip, and President Trump went on to share the clip again several times in the days that followed. Officials inside the Trump administration continued to debunk the Dominion conspiracy theory, including during in-person meetings with President Trump. Attorney General Bill Barr met with President Trump face-to-face on 3 occasions after the election. Barr told the Select Committee, "Every time I was with the president, I raised the machines as sort of Exhibit A of how irresponsible this was." During the first of these meetings, on November 23rd, Barr explained to the president that the conspiracy theory about Dominion's voting machines had zero basis and was one of the most disturbing allegations. Barr stressed that this was crazy stuff and was poisoning Americans' confidence in the voting system for no reason. This complete nonsense was doing a great disservice to the country, Barr said. President Trump ignored Barr's grave concerns. On November 29th, President Trump was interviewed by Fox News' Maria Bartiromo. It was the president's first interview since he lost his bid for re-election. He claimed the election was rigged and rife with theft and a total fraud. He repeated various conspiracy theories, leading with the claim that Dominion's voting machines had glitches, which he alleged moved thousands of votes from my account to Biden's account. He claimed that there had been big, massive dumps of votes, a reference to the Red Mirage. He rambled off various other spurious allegations, including that dead people voted in significant numbers. None of it was true. On December 1st, Attorney General Barr met again with President Trump and told him that the stuff his people were shoveling out to the public was bullshit. Attorney General Barr specifically told President Trump that the claims about Dominion voting machines were idiotic claims. President Trump was still not dissuaded from continuing the lie. The day after his meeting with the Attorney General, President Trump released a video in which he repeated several claims of election fraud, including a claim that votes had been wrongly switched from Trump to Biden using Dominion voting machines. By early December, courts had assessed and rejected claims that Dominion machines were manipulated to affect the outcome of the 2020 election. In Michigan, a federal judge found that claims, including those related to fraud due to the use of Dominion voting machines, were based on nothing but speculation and conjecture that votes were destroyed, discarded, or switched. In Arizona, a federal judge dismissed claims that Dominion machines had deleted, switched, or changed votes. But President Trump and his supporters refused to accept denunciations of the fabricated Dominion claims. Through December, President Trump and his legal team tried to echo the Dominion conspiracy theory by claiming to have found evidence that votes were switched in Antrim County. The clerk's unintentional error was fixed weeks earlier, and there was no evidence showing that Dominion had altered the vote tally in Antrim or anywhere else. But President Trump's legal team used a case challenging a local marijuana ordinance that had passed by one vote to gain access to Dominion's voting machines. An Antrim County judge issued an order granting the plaintiff's experts access to the county's computer, Dominion voting machines, thumb drives, and memory cards. Although the purpose of the order was to allow the plaintiff to seek evidence related to his ordinance challenge, it soon became clear that President Trump's legal team was behind the effort. An organization named Allied Security Operations Group, ASOG, led by Russell Ramsland, conducted an analysis of Antrim County's voting machines and related systems. On December 13th, ASOG released a report on its findings. The inspection yielded no evidence of vote manipulation. Still, the report included an unsubstantiated assertion that the Dominion voting machines used in Antrim County and throughout Michigan were purposefully designed with inherent error to create systematic fraud and influence election results, and that a malicious algorithm was used to manipulate the results of the 2020 election. Documents obtained by the Select Committee show that President Trump and Vice President Mike Pence were briefed on ASOG's findings by Giuliani's team. On December 14th, President Trump widely disseminated the ASOG report and accompanying talking points prepared by Giuliani's team. He also trumpeted the report on Twitter, writing on December 14th, "Wow, this report shows massive fraud, election-changing result." During a meeting with Attorney General Bill Barr that day, President Trump claimed the ASOG report was absolute proof that the Dominion machines were rigged and meant he was going to have a second term. Barr told the Select Committee that he believed the ASOG report was very amateurish, its authors lacked any real qualifications, and it failed to provide any supporting information for its sweeping conclusions about Dominion. Barr told President Trump he would look into the report, but that the DOJ already had a good idea of what happened in Antrim County, and it was human error, not a problem with the machines. In any event, Barr promised President Trump they would have a definitive answer within a couple of days because a hand count was being conducted. In the ensuing days, as Barr predicted, the ASOG report was swiftly and soundly criticized by experts within and outside the Trump administration, including the Department of Justice and the Department of Homeland Security. The initial analysis of election security experts at the Department of Homeland Security was that the ASOG report was false and misleading and demonstrates a callous misunderstanding of the actual current voting certification process. Subsequent analysis of the ASOG report and the underlying data from Antrim County were even more critical. These thorough assessments of the Antrim County data and the ASOG report demonstrate that virtually every one of the claims that President Trump and his surrogates made about the report was false. ASOG's inspection did not reveal any malicious software or algorithms or any other evidence that the voting machines had been compromised. Most importantly, as Attorney General Barr had promised President Trump, within days of the release of the ASOG report, a full-hand recount of every ballot cast in Antrim County confirmed the results reported by the Dominion machines and refuted ASOG's assertion that an algorithm had manipulated the vote count. Giuliani's chief investigator, Bennie G, acknowledged that his team was not able to find any proof that a Dominion voting machine improperly switched, deleted, or injected votes during the 2020 election. President Trump was not swayed by these basic facts. The president continued to promote the ASOG report, hounding DOJ to investigate the matter further. He returned to ASOG's claims during a December 27th call with Acting Attorney General Rosen and Acting Deputy Attorney General Donahue, citing the report's claimed error rate of 68% in Antrim County. Donahue pointed out to the president that the difference between the computer and the hand count was only one vote and that he cannot and should not be relying on ASOG's fraudulent claim
because it was simply not true. President Trump's fixation on Dominion's voting machines and the baseless theory that the machines had manipulated votes led to a concerted effort to gain access to voting machines in states where President Trump was claiming election fraud. On the evening of December 18th, Powell, Lieutenant General Michael Flynn, retired, and Patrick Byrne met with the president at the White House. Over several hours, they argued that President Trump had the authority, under a 2018 executive order, to seize voting machines. Several administration officials joined the meeting and forcefully rejected this extreme proposal. Multiple lawyers in the White House, including Eric Hirschman, Derek Lyons, and White House counsel Pat Cipollone, pushed back strongly against the idea of seizing voting machines. Cipollone told the Select Committee it was a horrible idea which had no legal basis, and he emphasized that he had seen no evidence of massive fraud in the election. White House advisor Eric Hirschman similarly told the Select Committee that he never saw any evidence whatsoever to sustain the allegations against Dominion. National Security Advisor Robert O'Brien phoned into the December 18th meeting and was asked if he had seen any evidence of election fraud in the voting machines or foreign interference in our voting machines. O'Brien responded that his team had looked into that and there's no evidence of it. Around the same time, President Trump, Mark Meadows, and Rudy Giuliani were repeatedly asking the leadership of DHS whether the agency had authority to seize voting machines, and they were repeatedly told that DHS had no such unilateral authority. Giuliani and Powell were also engaged in efforts to access voting machines in multiple states with the assistance of sympathetic local election officials. Those efforts turned up no evidence of any vote manipulation by any Dominion machine, but President Trump continued to press this bogus claim. On January 2, 2021, President Trump had a lengthy phone call with Georgia Secretary of State Brad Raffensperger. The president repeatedly brought up Dominion's voting machines, alleging that they were at the heart of a conspiracy against him. Raffensperger was incredulous. "I don't believe that you are really questioning the Dominion machines," Raffensperger said, "because we did a hand retally, 100% retally of all the ballots, and compared them to what the machine said and came up with virtually the same result. Then we did the recount, and we got virtually the same result. In other words, the story in Georgia was the same as the story in Antrim County, Michigan. Officials performed a hand recount to put to rest any allegations that Dominion's machines had manipulated the vote. But once again, President Trump consciously disregarded these basic facts and persisted with his lies." During a January 4, 2021 speech in Dalton, Georgia, President Trump chose to ignore Secretary Raffensperger's straightforward observations. The president rhetorically attacked Dominion once again, claiming that a crime had been committed in this state and it was immeasurable. The president called for an immediate forensic audit of an appropriate sampling of Dominion's voting machines and related equipment. His allegations were both false and nonsensical. Georgia had already performed a statewide hand recount of all ballots. President Trump and his allies have never provided any evidence showing that Dominion's voting software altered votes in the 2020 presidential election. In fact, some of the most vocal proponents of the Dominion claims harbored their own misgivings about the claims they were making in public. For example, Rudy Giuliani repeatedly claimed in public that Dominion voting machines stole the election, and that foreign countries had interfered in the election, but the evidence uncovered by the Select Committee reveals that he did not believe either of those things to be true. Giuliani testified that he did not believe that voting machines stole the election. He also acknowledged that he had seen no evidence that foreign countries had interfered in the election or manipulated votes. This testimony is consistent with his lead investigator Bernie Kerrick's acknowledgement that he had not come across proof that voting machines were used to switch, delete, or inject votes improperly. Christina Bobb, an attorney who worked with Giuliani, similarly could not point to any evidence of wrongdoing by Dominion. Even Sidney Powell, perhaps the most committed proponent of the Dominion falsehoods, was unable to provide the Select Committee with any evidence or expert report that demonstrated that the 2020 election outcome in any state had been altered through manipulation of voting machines. And Powell defended herself in a defamation suit brought by Dominion by claiming that no reasonable person would conclude that her statements were truly statements of fact. By January 6, 2021, President Trump's claims regarding Dominion had been debunked time and again. The president knew, or should have known, that he had no basis for alleging that Dominion's voting machines had cost him the election. End of Chapter 1, Part 3.